check, mic check. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Does the interface look any different for you, or did you just let's see?
I think but it does look different. Like we're
Wait, you're dropping in and out.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, are you on your phone or your iPad?
Always.
Okay, go ahead and talk so I can tell. I can't hear anything right now.
Hello?
Okay, go microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
Okay, it's a little choppy. It's better though. It's better.
Is it the volume?
I'm sorry, say again.
Is it the volume?
Let me turn down. Excuse me, sorry. Let me turn this down a little bit. Okay, go ahead and talk.
Is it the volume, you think?
No, you're actually good. That's actually good.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good there. Let me just go ahead and pull up some bids.
So were you actually scheduled to go live tonight?
Say again?
Were you actually scheduled to go live tonight?
Yeah, it was. Venus in the house. Venus is in the house. Truth is in the house. Melinda's in the house. Big Kappa is in the house. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a good one. That will be a good one. Okay. But where is... Wait a minute. I can't believe it. I don't see it. Okay. Where's Cynthia G's video? Damn. Here we go. Did I put it in here? Why would I put it in here? No, it's not in there. Marquis in the house. KMC's in the house. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that's one.
Hey, Venus.
Let's see what we have here.
Marky popping up on the site.
Okay. Where we at here? Where we at? Okay. Okay, so there's only hate mail there. Let's try this. Okay, everybody, we're going to start pretty soon. Appreciate everybody coming through. I am still tired from last night. Y'all had me up late. I don't know why I don't press that end broadcast button any faster, but hey, you know, that's the way it be like. Camo's in the house. Siobhan's in the house now. The Truth is in the house. Marquis in the house. This is what I need everybody to do if you want to do it, if it's convenient for you, if you can pull up information on what courses African American women take in college when they go to college. This one is breaking it down too confusing. Okay. Let me check this out. Okay, let me make sure I have all of these lined up. All of these lined up. Okay. Where is Sinji's? Now we'll just go back to mine shit. Okay, so let me go back to here. Okay. So that's there. Hey, woo! All right. Okay, we're over 10. That's when I usually start my thing. So let me get this rolling right now. All right, if anybody wants to come up. And boom, and then boom, and then boom, boom.
What part of the framing do you have a disagreement about? Now all of a sudden, you know, the new age way of thinking is the way we're supposed to do things.
I don't know
So
when you say like gotten it wrong. I mean, like if you want to talk about like do you believe like in the nuclear family?
Yes.
Like that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living like together as like groups of people like hunting for berries and like chasing animals down. Like that's what hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution have gotten us.
But that's what built up to it. That's what built up to it.
Okay, well then fine. Then I could just use your same argument and say, well, that's building up to this then.
That's a good point.
Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on?
Nothing much, just chilling.
So what was I crying about yesterday?
I don't even remember, to be honest. You came in screaming over something.
Melinda's in the house.
Well, actually, first there's like what was your position yesterday? You obviously came through the Bernard Riley show and had issue.
All right, everybody. I need to just make sure you guys can hear this. If you can hear this video, put Section 8 man in the chat. Section 8. As in Angry Man. His nickname is Section 8. I'll wait. Just want to make sure my sound is cool. Okay. Who can hear me? Who can hear me? Section 8. Okay, we're gonna roll.
I guess with something he said, or you had debated Myron or something, and your position was that women have evolved and men are stuck in the past? That was your position?
In regards to like who needs to do what for like in the broadest sense, red pill people seem to give advice about how men and women operate and like what they need to do to succeed, what men need to do to succeed. And I tend to disagree with a lot of the framing. And part of it plays into kind of what you just said. Yeah.
Okay, so what part of the framing do you have a disagreement about?
I feel like men need to work a lot more on relationship skills, that it's something that they just don't have much practice with. And it feels like for red pill communities, the obsession is like just be more traditional or become a top 1%er, which is advice for like 1% of the population. I don't think it's like a road to success for most people.
Okay, well, I would say that nowadays, most people don't really have good relationship skills. Not just men.
Okay. I think it, I mean, I would disagree. Do you want to talk about that or?
Well, no, I really wanted to debate you about what we were talking about yesterday, as far as the as far as this whole concept, because correct me if I'm wrong, you have this concept that women have evolved and improved and made these changes and these leaps and bounds, and they kind of have just left men in the dust, right?
A little bit, yeah.
So how would you, how? I'm trying to understand.
So I think that for a long time, the world was kind of like built by and built for men's existence. And over the past, I don't know what, 30, 40, 50 years, especially over the past like 20 years, women have been getting a lot of help or pushing in different ways in society to achieve and succeed and do better. And it was previously thought that like, well, women can't attain educational levels similar to men. There are a lot of things that men can do that women can't do. And we're starting to see that given a push, women are able to do a lot of these things. So we're seeing women right now, they're destroying men in school. And what we might be learning is it might be that women's brains, they're actually just better learners than men. That men might be like more physically oriented. We want to go outside, we want to do things or build things and stuff like that. Whereas women are more calm, chill. They can sit in a classroom, take notes and do class all day, right? If that's the case, then we're kind of like setting women up for...
This is where my theory about horny men comes in. I really think that even though you have all this brain matter and you only use a small portion of your brain, the problem is that small portion of your brain. Look at it as a pie chart, and women think less, in my opinion, think less about sex than men do. Not so much that, but that women prioritize sex less than men do. Therefore, it's why women will always have leverage over men, because even though there's more women, there's technically less women who think about sex than there are men thinking about sex. I know this doesn't sound like it makes sense, but it does make sense, because when it comes right down to it, most men are looking for sex just as much as they're looking for a relationship, while most women are not looking for sex as much as men. In addition, they want a relationship, and in addition, the society has made it so they're just being more patient. And this is an excellent way to work. This is an excellent way to work, because I'll tell you why. Your goal is success. Your goal in life is success, not sex. Every man who has just focused on sex has eventually either become a failure or still a failure. It's just that it's not that sex is bad. It's just you cannot prioritize it, just like you can't eat cheesecake every day, you can't prioritize sex every day and making it the main part, your main diet of mental stimulation. There's got to be something else in there. So, I mean,
I think that when it comes to sex, sometimes like I don't think people really grasp the seriousness of like sex, and the consequences that come with it. Not to say that it's not great, but to think of people being irresponsible at the amount of times that they are is like scary to me.
I
You know what
agree.
I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
I
there's
do.
so much that comes with sex, like it could be quick and easy. It doesn't take much, but it's still like so much can happen just from that interaction that you would think people would be more cautious, and when you're single probably have it less. Like I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Especially if you're not in a relationship with somebody.
right. You would. It's funny because the whole notion is that basically it's the defense that a lot of people have. They always run into, I guess they call it a conundrum, because you hear on the manosphere they try to say, well, women are always having kids, and women are always having kids, even though it's the men who make them have kids. And they don't realize that how flippant they don't realize how flippant being flippant with sex, and treating it like it's just like smoking a cigarette or smoking a cigar, and you're just using it for straight up pleasure. It's, hey, that's great, but if you're not being responsible doing it, like you said, there's bigger ramifications, to it. And I know sex isn't a cheesecake, but it's still the cheesecake theory where you can't have cheesecake every day and it not affect you in a negative way. It tastes so good, but then it affects you in a negative way if you make it a priority all the time instead of working out, you know,
Mhm.
eating right, eating your vegetables, eating your protein and all this
Having
other stuff.
alternatives to
Exactly.
cheesecake.
Exactly. you know and that's the problem. They uh I think that the problem that a lot of black men have is they've made sex a priority instead of an option.
Yeah, it's definitely a part of their diet or their routine, I guess you could say.
And it's okay to be a routine, it just can't be your priority. It can't be like, okay, today I'm not gonna go to school, I want to get laid. A lot of men are literally doing that. I mean, look at Austin. He instead of going to college for in enhancing his mental state, which can use a lot of enhancing, he chose to go travel abroad, not to learn new countries and cultures, but to have sex.
Did we start over? Like, is this the beginning of the
I was
thing?
just Yeah, I was just using this as a
I'm
pre.
about to, yeah, I'm about to say because we watched quite a bit of it, and I think is this? Oh yeah, we're watching. Okay, we're watching the actual one. That's cool. That's fine.
Yeah, this is
'Cause
the actual one. I have
yeah,
Cynthia G's um
I
queued up
like the
here.
actual one better. Like, I mean, because I think with the actual one, you kind of get because like with like the Cynthia G one or the ones that other people like is doing replies to or whatever, you like they're stopping it. But if you like listen to it all the way through, you can give your own.
Exactly.
You know what
Not
I'm saying?
not
Yeah.
only that, but it's easier to notice the nuances, if you know what I
Yeah.
mean, because it's uninterrupted. You only interrupt it when when you need to interrupt it.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'll do is I'm going to start the tape, but if it sounds like something that's slow and boring, we can move forward. I think
I
one
mean,
part
none
we
of it is honestly slow and boring. All of it is interesting. I just was wondering if you wanted to stay in the same place because we kind of got through enough of it because we was all the way to the point where he's talking about
yeah,
I don't know.
didn't we get to the point where they were teaming up on him?
Yeah,
Where
we did get to the point where it was 3 people. Yeah, it was 3 people in there. Yeah.
okay, the important
You
part.
want to skim through it just to.
Yeah. The important part I want to bring up is one about him mentioning his baby mama. I think that's important. Two is education and how he thinks women just go to education for basket weaving, which is never in school anymore that I can think of. Those are the two important things I think. Well, I think we should go over. If anything pops out, let me know, and we'll go over that too.
The dumbest thing that he said was, well, he said a lot of dumb things, but one of the dumbest things was that basket weaving. I mean, so this is what happens when you have these conversations in the manosphere for so long that you can't have a serious conversation outside of it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Where is that you shouldn't have said that. Even if you were to say that, you know, that you feel that it's not the degrees is not something that's necessary, which is, even though that's not true, but for him to say the basket weaving, that was one thing. And then he said, it's one part where he says, like, you know, the reason why, because that's when he talks about how 90% of men don't show up for court
Right.
for their custody hearing, and then he tells like a story, because he has a story for everything, and then he says like one of the reasons is that they don't have a ride to court.
Right.
Like,
And
just dumb stuff.
that's an important point too, because I'm glad you brought that up, because uh, you know, Section 8's argument is that he's trying to make it seem like poor men, you can't, they're kept from their children, when really in reality they really didn't want to be around their children. So that's definitely true. So let me see if I can catch his Section 8 part.
Success better than we are even setting men up for success. And it's hard to have a conversation about what to do to like make men successful. So as women have kind of like improved their lot and standing in society through things like school, reproductive control, better career opportunities, men are kind of like sitting here like, well, what am I supposed to do? People have cried about toxic masculinity for 2 decades. A job is not enough to secure a wife anymore. I have no idea what to do or where to go to in society. That seems to be like where guys are stuck at right now. And when I look at the red pill communities, it's just like a bunch of like what feels like women hating rhetoric, and then like appeals to tradition or appeals to try to become the top 1%. Like that's my issue. Like that's not good advice for anybody. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's a couple of things wrong with what you said. Number one, women are not blowing men out of the water when it comes to education. We've actually been lowering the standards for them to actually be able to achieve certain things. They've actually lowered the standards when it comes to a lot of the different studies. They've lowered the standards when it comes to the barrier to entry, when it comes to the military, numerous things.
He's a liar.
So it's not that women
Hold on for a second. First of all, he makes it seem like we take different tests. We all take the same entry exam into the military, which is the ASVAB, which hasn't changed at all. The only time it ever changes is when they in need for people to actually join. So they'll lower the score sometimes in certain branches for all. It's not just women or men. It doesn't work like that. And even in school, there is no woman course and no man course. Like we all go we all take the same courses together. So if they lowered it for us, they lowered it for you too. That makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I mean, it's not like the teacher says, "Okay, fellas, here's your test. Okay, ladies, here's your test." I've never heard of that in school ever, in college ever, never. And when I take training classes, they don't do that. They don't say, "Oh, this is the woman's test. You have to take this test, sir." I've never heard of that ever. And this is what bothers me about Section 8 is he keeps lying like that all the time.
It's really sad. It's like, do you think about, like, he must smoke weed or something, because what is he thinking about? That makes no sense to think that, like, oh, we've lowered it so it can be easier for you. So what do you do then? Like, what test are you taking?
Right.
What SAT are you taking? I don't get it.
It gets funnier there, though. The education part right here is really important, because he really tells on himself.
are blowing men out of the water. It's that we're catering to them, which we have always done. The men haven't really built the world for themselves. The majority of the inventions and the things that we've come up with, we've came up with in order to make life more comfortable for women.
That's not even true. I could say that for sure. Men, I mean, that's why we came up with tractors and dump trucks and everything, so they can dig ditches and stuff, except for using shovels. Who does who you know? Yes, of course, it allows a woman to be able to dig a ditch now as well, a lot easier. But men have been doing it. It was made easier for men as well. So this was kind of like a stupid comment as well.
So it's not that they're blowing us out of the water, and it's not that the men actually have are stuck in a position. What men have found is they live in a world now where the focus has been on women and catering to women, while simultaneously ostracizing men and making.
You know what's funny is that I thought the one goal of a man, even back in the old ages, and one of the prideful things a man could do is protect a woman. I don't know where that came from. I guess I'm wrong. Section 8 be telling stories.
Them feel
I
like
see
they're not
men and
worth
women
anything on.
together and men doing what they want to do. I see women doing what they want to do. So I'm trying to figure out who is ostracizing men. Like, where are they getting ostracized to? Are they being sent somewhere or something? Because I just see men and women out, like, just being men and women.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's making up a story, basically. I mean, it makes no sense.
Like, he wants to be some type of man victim. Like, there's just like this really, yeah, there's some things that have changed, such as that you can't be sexually harassing people and stuff like that. You need to keep your hands to yourself. I mean, if that's a problem, then that's your problem. But like, you can't live because of boundaries. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, yeah. He basically he wants a world. Section 8 wants a world where men can do anything to women anytime they want to, you know, and with no without having to own up to it.
They don't have any value when men, by and large, still do many of the jobs that maintain the infrastructure of our society.
Okay, so the part about lowering standards, I don't agree with that. I would have to look into it more, but my familiarity with lowering the standards is I know that there has been research done for University of California schools where for certain affirmative action programs, they would lower the standards to get more minority students, namely African-American students, to enroll in these colleges. But when they lowered the standards there, what would happen is more of those students would apply and get accepted to the colleges, but the graduation rates and absolute numbers stayed the same. So they were getting into school, but then they were flunking out because the standards were lowered and they weren't able to attain the degree. So if they were lowering the standards and more women were getting accepted, but they weren't graduating, then I might agree with you, but that's not the case. We're talking about graduation rates right now. If the standards were lowered and that's what was allowing women to graduate more, then we would see men graduating at the same rates as they were before, but they aren't, right? Especially over the coronavirus period, a lot of men were expected to stay home and work, whereas women didn't have those same burdens placed on them. Also, women have a bit more available to them in the world of like affirmative action and kind of like assistance for women to go to school. You are seeing women, not just because the standards are lowered, but because society's pushing them in a direction, they are doing better in school, like full stop.
Well,
They just are.
here's the reality about that.
Now, he should just be happy that women are doing better in school. He should
Yeah.
just be happy right there.
You know, like during the coronavirus that, a lot of students had to drop out of school. And guess who still led the charge of going back to school? Black women.
Yeah.
So you had a do-over period, meaning that everybody was just at home doing, and everybody had to drop out of school. So that means that if other groups was, more interested, then they could have, took over and had that education. And no, it was still Black women who went back in the highest numbers.
True. And the thing is this, I really I feel that black women generally enjoy education, and I don't want that to stop. I want them to keep going, especially if other people in our community going to leave seats open. Hey, by all means, keep it going. If my daughter loved college, she's. I mean, I had to pull her out of there. It's like, come on now, let's get to the workforce for a little bit. You know what I mean? But it's an enjoyable place because it it allows you to find yourself and for you to increase your self-esteem, because when you continue to progress and learn more, it's a good feeling, even if it's a hobby, if you know what I mean. That's why hobbies are so cool, if you know what I mean, because they allow you to achieve something. You know what I mean?
It's not that difficult to do better in school when you're taking gender studies or getting a degree in basket weaving.
This was the biggest horseshit right here. I mean, how old is this dude? Is he older than me? I don't even talk about basket weaving.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I seen a lot of women, like black women in the comment section saying, like, talking about how it would be fun to, like, if they, I mean, because the reality is if they had basket weaving as like an elective or something, like, or is like another type of, like other credit that you need maybe with the, to add, then I don't think it'd be nothing wrong with that. But I don't believe that there is no degree in basket weaving. The closest thing to a degree in basket weaving probably is in art, and he has that degree.
Exactly. That's the funny part. You beat me to the punch, Camo. This fool is the one who took art. You know, this. See, I think he's just jealous because most women are smarter than him. Because I mean, I had my mom went to college, my sisters went to college, and my daughter went to college, and none of them took basket weaving. None of them took basket weaving. I know women who went to college, basket weaving, they never took basket weaving. This is important that we mention basket weaving because Section 8 mentioned basket weaving. And maybe he took basket weaving. I mean, he did take art. Maybe he took basket weaving, and that's what he's projecting. Maybe that's what it is.
Angry Man should have kept his ass from over there. That's what he should have did. Like, he just should have kept his ass from over there. And he had no belongings over there. And he should have left that man alone, because everything that he said on his interview was stupid. And he's going to make basket weaving trend, because now everybody's going to be trying to figure out what the hell is basket weaving. Like, that was like one of the most talked about things in that comment section was basket weaving.
Yeah, it's like, I think I'll go on a limb and say that he was probably the one who was doing all the basket weaving. I mean, he's the art guy. They do basket weaving in arts and crafts, right?
Or in STEM, or is that across the board in gender studies and other things like that? Arbitrary stuff that really doesn't amount to anything.
You know what's another crazy thing is that black women also do lead in STEM programs. That's another bad thing that crazy thing that he said, because black women lead in all women when it comes to STEM. The majority of women in STEM programs are black women.
Right. Which he's trying to say that everybody should get into. Man, this really worries me, because I guess he's my pseudo brother, and who knows if he's really black or not, because who knows?
We don't even know what he is. Like, he's like he reminds me of that thing. Like, I don't know. It used to be like black and white cartoon, and they look like they was like some type of detective or something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think. You know what I'm talking about? It was a cartoon though. When it was like with the glasses and the nose and like all this hat and all the other stuff, and like he's like a walking caricature.
Yeah.
like a cartoon or whatever. Like, I don't know what he actually looks like. Like, I mean, maybe he's hiding. I don't know.
I mean, men. I don't know about you, but if I was a good-looking man, I wouldn't be wearing glasses and shades all the time. That's all I'm going to say. You know, I just think they're hiding something. I'm not saying they're ugly, but they probably feel they look more attractive like that. And I feel like if they feel like they look more attractive, putting other objects on their face all the time. Don't get me wrong. If you got glasses, you got glasses. Those are shades. Those aren't even glasses. You know. And so, yeah. Well, let's see what else Section 8 has to say.
First of all, you have to realize that when it comes to education, the enrollment of men is down across the board anyway. Because like I said before, we live in a society now that is very hostile towards men. So there are a lot of...
I don't get what he means by this, because I don't feel, I've been around for a minute, and I don't feel society is any more hostile. They might be hostile towards me for other reasons, but it's not for being a man.
He's using like white wing right wing white male talking points of like basically which white men is feeling like now they're like the monster and they can't be proud of being white without being called racist, and it's hard to be a man, and everybody's crying, and Jordan Peterson is crying, and everybody just being a man, everybody hates us, and it's so they demonizing masculinity and being a man. And I don't know why a lot of these black men try to put themselves in this place when you already have your own issues. Like you're trying to put yourself in a fight with white men that's not going to fight with you for your issues, if you can understand what I'm saying. So really, he doesn't have that issue because you already have issues as a black man. So this other thing that you're trying to put yourself in is not your fight.
Right. Exactly.
Of different things that men don't want to be a part of anymore. They don't want to be a part of college, the college experience anymore, simply for the fact that it's a hostile environment for them. Everything is about toxic masculinity and all of this crap. And let's be honest, the colleges are no longer educated.
Didn't I tell you?
Institutions of...
Yeah.
Told you. I told you. I knew what he was talking about. I told you. But like I said, it's still not his fight. Like I don't understand why he's why these. First of all, the red pill black men should have just created their own group for men that had nothing to do with red pill and white men issues, because they're confusing everything in their life. That's why they set up there, and that's why this whole interview was a failure, because he really they're starting to really believe these things that I don't know that they have white man issues. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you're right. They're kind of like trying to take over that what was it? You will not replace us kind of vibe. You know what I mean? That's what gets me, is that he wants black men.
Yes, the whole you will not replace us thing. Yeah.
Yeah. That he wants black men to have the same fear as those bigoted white men had. Literally. I mean, literally, he wants them to feel that same way, which it's funny because those white men, they were talking about us, not us, replacing them. They don't like us. So that's what's so crazy. And it's crazy that they are using this kind of supremacist vibe, trying to use it against black women, even though it was the exact same product that was used against them. It's you can't make this shit up.
Higher learning. They've now become institutions of indoctrination with gender studies and all of this other crap that most men can't really identify with.
They don't have to take them then. That's the good thing about when you go to college. You can take, they're called electives. I don't even know did this guy even go to school? Okay, well, that's right. He got something before he knocked up the woman and got Section 8. He did go to college. Okay.
Especially if they're red-blooded American males.
I want to see the degree, because I don't see the discipline in him that he's able to complete anything.
Yeah, I agree.
going on right now extremely hostile. And when you talk about women are graduating, right? I don't know. I can't speak to the whole spectrum of women, but I do know when it comes to the Black community, yes, Black women are the most enrolled. And yes, they do graduate.
And he should be happy about that. You know, he's kind of like talking about them, like talking about Black women as if they're an enemy or something like that. That's what bothers me. I need to keep the tape rolling, but damn, Section 8, you're getting on my nerves.
He talks actually like a hater, like basically like saying, you know how like, you know, that like they're not all that, kind of like talk like they're not even all that, you know. Yeah, they have degrees and they go for, you know, they you know, the majority of them have them, but they're doing basket weaving, you know. So I don't know what the big deal is. Like they also ruined everything. So yeah, they're not all that. It's like almost they're trying their best. He is trying his best to paint a picture of Black women to this man, and it's not working.
Exactly. Melinda, welcome.
Hey there, I'm testing out my tablet. Do I sound like muffled on this thing?
No, sounds pretty good.
Okay, great, because I've always used the phone. I want to say you all are spot on what he's doing about, you know, using talking points like these are things I heard years ago from the men's rights activists and all those guys. The thing is, like when they say basket weaving and gender studies, even those white men didn't have access to those white women, because if anyone's taken seriously like gender studies and they make, you know, these I guess in like what they call the liberal arts degrees, these are typically wealthier white women. You know, they can afford to take courses that, you know, are more like philosophy, you know what I mean? And you don't have to get on your grind and stuff. And I'm not saying that's what they do. I'm just saying he's trying to apply a narrative that doesn't fit Black women. And also he's trying to put himself in a category that didn't even fit him as a Black man. So so y'all are right about it. He sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, he sounds like he wants a different trade in his skin color.
Yeah, it's fringe.
Like, it's fringe. Like, I can't believe that that some of these Black men actually, you know, was able to get milked into this world of delusion. Just to, I don't know if they're just trying to have a place, or they just want to have, so they'll accept any place at the table, even
Cameron said that the other day. That's what they said the other day. They just wanted to accept us. Remember that these guys, we just want to accept us.
Yeah, it makes. Yep. It's kind of like you're really, you're like you know, the what do you call it? Like on Django, like when the Samuel Jackson's character of like, we sick, boss, we sick, you know, kind of like thing where it's like you're that's what he is. It's like you're I don't know, that it's weird. I can't. Like we sick, you know, like we's getting mistreated by everybody because we, you know, they mad at all of us, we's men, boss. Like that's what he's doing. He's mimicking like white males' problems.
Right. I mean, if you just saw what he was saying in writing, you'd swear it came from a white person. You know,
if you close your eyes and listen to him, you would think when he said like, and these people, you see these people, when he was saying these people, referring to, you know, to Black people, mostly to Black women, y'all, it was just, it was disgusting.
It's true that.
With some ridiculous degree that they don't even use. Not to mention the fact the women that actually do become entrepreneurs, 96% of their freaking businesses fail. So no, they're not outpacing men. They just live in a society that has stacked the deck against men and catered to them. Every single program that comes out now is for women.
Okay, so I hear this argument is brought up a lot that women just get degrees in like basket weaving and gender studies. Do you sincerely believe that that's the majority types of degrees that women are getting, or? I'm just trying to figure out before I go down that road.
So you believe most women when they enroll in college, they go into STEM?
I didn't say STEM, but you know that there's more than just STEM and basket weaving, right?
Now, this shows you how uneducated this man is, because he keeps saying the same STEM over and over again, like it's the only thing that you go to college for.
Look at his face though, like he just got checked, and he's like, oh, look, it's so funny. Like I can't. And Destiny looks like Destiny. I feel your pain. Like you should have never did. You should have never took on this task. I'm sorry.
Right. That's why
I wanted to add something. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
that's why I had to label this this video, this live.
Negro, please.
Please is a person, and because you could just see yourself saying that, to Section 8. It's like, please,
He said STEM so much that I hate that I don't like it, the word anymore. It bothers me. He's tainted STEM.
And the thing that he said about Black women's businesses failing, I think I mentioned this the other day. The only reason their businesses are failing is because they use their own capital. They're not getting the loans that other people get, that white people get, the other groups of people get. So they're using their own capital to start these businesses, and they're second behind white men in starting businesses. And not only that, the demographic that they serve is Black people, and we all know what accounts for the patronage of Black people. So regardless,
I mean,
but that's the first 5 years anyway. It's not all total. He's even misused it. He's even he's spotting it is incorrect. I think it's the first 5 years, but I think after that, Black women typically have pretty decent business success. Because that would mean actually no one would have a business
right now where many people have lost their business. I'm talking about even big corporations. I mean,
right.
So why are you focused on what Black women are doing? Because I see Black women still opening businesses all day, every day, everywhere.
Yeah. And that was all business within the 5 years. It wasn't, he just made that about Black women. So Destiny didn't appear to know that stat, but Angry Man just, he just said that, but he was wrong too.
And again, none of what he's saying is making sense, because it's men who are running things. Like, it's not women who are running things.
Right. It was exactly.
Okay, well, my thing is, and I've stated this numerous times on my show, I think if you're not going into the STEM field, college is a waste of time.
If he says STEM one more fucking time.
If he says STEM one more, maybe I should rename this video. If you say STEM one more time, mother.
And the crazy part is he's not in STEM. Like they love to put this narrative out about STEM as if it's the only major or only occupation that you can go in and make money. That's not the case. Like,
it's his goalpost for Black women. That's the thing. Whatever he wants, you don't do.
This whole entire interview was about Black women. This was not about him making his case as a Black man to this white man. He had a whole interview about how Black women is the worst people in the world, basically. Like, it's amazing to me.
I mean, I'm almost ready to say, if this mofo says STEM one more time, if you say STEM one more time, mofo.
Okay, that's fine if that's your opinion, but one, that's not true, and two, there are other purposes to college, right? You can make money outside of STEM.
We can say that it's not. First of all, if you look at the way college is set up now, and you look at the amount of student loan debt.
Did Bezos take STEM?
I don't think Bezos finished college. Okay. If he did, I don't think so.
And this man is just irritating my soul. I mean, does he not understand how many majors and minors there are in university? This guy act like he went to community college and got an associate degree. I'm sorry.
It's him in that room. That gamer room at 60 talking about STEM and Black women. Like, this is your life and your job, what you're doing right here. And you're talking about STEM and Black women and what Black women should be going to school for.
Exactly.
That you're going to get into after 4 years at a university, going for anything other than STEM absolutely is a waste of time.
Okay,
What the hell let me keep it going.
Okay. One, you're assuming that there's so many bad assumptions here. I'm sorry. One, when you say waste of time, what you really mean is that the only thing you should be looking for, the only thing college should do is prepare you for a job. That's the only purpose of college.
Yes.
Okay. That's not true, right? There are important like fields of education that we would want people to do more research in. It's important to have people
such
as I don't know, having like historians, having writers. A lot of women get jobs in education. Teachers are arguably some of the most important people in society.
Historians, the vast majority of the history that they teach every single decade, we find out it's a lot of the shit is freaking lies.
He's an idiot.
Are you serious right now?
Because it has nothing to do with your conspiracy theories as bullshit. There's actual jobs for historians in the government.
Right.
And
there's jobs for that.
And even if we were to take what he said seriously, how do you know who gave you the research to show that what they're saying is lies? Was it not educators? Was it not people who do research? Was it not people who do journalism?
No, it's some dude that he know, because all of his information comes from a story that he had and somebody that he know that used to live in his building or some chick or whatever.
No, I'm just saying, if we took him seriously, then we would have
to. No, really, like he had no statistical data. It was all based off of somebody he knew or his own experiences.
Right. People
and I think some of those were even made up. You could tell he was stretching it just to make it sound so bad, like the woman with 10 kids and stuff like that. He was an embarrassment. It was embarrassing.
He sound like 45 to me. I know you love him, Melinda, but he sounded like 45. Somebody told me Men in Black was there on the airplane. I keep being told.
All right. Well, we're gonna wait till DJ Touch throws that political thing out. Then I'll bring my smoke. Okay.
Somebody said that he's 45.
What? The 45?
What'd you say?
No, I was talking about 45.
What about him?
What do you mean?
Historians?
What do you mean by find out their lies? Like from other YouTubers, or what do you mean?
No, by other people who go and do the research. It's
historians, right?
We find out this not formally trained historians. Not formally trained.
Can you give me? Okay, I never do this in debates, and if you don't have the ability to do this, you don't have one off the top of your head. That's totally fine. I'm not trying to push you on like gotchas for anything, but like, can you give me like an example of like, this is something that historians thought was one way, and then like an amateur investigator completely overruled and figured out that all the historians were wrong?
Okay, well, let's start with say ancient Egypt. There were a bunch of historians that made a bunch of claims about the Egyptians, and a gentleman by the name of Dr. Ben Yakinen actually went to Egypt and actually found out that a lot of the things they were saying were not true. That's one example.
What is this in relation? What was like a claim that wasn't true?
I didn't even understand what he said. It sounded like he was speaking something. It sounded like he was speking something.
You just go to Egypt and find out some stuff.
Something happened. I don't know what it was, but it's Is the truth here? The truth up here?
He's talking about Dr. Ben, y'all. Dr. Ben is the black man from Ben Yakinen something. He is actually from like Alabama, one of the southern states. I didn't even realize that, but they said he really doesn't even have a PhD. Even Dr. Ben was lying about his PhD.
Ben Carson?
No, Dr. Ben Yakinen, something like that. He wrote some books like.
Oh, you're talking about the guy that was
the
one with the pyramids and
yeah,
he got
was
in
in that.
The cult, yeah. Is he quoting him?
He's trying to say that Dr. Ben is another person who wasn't a historian who was formally educated, but even Dr. Ben was lying about a PhD. See what I'm saying?
Malachi Ben York. Is that what you're talking about?
Yehokanah, something like that, Doctor.
I don't have time for his shenanigans.
Right.
Angry
I
man.
like to
He's
kick
full
out
of
some
crap.
shout outs before we continue. Venus Scorpios in the house. Of course,
No.
Gemini's in the house. Southern Belle is in the house. Woo's in the house. We have Urbanista is in the house. Lady M is in the house. We
Hola,
have, I
DJ.
know, a lady's in the house. Anti's in the house. Of course, we have Strum in the house. Celine's
Hola,
in the house.
DJ.
Oh my God, I'm so happy to see everybody here. I'm about to
Yeah,
cry.
we're happy
No,
to see you,
Lily's
DJ.
in the house. May's in the house. Henry Mars is in the house.
Who's that screaming?
Me.
The truth, why you was laughing at me? What did I do?
I don't know. You talking about what you said earlier? Oh, I think I was laughing at what you were saying about Big Truck earlier.
Yeah.
No, when you was doing a drink thing or whatever.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
no,
I said let's play a drinking game every time. Every time DJ Torch calls Angry Man Section 8, take a drink.
Oh,
Oh no, I can't drink.
oh yeah, Big Truck, you
My
missed it
stomach is
out. Like
full.
you would have been so happy because I
Drink
mean not
water.
happy because I know how you are, but you would have been so glad that that he was exposed because I know you had that exchange with him, and like as far as with black men and stuff like that, and to know that he was like a teacher, and that
Who exposed them?
who you think?
Peso Man?
Oh,
Yeah.
Peso,
I mean,
man.
he's a teacher. His mom, his dad is they call his mom. Like it was so crazy.
Hold
It
on,
was
they
like
called his mom on the
They
live?
called his dad.
Man.
I was at work.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh my God.
His dad was just like didn't know none of that stuff. Like didn't know anything about what was going on or anything. Like
You
Did they send him to his channel? Did they direct him to his channel?
We played it live for him.
Oh my God.
You want to hear something weird? He might have saved that small truck's life because it sounded like to me he was about to do something crazy. You know what I mean?
I mean, we still don't know yet because it's still on like his father talked about how he had all this ammunition. I mean, all these his father basically was telling us to be careful and was like he is heavily armed because I guess one of the people in the chat call or whatever. I don't know who this person is, but I guess Peso Man did or whatever, and he was talking she was talking to the dad as the live was going on, and we played the videos of him like going off and seeing all this crazy stuff or whatever, and he also had like cocked like a gun, and his dad was asking was he like doing sex tourism and stuff like that.
Damn.
You know what? His father need to report him to the FBI or something.
I don't know if he'll do that, but at least
he need to report him to Homeland Security.
His father has it in him. To me, his father comes off as one of those dads where he loves his son, and he's going to be able to say, "Yeah, he wrong," but he's not going to assist you in punishing his son.
What state is he in?
New York.
Oh God!
And if them guns not registered in New York, it's a mandatory minimum there.
He sound like the second New York mass shooter, train shooter in the making.
I mean, we got into like his Discord and stuff, so he definitely talked crazy and lie. He just lied about everything, so we'll see what's gonna happen. Peso Man's channel got strike.
Oh, from that?
Yes, because he got that shit off of there quick, girl. Like soon as we
Chuck Black
soon as Peso Man pulled up the pictures, honey, girl, that shit went blank. Like he was like, "Oh hell no!" Like he was not having it. He wasn't.
Is Big Truck black? Is he a black man, Big Truck?
Yes.
Yes. See, I'm thinking even they're trying
black?
to mimic their MO.
Believe it or not, he's black and he's about 400 or 500 pounds.
Oh yeah.
That's why.
See,
that's
do you
why
think they're doing like even the MO that used to be white fringe? They're copying even their MO and the stuff that like this kind of shooter type of stuff.
That incel.
Yeah, they're even copying that stuff. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be quiet.
That's why
I don't know what happened, where this came from, because I'm pretty sure there were always just unattractive black men or just black men that was awkward and couldn't get women. But I don't know them to have been in any type of incel rate, like incel cult or something. And then you know, now they have one. I think it came with the manosphere actually.
And white men have probably always felt free to organize, you know, like the militia type, you know what I mean? So they just found a place in that. I think that's what it is. White people use a privilege, even if it's some craziness. And so with the black men who have that same ideology or same, it's not even it shouldn't even be same ideology because their experience isn't the same, but they found a place. You know what I mean?
He had some shit he had written talking about some black women will never be on a level of the white queen, and I'm just like,
oh my god! I hope Peso Man can put that video back up because I would love to see that.
It's up now, but he got another channel. I'll put the so he had to do it on a backup channel. He never got it. Honestly, the video never that he got strike for never was a video. It was he just as soon as he saw those pictures up there, because Peso Man, you know, he be having the pictures of everything. He has the pictures of the father, the mom, the daughter, them in church. You know, all this him as a teacher. You know, him in his classroom and everything. So when he saw that, he was like, no, and he like.
Because he does not want the principals or the parents at that school to know just how crazy he is.
It's gonna happen because somebody needs to tell how crazy he is because he was a kid.
You want to know something? You'll be surprised. It'll probably be one of the people he thought were his friends will turn him in. It's funny.
Because that's probably who sent his manosphere buddies. Those probably the ones who sent Peso all of that information on him anyway.
Yeah, believe it or not, yes, I would say so. I would say so.
Yeah.
Put Southern Belle.
Put the link in the chat so I can see it.
The live is still there. It's just not on the channels that you know of. I gotta go to the channel. I'm gonna go to the channel as soon as I get finished telling you this, and I'm gonna copy the link, and I'm gonna send it, and I'll send you the link. It's just Peso Man has it on another channel that we don't. That was, I guess he created it today. I don't know.
Yeah, it's called. It's called the Free Speech Network.
Hold on. I got y'all. I'm gonna go get it real quick. Y'all go ahead.
I want to shout out Savon and Anthony for being on chat. If I missed Lily,
Thank you. Thank you, DJ.
If I missed Lily, I want to make sure I get your all name now. If you guys have anything you would like to say before we get this tape rolling.
I just want to that was the first time I went on Peso's panel, and I never go on his panel because I don't like hollering over those guys, but I knew he was lying. And that's when he was talking about oh, my credit score is this, I have this many mortgages, blah 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 blah. I was like, this guy is lying.
Oh, yeah.
You can already tell
that was my first and only time.
Yes, you should. Oh, yes.
He was just going too far. I was like, wait. He's saying he has all these mortgages and he's saying all of them are closed and he still has an 850. Number one, your credit scores drop when you close an account and then they rise and then they drop. Mm-hmm. But for him, the way he was capping about having that many mortgages, I was like, just because they're showing closed, that could merely mean that those accounts were transferred to another lender. That doesn't mean that you paid them off and you have that many homes.
Exactly. These guys don't even sound like professional men, though. Like, let's be honest. These guys don't even act like professional men. This guy does not act like a Wall Street tycoon. Like,
that's what I was about to say. He said he was a Wall Street broker or something.
This is the problem that I have with the black Wall Street broker. You know, the black community always does this where we think each other is stupid. You know, we don't see each other as intelligent.
Hey, who's that talking?
Siobhan. Hi, everybody.
Okay. I think you're at the bottom of the screen. I couldn't see it.
Hey, is y'all talking about the fact that somebody, because I know that somebody had something video. I need to start writing stuff down or something because there'd be so much stuff going on. But I think I saw something where somebody was like exposing him, Angry Man, for having like all these evictions or soming like that.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I heard about that too.
I thought that's what y'all were talking about. Like, who y'all talking about?
We were talking about Big Truck.
Wait, Cam, hold on 1 second. Siobhan, I thought you were. I swore. I thought you were Cynthia G. I did. You sound just like her.
Really? You think?
Yes, yes.
No, I'm not. Yeah, no. I'm not
Hey,
Cynthia.
maybe it's me, my imagination.
There is those little pitch to your voice. Yeah, I can see what he meant.
Oh, okay.
That's not a diss.
No,
Aw.
No,
not a
you know, I'm
bit.
not taking. I like Cynthia. I like her voice. You know, she has a little, you know, what I call a kitty cat voice, and it's cute. So I don't have a problem with that. I don't take that as an offense. We all
No,
do look, you know, we all look like other people, sound like other people. So nobody should take offense to that.
right. I mean, if anything, I see her as being articulate, so it's all good. You know what I mean?
No,
yeah, indeed.
Yeah, you know, it's just, you know, what I don't like within this community is that we always think that we're unintelligent or that we can fool each other, and we don't give each other enough credit for having a certain level of intelligence. And that's why we continue to contaminate the community, grifting each other like this. This is disgusting. And then for him to cross over to the other side and to do this is just like, wow, you know what I mean? Like the ancestors got to be turning over in their grave with these people.
You know what, too? Because I'm not sure who was just talking, but to your point, Kevin Samuels did that, and they taking a page out of his book. Like, he created a whole persona image, and these guys are doing the same thing and just running with it.
But
it's all rehearsed talking points at this point. It's all rehearsed.
I think a lot of people do it because of the anonymity. Like, nobody knows you, so you can be anything and anybody you want online. And I think a lot of people do that.
I don't know. Angry Man is getting on my nerves with this disguise he got on. Like, I need to see what the hell is going on here.
Looking like, I can't believe you said his name.
Does anybody else have a picture of him when he doesn't have glasses on or something?
Years ago, he didn't.
I think you called him by his name. You know his name is Section 8.
It's been some years. He used to.
Section 8 didn't do this a long time ago.
What the hell does he look like in real life? Because this is not real.
Yeah, it's this beard looks. I mean, I didn't know him to have a because I've seen, you know, like 5-6 years ago. I didn't know him to have I think his hairline is really receding, and so I think that's why this cap thing. At least that's what I remember. He didn't wear these sunglasses.
I thought he wasn't even black.
I think he may be one of the we call it Latino or something, because his name is Valdez. I don't know his last name, but
no, not a Latino,
a Cuban.
Yeah,
Afro-Cuban.
I'm not sure, but
his name is Valdez. So
but he's been in this space a long time.
In DC, we call him Migos, so he amigo.
I guess so.
Yeah.
This isn't like the Yakubian shit, is it? Is this something different, or
we're gonna start? Let's not go off into that. The main point that I'm trying to make is that yes, okay, you have people who go to college, they want to become artists. I went to school for art, right? You have people that go to college,
basket weaving,
become artists. You have people that go to college, become historians, and all of that's cool. But the point that I'm trying to make is when we're talking about the importance of our society and the structure, I'm talking about the bare bone structure of it functioning. We need engineers.
I hate to stop this so soon, but why didn't he become an engineer?
He went to school for art
because he was taking basket weaving.
But it's just like he's walking hypocrite. Here he is telling people to be engineers and all this other stuff, which actually is a good idea. But he didn't even do this shit.
Remember, that's like what Kwame Brown kept saying.
It's like the same way he's not in the house with his children, the same way that he was on welfare, the same way that he was where they was collecting welfare while he was in the house. So really, he was just not contributing anything. It's the same way of everything with him.
So if we're talking about the importance of women, if we're talking from your perspective that women are outpacing men, I'm going to be looking at that field. I'm not going to be looking at art and history and stuff like that.
I don't want a society that just has the bare bones. That sounds miserable. We need things like art. This is where we spend like 95% of our time.
And I totally agree with that. I'm an artist. I totally agree with that. But the problem is, your premise is that women are outpacing men. In order for women to outpace men, they would have to be outperforming them in the bare bones of our society, the things that make the structure run. That's the point that I was making yesterday.
Okay. I don't even know if we disagree. This might just be a semantics thing. Earlier, it sounded like you agreed with me that society has structured itself around accelerating women, and it seems to be doing a good job at that. And a lot.
What? How do you totally agree with what he said? How does he say I totally agree with you? Like you did not totally agree with him. I'm sorry. That doesn't.
Something is wrong with him. Like this is so. If I was Destiny, I would have dropped his ass and would have been like, "Look, audience, or like, what y'all want to do next for the next 45 minutes?" Because like this is this.
But can we just note that? Can we note that artistry is like at the bottom of the totem pole and has always been until you get some type of money off of it? People don't take you seriously in that field per se.
No,
right?
Not at all. Come on. Not at all. I mean, the only way they take you seriously is if you're rich.
Right. I mean, I go to paint and sip, so like I can paint my own stuff. I don't need to get an artist. Those ladies in there do pretty good teaching the basics of how to do art. So, yeah.
A lot of men are being left behind. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
It is accelerating women, but in a very in a disproportionate way, and in a very sneaky.
How did men follow him?
Handed way. It's not like, okay, let's try this, right? Let's try this, because I think your perception of Red Pill or the manosphere is that just everybody over here just hates women, blah, blah, blah.
And it's true.
Right.
I don't have an issue with women competing if they're actually competing. In other words, if the playing field is level. But what we have going on today is not a level playing field. We have a rigged game. We, on the one hand, we have. This
is a Donald Trump speech in 2016.
Saying, okay, well, women are equal to men. Women are fully capable of doing what men do. You've even said a second ago that women, you kind of implied that women were smarter than men.
I did. So, hold on, let me be real quick. What I said was their biology might be better suited to classrooms than men.
It's better suited.
What do y'all think? Is that true?
Yes.
Well, this is what the rigged game. When he said that, I think Trump was talking about something in politics, but this is what angry man and the like. What they're doing is they're twisting points that don't apply to them. He's saying a rigged game. Men would never switch this up to where women are in power like that. Again, he's not talking about women. He's talking about black women, y'all. That's the thing that makes this all so, ridiculous, because other people, when they're talking about women, they're just talking, they're not specifically talking about their race. So it's different with black men like him, because they have a laser focus on black women. These other men realize that men are running this. I think even they don't want to attack the men in power. So this really, they're just this little motley crew of men who are feeling somehow I don't know what you call it.
I mean,
disenfranchised.
They feel like they're not getting any attention. Basically, that's what it is. It's like, oh, they're getting all the attention. Basically, what he just said when he said it's being disproportionate. What he was really trying to say is that it's now becoming more women are getting this assistance than men. So that's always going to be his argument, is that men is being left behind for women to be empowered by men, which is really crazy to me. I don't understand it.
But if they would have switched it around,
doing this.
Yeah, but white men will still be ahead of him, though, and that's the thing. He's acting like they're on some equal. They're not. That's not equal footing even with him. So that's what's so weird about it.
Right.
For studies that show that intelligence comes from the X. So,
like there was a time that like only men was educated that went to school.
Mm-hmm.
Even legally. I want to say probably maybe there was probably a few black men that probably went to school before some women, and women had to prove that they was capable of actually learning to get to get any education or
Yeah,
whatever.
you had to be a privileged woman at one time to be educated.
And you still couldn't study what they studied. You
Yes,
still
so
weren't
yeah,
allowed into
definitely
those
not.
fields.
No. Right.
And regarding 45 does advance women. When you look at his track record and his business, I'm just saying, y'all, again, these guys, they're taking on something and putting themselves in a place of men who don't need to compete with women. See, again, they're, so that's what I want to say. I mean, 45 advanced women made him the top of his business and even his construction and stuff. So
grabbing by
I'm
the
just
cooch
saying,
is not getting any shine from me.
yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about
So
that
that
later.
was all I want to say.
But
Okay,
my argument to that would be, how about outside of his businesses? We'll talk about that some other time, though. Let's focus on Section 8.
Sure thing.
Following. That's
I don't know if following is that's a stupid loaded term. Let's hold on, wait.
You're getting sensitive over terminology.
No. I'm not getting sensitive over terminology. I just want to be clear with their terms, okay? Here's fact number one. Most men are followers. Most men are not leaders, okay? So most people in general are followers. When I say that women are better suited towards learning, it seems to be the case that male bodies are just more in general suited towards activity. They want to be outside, they want to be doing things, they want to be building things. This is why all of our little boys are getting diagnosed with ADHD, because sitting inside of a classroom all day with your head staring at a textbook and doing notes is agonizing to a lot of young men.
This is where it gets really interesting. I'll tell you why. If men put in the same energy into their education, and let me be specific, Black men put in the same energy into education that Black women did, or Black girls and Black women did, because I'm talking about high school and through into college. They'd be. I am confident they'd be either nearly as successful or just as successful. Maybe even a little bit more, just because of the gender thing. The problem is we're messing it up for ourselves. You see what I'm saying? It's like, believe it or not, being surrounded by a whole lot of white folks gives me clarity in this section, and I'll tell you why. They would probably rather hire if a Black woman and a Black man went into an establishment for a job, for the same job, not to compete, but this is a comparison, right? They're going to probably give it to the Black woman, because Black women have a better reputation than Black men do right now. And the Black men, we don't. Who the hell is that? That's not a response I'm looking for. We don't look for nutty responses. We look for responses. Did somebody drop off? Okay, anyway. But if you get my point, it's this. I believe that would happen if you go to a job and here's a Black woman with who's equally qualified, and the job knows it. They just know it. It's like, this woman's qualified. And then they look at the Black man. It's like they fear us more than they fear a Black woman. That's just the way it is. People of non-color fear Black men more than they do Black women.
It depends on who's running it. I think if it's white women, they will hire a Black man and they will treat him differently than they treat Black women.
Right. Well, I don't know if they treat them differently in a good way, but they will.
Yes, they treat them differently in a good way.
I have never seen that. Well,
I agree.
Yes, they do. Okay. I went through it in the military. Yeah, they do.
Okay. So technically, would you say that?
And it's not just white women. If you work for Hispanic women or any other group of women, they treat black men better.
Yes, they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do.
Okay.
men. That's just something that we're not built for as well. Whereas women don't mind. They are better at like being calm, at being chill, at being more cerebral, taking notes, studying and doing that. That just seems to be a thing that their biology seems to be better suited for. I'm not saying one is a follower and one is a leader or one is smarter or one is dumber. I'm just saying in the ways that we are, women seem better suited to classroom environments. That's what I'm saying.
First of all, we can't look. I'm not a leftist, so I'm
now
not
his argument is pretty strong, because if you're better in classrooms, you're better in employment. It's that simple.
sensitive when it comes to terminology.
Unless it's some type of, creative employment.
Okay. There are structures in our society that are very important that have leaders and have followers. Okay. Now, I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating to them. But men are naturally more rebellious than women are.
Lies.
And the reason why is because men are not.
Let me go over that. I missed it. I'm sorry.
Wait, before you go back over
Okay.
that,
Now-
see where he got stuck. He got stuck on the leader follow thing. He didn't like that, and he was waiting to reply to that.
I will agree that the boys do not like sitting in a classroom all day. It's frustrating to them. But men are naturally more rebellious than women are. And the reason why is because men are not natural followers. Even if you have structures where men are following.
That is so false.
Why do you
DJ,
think in
can
the
you pause
military they
that?
have to-
I've worked in childcare, and that's false. That is not that isn't true. That is a sexist statement. We all have an element of rebellion in us. Otherwise, we wouldn't fight back for anything in our lives.
Exactly.
Right.
Very good point.
And you see, I
Have a
told you
boot
he was
camp.
stuck on that. I told you he was stuck on that leadership
was.
thing.
Because those men have to be basically conditioned to follow properly because they are naturally rebellious. There's a reason why when girls are in school, they do better in school, because the way that
Okay, at least he's admitting that they do better in school, right?
But he's trying to insinuate that women are natural followers and men are natural leaders and are innate to be leaders. And that's just not the case. It's not even the case in the animal kingdom.
No.
Right.
And little boys are quicker, much quicker to rally around each other and begin to start turmoil. That's the reason why you've had the thing called bar fights.
Right.
Women aren't likely to do that. Men are.
Yeah.
So,
What probably a percentage of bar fights between men and women? There's probably between 100 bar fights for men. There's one maybe bar fight for women, and there's only going to be a couple, while a whole bar for men. I remember that shootout that was I think it was in Arizona, where 100 people were in a shootout or something like that. I think all dudes.
Yeah, the motorcycle gang.
Yeah, the motorcycle gang.
I think we had it in Texas too. I forgot the name of that restaurant. But y'all, just the fact that when men and boys join gangs, that's showing they're looking for leadership. So what he's saying is it's just wrong. And if he's saying this, why are y'all? If the women are the followers, why are you complaining that Black women are the ones who are ruining community? You would automatically take the lead. It wouldn't even happen if that weren't the case. See, it's a contradiction.
They're always telling on themselves. It's just like, it's one contradiction after another. And it's like, at this point, we shouldn't even be taking this seriously. So when I look at some of these spaces and I see people actually reflecting on this, like this is real, it's just like, no.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was the point I was trying to make over and over again about why it's never a woman's fault. That if a man wants to be the leader, then it's never a woman's fault if she ends up pregnant, because you were supposed to lead her, if you were supposed to be a leader, then you lead and you make sure that you do things for both of you. Even if it's just a situationship, you do things for both of you that doesn't hinder both of your growth. If you see what I'm saying.
Even biblically. Oh, go ahead, sis.
Oh no, sorry. You know what I figured out that YouTube is? See, what he's doing, this is just for the guy who's too short to play ball, or he doesn't have the lyrical to bust a hot 16. So now, this is just the new hustle, the new side hustle that they're trying to turn into a new empire. I mean, they've done this with everything. They did it with rap, they did it with sports. These are just the guys who can't do either or. So they just come on YouTube and they try to be pseudo life and dating coaches. Meanwhile, their teeth need to be clean, their life is all messed up, their credit is bad, but they're all ballers.
Yeah, exactly. Section 8. That's what
Structure is they're given instructions, and they're look. We understand what the school system is. The school system was designed around the Prussian school system, which basically
he got like on them
was
chains
created for
and
the
shit.
purpose of.
Like,
Yeah, I mean,
it just looked real ratchet.
Honey shades and all of that. Like,
he looked like a stereotype.
Exactly.
he does.
Exactly.
He does. He wants to be Rick Ross.
I
just wanted to
creating factory workers, created for the purpose of creating.
Now, mind you, too, wealthy.
Okay.
Destiny is a wealthy man as well. Like, that's another thing. That was poor at one time, but he's now a very wealthy man, and he came to this, and he looks like that, and Angry Man looks like that.
Right.
Oh, Torch.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I was here for a while. I didn't get a chance to say. So I just wanted to say that when he talked about like art degrees.
Wait. That Ante, that's you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just in case, I just made this rule up right now, by the way, because I want you guys to get your flowers. So when you start to speak, make sure you say your name. So because sometimes StreamYard doesn't show your name.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I want everybody to grab their flower. So you don't have to say it all the time, but when you first come on, say who you are, just so you get your flag. Now, if you want to be, fly under the radar, I understand. You don't have to say nothing.
That's fine. That's fine. So I just wanted to say, when he talked about, he emphasized so much about art degrees and how we should pivot to doing other careers and whatnot. Now, you have people that are self-taught artists that haven't gone to school from it, and they make a decent living. They make a nice living, and I think that what he failed to realize is that whatever that you study, it doesn't matter. You have to look at, number one, the reputation of the institution that you're in. Number two, the location of where you can find the jobs or internships. And the type of niche or what is in demand in art. And that goes for a lot of fields. So there's a lot of things to consider in whatever that you choose to study or what you really have a passion for. And the problem is that he doesn't know or how to position himself or even care to position himself. For as long as he has been in YouTube, he could have been something. He could have done something where he can use this platform or any other platform to promote what he has, does tutorials or recreate something, build his subscriber base up, and then have sponsorships, brand deals, and then have an agency where he hires a team of people to promote his product or, do something in relation to what he pursued in art. So there are things that he could have done to position himself in a way where he is that guy for whatever art that it is, whether if it's graphic arts, fine arts, or whatever. So there's just more to consider than just saying that, basket weaving, that's it. No, there's plenty that he could have considered and ways that he would have monetized for what he went to school for or for whatever program that anybody else gone to school for. So it's really about the lack of positioning that the fact that he didn't position himself the way that he should have, because if he did, he wouldn't be in this sphere. He wouldn't be complaining and trying to force women rather, to do STEMs or whatever that he feels is better. There the reason why there's so many programs that different schools offer is because we have different interests and we may have different strengths, so you can't dictate what everybody should be doing, because the world would be a very dull place. It would be just so miserable, like what Destiny said. So we all have our specialties, but at the same time, you have to know how to position yourself in the market, know about your niche, know about just having a competitive advantage. So there's a lot to consider, but that's all I wanted to say.
He was like, even with that statement that he made about those degrees, he was still even wrong about that, because the title of this interview is black women ruin the black community or something like that. Like, it's all black women fault. So we're talking about black women in general. And black women, and his argument is STEM, when in reality, black women do lead in STEM programs in college over all other groups of women. It's more black women in those programs. So like, he still was wrong in that, because exactly what he's saying he wants or he thinks should happen is actually what's happening.
Yes, there's a huge demand for women in tech, and you even have certain institutions. I can't say like colleges, but institutions where they'll be lenient towards women regarding financing and things of that nature. So what he's saying is just pretty much null and void. He
couldn't care less, though. He couldn't care less. He just thinks that he's using something that he thinks that black women don't have or don't do, because he hasn't looked at any stats, and so he's just moving that goalpost. Just like when Kwame Brown kept talking about coding, they get on these the red pill, whatever this, these fringe group people, and they copy what they say. It does. First, they were saying that you shouldn't even get a degree because of student loans. Remember, they said that college is a waste. Now they're back to college is okay, but you need to get STEM. It's just about moving the goalpost. They don't have a set. They don't have an internal anything. This is all because it's not rooted in anything true. It's rooted in jealousy, and envy, and hatred, and that's why nothing's based in anything true.
None of this is backed by stats. None of their talking points, the goalposts that they use is to confuse you, to make you think that you're not worth much, and to just make you feel that nothing that you do will ever suffice because of their projection towards us. And we need to just break away from that. This is bad.
It is bad. It's actually very sad. And, I don't really know what percentage of black men prescribe to this indoctrination of whatever he's on or whatever, but I think that's something that need to be found out, because that would explain a lot of what's happening right now when it comes to black women being having a high femicide number and all that, and all that we go through. So I really want to understand how, like, if there's a way we can find out what number of black men actually subscribe to this indoctrination.
Right. I think that's an excellent idea, because
it has to be more of the incels. Excuse me, I'm sorry to cut you off. I was just saying it has to be more of the incels, in my opinion, that are doing that, because they talk about Pookie and Ray Ray when Pookie and Ray Ray used to pay for girls to go to college.
I mean, it's hard to say that, because
it's more than that.
The truth was actually married to one of these guys, like a manosphere man.
It seems like the women that are getting murdered the most, it seems like they're business owners. They're people who have created businesses. A lot of these black women are business owners and professionals that are being killed.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They're the one that's being 4.5. Those are the ones that are.
You black women gotta let these men go. Like, when they don't want to be there with you and they show you, that, and they treat you like trash, you have to, like, don't hold on to them, because when you decide to walk away and leave, that's when they're gonna want to take your life. Like, when you notice in the beginning that they don't want you, don't hold on to them. Like, let them go. I mean, of course, we could say just don't deal with them at all, but that's not the truth, and that's not what's going to happen. So what's going to happen is that they're still going to do it, but black women need to, really
be extreme.
The self-love needs to be there, because it's not good.
Extremely discriminatory as it pertains to dealing with them, especially when you have children. And women don't understand that even the threats, you should never threaten leaving. Don't use the threat of leaving, just leave. Because if you use
Yeah.
threat, I know why they do it. It's almost like they want to be stopped and they want the person to do better, but that's not what's going to take place. And these men are angry. And so the best thing you can do is to move in silence.
Yeah, quietly move in
Did you
stealth.
see that when I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, continue. I was just saying move in stealth and just be very discreet of what your next venture is or what you'll do, because the moment that you tell them, it's like, oh, they'll easily snap, so just go about your business, just leave.
But I want to
Did you
know how
see-
these men are even having relationships, because I thought that angry man was with the mother of his children. So
No.
I thought that too, because I remember it was a time that I
It's
saw him with yelling at people in the background, like kids and like a woman or something.
Yeah, he was cussing her. He was cussing her out on that live, and everybody, and some of the ignorant ones were super chatting, but some of the guys were telling him like, get off the live, because he was cussing her out, saying he just wants peace in his house. But it's just like, how is she even sitting here and all of these women that are with
It was very. I saw that. It was very embarrassing.
It was disturbing. Yeah.
Now I watched one a long time ago where it was something about some food was delivered and he was mad because
yes, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because of food? So
Yeah.
he got angry because of food?
He snapped.
Yeah, he snapped because she was telling him to calm down or something to that effect, and he went off on her about not backing him, and I'm supposed to be. It was just ridiculous.
I can't get no peace in my house, and yeah, it was crazy.
All of that. It's really sad how, the reality is all of that was for his audience or whatever, but this is why when people would say this is not real life and all this stuff, no, it is real life, because you actually like the followers or the supporters actually is a very big part of the problem too, because just like how you said, as he's verbally abusing her, they're super chatting more money, so he realizes that that's something that they like to see, but it's all like it's almost like a live action, movie or play or something like that. But the reality is the children in the house and that woman are being abused.
Well, someone in the chat said he has 3 or 4 kids. Baby.
Yeah, he has 3. Well, he says he has 3 with her.
He told Destiny he has 3.
Yeah.
But I don't think
that's with one woman, because they always want to, make sure.
Yeah, well,
they have
we kept getting court stuff. It made me think that other people have been pursuing him for some type of child support, because the way he said it
how
on
are these women incubating next to them every night? Like, I just couldn't see how you're sitting here listening. Like, I wouldn't care if it was black, white, or indifferent. There's no way I'm about to lay up with no man every day, and he's cussing and fussing about women, black women.
I don't understand it either. Even if it's a white, even if
I can understand it.
Of another color, another race. If I gotta sit there and hear you complain about black women a day in and day out, it would be no way.
Yeah, no way in the world would I want to do that. That's why I'm questioning
I
even
would
some
feel
of
like
these
my
women.
own life was in danger. Like I would
Right.
I thought I heard somebody.
People that are going to follow suit. That's exactly what the educational system is here in America. All right. So it's not an insult to say that women are followers. That's not an insult. It's just the reality. Men are not as prone to follow as women are.
I'm just saying that most people are followers. We have to agree on that. Work only works if you have one manager and many employees. The army only works if you've got one general and many soldiers. A country only works if you've got one president and many constituents. Most people are followers. Society only works. That's why there's the whole phrase, too many chiefs and not enough Indians. You have to have followers in society, right?
Exactly.
And then even when we look at classrooms where we're saying like, oh, like women are better to following, and that's why they do better in classrooms. Who's teaching? Who's leading the classrooms? It's women. Isn't it like 95% of teachers are women?
Exactly.
Now,
No,
now. But here's the thing: you just said something that
this is he's just feeding off of whatever Destiny says and tries to make an argument on a component of his statement.
Yes. Oh my God. He doesn't
It wouldn't take nothing but 5 minutes to get a mob going right now. I could get people pumped up and they wouldn't even know why.
Because even if his argument, let's just say hypothetically speaking, just all hypotheticals, if let's say that argument was true that 95% of women are teachers. Okay, what program are they teaching and at what grade level? There's a lot of things that you have to dissect to even make sure this
got a lot of variables, right?
Exactly, the variables. You have to make sense out of this because generalizing it, because now you're going to have to talk about all programs, which includes health or which includes any other programs or other disciplines. Like, he makes no sense. That's when like these talking points are full of crap because they're not backed by stats. There's no peer reviews. There's nothing.
These dudes need daddies. Like they need daddies.
And the crazy part is if men aren't suited to education, they're not suited to learning. How can they be leaders? This doesn't even make sense.
Absolutely no way, because going to school anyway, this is where he sounds dumb. School teaches you how to retain information, how to study, how to research. It's just basic foundations that you can apply to how you handle your circumstances in life. And it also calms you down so that you don't have to be the angry man.
He says the military, y'all. He's gonna say something that's so false. It's coming up, but I just want to get out because I'm gonna start writing my notes. I'm gonna stop talking and write my notes for when we get another break. He says that that's why they have to, that's why the people in the military have to be broken down and stuff. But I'm thinking it's not because they all are leaders and want to lead. It's just because you're in a system where you need to be uniform. So actually, it's not because they're breaking the leader out of them. It's just because this is how we do things. We're going to teach you how to survive. We need to, you need to be disciplined. That's what it's about. So he's even getting that wrong. He has no clue.
Because he has no discipline himself.
You know what? You know what? You just said it. Perfectly said. Good God.
He has no discipline. Right.
Perfect. Yeah.
He probably barely made it to this live.
Oh,
I'm serious.
Gave validity to my point. Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no, they're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above them. That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know.
That means they're not leaders, right? If they don't have the power. Oh my God.
Pick up your phone. I know you threw it across the room.
Experience managing a lot of people across a diverse amount of, whether it's video games, whether it's business, whether it's organizing podcasts, whether it's just watching people in society. Like, most people gravitate towards following. Most men don't want the responsibility of being in charge of other people. Most men don't want the responsibility of taking on the negatives of an outcome of a decision that involves other people. That's just, being in a leadership role is really difficult.
But they want the glory.
Yeah, but that's not
exactly.
being
He's actually
right. The ego.
That's the smartest thing this fool has said all night.
Exactly, as evidenced by Black men. He is giving the very reason why Black men are on the bottom, because they cannot follow and they're not capable of being leaders. You must first follow to be a leader. Exactly. Nobody comes out of the womb leading. You may have leadership intuition. You may be a natural born leader as far as your intuition, but you must follow someone else to learn how to be a great leader.
Exactly.
And there's also a thing called rite of passage, which is lacking in our community because they don't have fathers. And the father is supposed to give the rite of passage. And they don't have a rite of passage into manhood. And that's why their whole identity is skewed, because they've never crossed over from childhood to manhood. There hasn't been a rite of passage.
Yeah. Was that Camo that just said something right before you did? The lady just speaking.
No, I think that was Gemini.
Gemini. Okay, she's right, because you can. I don't have kids, but if you can see, and like if I had nephews and nieces, you can see a little bit of maybe leadership or a quality in them that they know, that they want to lead. But you still have to be. That comes with experience, because you have to develop instinct and intuition and stuff. So you don't just lead. So he's okay. Anyway, that's what I would say.
I have a curveball for you. Here it goes. Here comes a question. If there was a crowd of red pill men, no, let's just say men. Let's just say men, young men in front of you. What would you tell them would be the best that they're let's say they're looking, they want to be successful. What would you tell them a way to be successful? Not just dating, but just in life, period.
Get an education.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing, get an education.
Yeah.
And find something that you're passionate about and stick to that. Be intentional with your decisions. Be intentional with your education.
Respect all levels of like, let's say, of a business or whatever, because a business can be anything. Just like learn how to first sweep the floor. Learn how to you have to learn how to follow and see what to be able to relate to everyone. Then you can lead.
Yeah, and just to get into a healthy daily routine and, write a list and check it off, and get into a form of spirituality. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be religious, just, so for a certain form of spirituality that you could have as a daily tool to guide you. That would be a long.
Stop competing with women.
Melinda, your mic is breaking up a little bit.
Can I answer? I want to answer that question.
Go for it.
All right. So I think that they should pick a leader who they admire and see the traits that leader have and emulate that. Because, people want to be like successful people. So if you have to think about the traits that you want to exhibit and the principles you want to live by. And if you don't have none of that, then you're not grounded and you don't know exactly what you want. So I think you have to master that. And I would say, do not seek other people's approval and don't compare yourself to others.
Sounds good.
It's funny that how Angry mentioned they want the glory, but they don't want to put in the effort. Now,
right.
Had he applied himself with what he studied, instead of just feeling that he should be given an opportunity because he had the degree, then who knows? He wouldn't have to be doing this. He would have been doing something much more meaningful. He would have been, I don't know how much he makes and stuff, and I'm not trying to, what they say, pocket watch or anything, but he would have been doing something much more than just having to do all this fool with destiny. Like things...
He would have been doing something more lucrative.
Yes.
These men take the path of least resistance.
Right.
They do the minimal in order to get something. And when they see someone else doing it, and that's how you know they're not leaders. Like you can tell by his new, anytime they see something trending, they jump on it and try to capitalize on it. They saw Kevin Samuel was trending, and now they all swoop to this thing so that they can eat off of the plate of him. So they're innate followers. Like many of them are innate followers. They're not leaders.
I agree.
And where do they expect this to go anyway? Because, you know, like I always say in these spaces, this is not something that you could brand. You know, Coke, Pepsi, and Tide are not going to sponsor these kind of talking points. It's just not going to happen.
That's right.
Good point. They have good point.
Yeah.
That's right. That is right. Oh my God.
That doesn't count. Everybody wants to. That doesn't count.
But no, that's where that comes from. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above them. That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know. I don't know.
That actually was an important point. I'll tell you why. So instead of men working together, he's telling you, believe it or not, in that little tiny bit, he just told you why Black men
That's what I was saying,
have been
DJ.
failing.
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm. You nailed it. That's it. I mean, we shouldn't be fighting against each other. We shouldn't be, you know, and I mean black men. I ain't even got to the women yet. You see what I'm saying? Why is he? I got to play that over one more time.
That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know where to move from here. I've had a lot.
Validity to my point. Where do you think the term "there's too many chiefs and not enough Indians" comes from? The reason you have that term is because every time you have a group of men following another man, there's always a subset of men that's trying to overthrow that man. So no.
Yes and no. I'll tell you why this is weird. Me myself, as long as I get my check, I don't care where my orders come from. You see what I'm saying? There are a lot of men who think like me. Don't get me wrong. If I'm put in a leadership position, I will perform. Because, you know, I was a coach before and a trainer and all this other stuff that had to do with leadership. But the thing is that he's talking about men that don't have control over their own emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Which includes himself.
And that if you look at some of the countries, a lot of the countries in Africa, you see in action what he's saying. They're incessantly trying to overthrow the government. They're incessantly trying to overthrow one another.
Right.
So actually he's what we keep saying. He's actually telling the truth about Black men.
Yeah.
They're not naturally followers. Men will follow until they're in a position to take over. The reason why most men follow is not because they're just like, well, I'm gonna, go with the flow. They follow because they don't have the power to take over who's ever in the position above them.
And why don't they have that power? Because they're not competing with Caucasian men. I can tell you that right now. They're not competing with them. So,
because they're too busy competing with us. That they don't understand that the power dynamic, that they're trying to overthrow Black women, and Black women are not their competition. And so if they continuously try to make us their competition, they'll never exceed in life. Their focus is always solely on us and not on the people who they need to compete against. You can't juxtapose yourself against a ape doesn't juxtapose himself against a lion. Like they're in two different kingdoms. So as long as you keep juxtaposing yourself against a group of people that are lower than you, you'll never advance to higher. Like, again, I said before, my competition is me. I'm my own competition. I look to myself. And so when you do that, you better yourself. I may see someone doing something like, oh yeah, I need to get on my grind because I know where I want to be. I see where I want to be. It's not an envy or a jealousy thing. I see that and I know that I'm capable of that. And so Black men aren't doing that by and large. They're not seeing the CEOs of businesses. They're not seeing these men that are doing great things and thinking, oh, you know what? If I do better by myself, I can get where they are. But they compete with them as far as going over to these third world countries and sleeping with women. That's the extent of their
exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody forced them to get on that plane. They could have been taking that plane money and putting it into building themselves, because I won't say going on vacation doesn't help you build yourself, but not nearly as much as actually building yourself. So
They put precision thought, they put a lot of thought and precision into what they're doing as far as going over there. They plan like you're capable of doing, and this is why I think a lot of black women stick with these men, and they try to push them because they see what they're capable of doing when they put their minds to a certain thing. But for some reason they can't redirect that to something that's of value to everybody. It's always me, 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 me.
Yeah, and then if you add that into conjunction with consistency as well, because that's strongly what they're lacking. So it's a lot of starts and a lot more stops. It takes consistency to keep something going anyway. So not only can they not get anything off the ground, but they can't even be consistent. So you'll never get anywhere with them.
Correct. I think we see evidence of what they try to do. If they see someone empowered, the way they are thirsting and hunger for power, if I'm seeing someone doing well and leading the people well, if I want to take them over, that's because I have another regime in mind. You know what I mean? That's when you want to take someone over. But when they're doing this, it's always wanting to, they want to backdoor it, or they want to do it in a different way and try to get the same results. Like someone said, they're thinking they're going to achieve this through women, but no, you have to, you don't do it that way. That'll never get it. So even the way of attacking is, like he said, that a sneaky way that they're trying to elevate women in education. He said that because that's what he thinks, because that's how he would do it. You see what I mean?
Right.
They're explaining stuff the way they think. It's not even that way. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Melinda, your mic is real choppy.
I am going to go to my phone.
Okay.
And
okay.
This is
Thank
why this is why other groups of men are constantly succeeding, and these men are constantly being pushed down simply because that type of mindset that you have, that women should only do tech, or no, women should dictating everything that we should do. Not only are you exhibiting very how do you call it, like you're basically being just controlling. Not only are you showing that you're controlling, but you show that you are not abstract, that you don't see that there are a lot that this world can offer, instead of the way you want to do things or what you feel is safe. And this type of mindset is kind of like a defeatist type of mindset, and that is something that they really need to kind of course correct. So
I agree. It's sad and it's dangerous, and I'll tell you why. Because basically, what's going to start happening is, see, they think they've been trying to sell you on this deal that other cultures are not going to be interested in Black women. That's the only thing they can sell. And I'll tell you why they're trying. What's so sad about it is that that's not going to happen. What's going to happen is that as social life evolves, Black women are more and more going to be sought after.
And
it's just going to happen because as the more and more that men are thinking more like that color doesn't matter, and it incrementally is going that way. By the way, it's incremental, it's tiny, but it's going that way. What's going to happen is that it's Black men are going to price themselves out of the market.
Exactly. Because society is not blind. They're trying to sell this narrative, but evidence shows the complete opposite. Our value is shown throughout our work. And so just because you keep trying to tarnish our image, and that's why I keep saying over and over, it's time for Black women to separate our image. We've allowed music, We've
Right.
allowed television, we've allowed so many things to define us. It's time for us to separate our image from black men and take back our image and make it our own. Now, I'm
Right.
not, black men need to make their own, correct themselves and make a better image of themselves. It's
Right.
not us, it's not our responsibility as women. Our responsibility is to course correct and separate our image and put a better image of ourselves out there outside of black men, because right now people don't see that. They group us together and they lump us together as if we move as one fluid organism, like we share a brain. They treat us as a monolith, and we do
Exactly.
the same, because you will see all the time, I'm so embarrassed by this, I'm so embarrassed by that, when someone of color
Mhm.
does something. But you don't know these people. So why do you feel this way? Because you will never see white people, Asian people. You don't see those people in the comment section saying, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." No, what you see them doing is denouncing the behavior of that individual and saying, "I'm glad the police got him," or whatever, whatever. But black women notoriously, and black men who are good, will notoriously sit in a comment section and say, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed." And I want us to stop that. Stop
I'm
taking
embarrassed.
But see,
ownership.
but see, just what you said about image. That's one thing that the kitten proved when he was here.
Yep.
That's one thing that we got from him, is that he attempted to do that and they were dead on arrival. They failed. They
Right.
couldn't even take that one piece from him. And I don't mean that they all had to go line up and get the exact same suit, but just the idea of changing our image so that we don't have to look like this, because here we are as sisters and we're saying things like this in comment sections and on panels, and they're not taking any notes, but yet they're all talking to each other and they're not getting anywhere. And we're saying things like, hey, we want to see a cashmere sweater, we want to see, get your GQ model magazine on and look at this. I don't want to look at this.
Right.
How he looks, I don't want to look at this. I don't want to see that
Exactly. It's
as a
just
grown woman.
right.
But
But
I
it's
good
mean,
up to
character
men.
should come with it though, because even if he's dressed like, I mean, look how Destiny's dressed, and Destiny's like speaking, with sense, but
But I'm
even
not
if they
even
have a
talking
suit on, I
about.
I'm
think it's
talking, I'm
character.
talking more or less about that Billy D. Williams, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay, I
Just,
see you.
Yeah.
just the whole, yeah, we already know the inner gotta go, has to match with the outer. But I'm just
But
saying,
I'm
what
not
was you
even
saying in terms of
concentrating
image?
on the men. I could care less about that, because they need to gather themselves. We've tried and tried and tried incessantly to try to help them do better. So
Mm-hmm.
it's time out for us helping them and to help ourselves, because they're not
Absolutely.
listening. They're not
They're not.
listening at all. And
They're
they
not.
will only listen to one another as evidence. And let's just be real. They didn't even listen to Kevin Samuels when he first started out, because
But that's what I'm saying.
when he
Right.
first started out, he was trying to put them up on game on how to look and how to smell and how to approach. He completely changed in order to make money. So they don't care about themselves, because they don't even care to follow someone when they're trying to tell them how to do better and look better. It was a few select men that I've heard say that they listened to him back then and that they improved themselves based upon what he was saying back then. Just a few. But the rest of them want to stay in Iggerville and do nothing except have sex and blame women for all their problems.
right.
So
Mhm.
I say
Right.
we not concentrate, and I'm not talking about now, the way we do what we're listening to. I mean, as individual women, as much as we can focus on ourselves as women and teach other women to look at themselves and to look inside themselves and not be validated, not need to be validated by men, but be validated, bleh, be validated within yourself and seek your own. And we have to give women the self-esteem that they need to understand that these men do not define us. We define ourselves, and it's evidenced in our work. It's evidenced in our education.
I agree.
Mhm.
I think basically it's some if you the thing is this is if you focus on the prize, and the prize is not a dude, okay, everything will work out, because somebody is going to be attracted to your passions. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Mhm.
So and if they're attracted to your passions, they're attracted to you. That'll be an organic organic thing jumping off. Um, the problem that a lot of men they want to run relationships in the reverse. I mean, they literally will shame a dude if he doesn't want to have sex with somebody. You know, he just wants to be friends with somebody first. They will shame the shit out of him. They will call him a simp. They will call him a loser, even though it's probably the best way to find a wife is to really just be friends with people. You see what I'm saying?
Not probably, it is the best way.
Yeah.
Do you know
Boom.
how many men get out of the friend zone when they get themselves into the friend zone because they remain there and they remain a constant in a woman's life? I'm telling you now, it's men that I weren't attracted to that I dated because of how they treated me and how nice they were or what I saw in them from being around them. So this idea that you have to be 6'6", make six figures, and you know all the rest of that stuff. It's just this thing that they want to say in order to make excuses for why women aren't choosing them. They're not choosing you because you're not a good person. They're not choosing you because they see what you want. They're not choosing you because you don't have any ambition and drive to do something for yourself. It has absolutely not, well, it does have something to do with your looks, but it's not the end all to be all.
And they're lying anyway, because if we were all looking for guys 6'6" or taller, we'd be all windmilling in the streets and it'd be trending through the news. We would have never made it this far
Exactly,
as
Siobhan.
people. So it's just like, come
Exactly.
on.
Well, see, the thing is why they came up with that is because the type of women they want only want men who are that tall, who are, you see what I'm saying? They only want the 6'6" men. And that's where men get in trouble because they're going after, see, they're not going really, when you think about it, they're not really chasing hard after intelligent women.
They're not. They want the IG girls.
Thank you.
They don't even want them because they end up, dogging them out, so it's not even a particular woman at this point. Like, I've already debunked all those ideals out of my head because that's also what keeps women held back and trying to constantly transform themselves like a Mr. Potato Head. These guys' mindsets isn't even wrapped tight. They don't even know what they want because they don't even know who they are, what they want to be. So there is there's no preference.
Very well put.
Damn well put. That's right. That's right.
And Southern Belle in the chat made a point. She was saying be mindful of the nice guys because some of them are frauds. A lot of them are frauds. But
that's fake too.
Especially when you're looking in the comment section, like they're notorious for exposing themselves. Number one, a nice guy doesn't have to say he's nice, just like a man doesn't have to ask for submission. Like nice guys will present themselves without saying it. When you introduce yourself as Mr. Nice Guy, it's an automatic turn off. It's an automatic, I'm running because something is wrong with you if you have to tell me that. And they're notorious for going throughout these comment sections saying specific stuff. Well, you women pass us over and we're nice guys. I automatically know, no, you're not.
Exactly. You're not a nice guy. You're not.
And guess what? And guess why that's a lie? Because, when you find this so-called good man, that was the good man for you. See, you're looking for what's good for you. So even that nice guy, he may not appear nice to me. It's all perception. So that's fake as well. That's a falsehood that they're dragging along. And it's also dangerous too. And it also weaponizes Black men because they already know the percentage. We know the community. And what happens is these guys are able to be predators because they already know the climate of the community. So they're able to hide under the radar under the guise of being a good guy.
Yes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. And one thing that is good is they don't have longevity. So if we as women are a little bit patient, then we would see them for who they are because their attention span isn't long enough to play the long game. They all play the short game.
That's a great point. I mean, the thing is that sooner, especially if they have some type of psychological issue, they can't hold it back. It's kind of like a perfect example is Little Truck. I mean, what he did was completely detrimental to his own benefit. Believe it or not, think about it like this. Peso Man was making Little Truck money because of the attention that he was getting.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They they had a, believe it or not, they could have had a good thing going, looking like foes and having this kind of drama, right? But being businessmen at the end of the day, this dude was so twisted, he couldn't even do that. He couldn't even do that. And that's this is what happens with men who have mental issues, is that, and how does Sinji call it? Which he calls it a
struggle bandit.
well, struggle bandit, but I forgot what she called it, but yeah, struggle bandit. Basically, the thing is that so many times these men are literally putting their foot in their own mouth and kicking themselves in the ass. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, like
Somehow
Camo
they
said,
make it
he
happen.
blew up his own spot. They don't move. For someone to brag about being a businessman, like Camo said earlier, he blew up his own spot. You could have easily created another. I don't know if it was Peso or Camo. I can't remember, but saying that he could have created another channel and did this and got the following, but he used his own channel to do all this effery,
Right.
and ruined his own image on his channel, because he wasn't even focused on that on his channel, but he wanted to excel in that in this sector. So he routed them to his channel that was making him money that didn't have anything to do with that, and he got more salacious, and that's on him. That's not on anybody else. You blew up your own spot, dude.
But this is how you know that they don't know anything about show business, because this is an element of show business and the show must go on. But when you start getting into your feelings and now you want to start, rampaging all over the place, once again, this is why they can't get anywhere. They don't.
But did DJ
understand.
Is DJ Torch? Did you kind of say this yesterday? I'm sorry, sis. I thought I have a delay or something. When you said that what they're doing is they're putting the desire for sex before the desire to do what they need to do. Like, this guy might actually know something about business, but he's so focused on, this hatred, or maybe he's not getting the women he thinks he should get, that, that he's turned to this, to the dark side. Is that what y'all are saying?
Yeah. What I was saying is that men are too focused on sex before success.
Okay.
And so basically it's very simple. I mean, these men are so focused on sex to the point where it becomes a detrimental factor to them. Because what happens is that when you just chase after sex, it costs you energy and mental and physical energy, mental energy, and financial energy. It costs more than just if you chase after success, right? If you chase after success, women will see your passion for success and be attracted to that. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And so, that is what they're doing. They're trying to do things in reverse. They don't focus on their own goals. It's like what they're doing now is exactly what this dude did again. The teacher did. I'm not going to use his name because it's really irrelevant. But what's relevant is the fact that they're trying to emulate what they want to be instead of just working to be what they want to be. If you see my point.
Yes. Yes.
So they're faking the funk to the point where, believe it or not, they hit their little fake funk wall. They hit the wall. They hit the wall first. I mean, the thing is that the worst thing that Kevin Samuels did was actually make it to a point. Because now everybody else thinks they can fake the funk as well.
But you notice, and I'm thankful that nobody has had that traction. Everybody has tried to jump on that train and they're not getting the traction. And just like Angry Man was saying, they all want to be leaders. That's true with black men, because they're all trying to eat off the same plate and they're snatching it from one another left and right, and nobody's being successful because they're all trying to steal the same plate instead of going out there and figuring out how to create their own plate. Someone in art should be able to fire up the keel and make his own plate if he's a capable leader. But because they're not, they're trying to eat off that same plate that's already been destroyed.
Exactly. Exactly.
JM, there's nothing wrong with wanting a woman who looks like an IG model, but at the same time, it's like but you get what comes with that. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with you wanting that.
Melinda,
He just
IG models don't look like IG models.
right. That's
Right.
true. Right. Exactly. They're
Exactly.
easily
They don't.
seduced by anything. Yeah, anything. Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Because a lot of that stuff is Photoshop. A
Thank
lot of it
you.
Hmm.
is angles. A lot of it is
Yeah.
lighting. So they don't look like themselves.
Exactly. Lightroom, all
Yeah.
these, things that they use to try to beautify themselves. It's not to say
I
that
agree with.
yeah, continue. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's true.
But there's nothing wrong with it. It's just you have to understand that you can't create this, you can't envision that all IG models are perfect. Some of them, they may have their flaws and you may run into them, but just because you had an experience, a not so good experience with an IG model, you can't just generalize and try to use us as a monolith, like, oh, all women are this, all Black women are this, because of that one experience that you had, that
No,
bad
he
experience.
he was asking what's wrong with wanting one. He
Wanting
didn't he
that.
didn't say
There's
yeah.
nothing wrong with
Yeah.
it. Nothing wrong.
But the fact that he thinks this is about wanting him wanting an IG model also shows that they're so surface that there's no interest, there's no depth. You know what I mean? That is so. Yeah. Right.
They just sit around doing a lot of romanticizing and a lot of conceptualizing. And this is where you have to watch, especially Black men. They're the biggest conceptualizers and they stay on Fantasy Island and they just want to dream up a bunch of scenarios, but don't want to live, once again, consistently. That's why it doesn't even work with the so-called IG models.
Akin to borderline type personalities.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Let me start this, crank this up here. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, wait. Let me bring it back up. Yeah, that's the thing is that, I mean, really it's actually, it pertains to for men as well, that there are some women who will fake the funk as well, but we'll talk about that on another thing. We'll actually give men tips men tips, and let them know what they should look for. The problem is that will they?
No, what do you mean what they need to look for as far as what?
As far as a good woman.
No. They don't
They
get the
don't want
answers
the
to
good
the
one.
they
No, I'm
don't get
sorry.
the answers to the test. No, they
Yeah,
don't.
because I think, that would be like sending a sociopath to therapy. It would be.
Exactly. No, it's
They
like
don't
sending
want it.
They would
sociopath
learn the
to
answers.
lambs. It's like sending a wolf to lambs. No, they don't get the
Yeah,
answers
you're
to the
right.
test.
You're right. You're right. You're right. I'm especially these guys, these dudes. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, these type of dudes, they think that quote unquote a good woman is boring. A quote unquote good woman is not ratchet. They want somebody that's toxic, and I mean these type of dudes, from what I see. So it's damn if you do, damn if you don't. Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Let's see. What
Mm-hmm.
did I do with this? Chrome tab. Okay, here we go. Okay. Oh.
That's the reason why men do that.
I don't know. I don't know where to move from here. I've had a lot of experience managing a lot of people across a diverse amount of, whether it's video games, whether it's business, whether it's organizing podcasts, whether it's just watching people in society. Like, most people gravitate towards following. Most men don't want the responsibility of being in charge of other people. Most men.
Let me break something up. Big cap for speakers. You gotta look at JL Audio. They're a little bit pricey, but they got that bang. They got that bang, man. And you don't need as many of them because they hit harder. Look into JL Audio, and for amp, look into JL Audios. They're banging it. They seem pricey at first, but then if you talk about power per dollar, oh my God, they slam. JL Audio. I know it sounds like a commercial, but it's not.
responsibility of taking on the negatives of an outcome of a decision that involves other people. That's just being in a leadership role is really difficult.
But they want the glory.
Yeah, but that's not being a leader. That doesn't count. Everybody wants.
It's the key. They do want the glory.
That doesn't count.
We want the glory. I mean, I don't want the glory no more. But see, it's getting something for free. That's what basically they're saying. He's saying.
And you see how how limited his range is. He can't even tell the difference. His range is so limited. You don't even understand. You can't conceptualize the difference between the two.
Right.
Comes from in order for you to get the accolades, the glory, to get the ego boost, every dude, even if they admit it or not, has had a desire to be that guy, to be the head guy.
Sure, everybody can have a desire. That's fine. If you want to say something like men have a desire to be leaders, that's fine. I would agree with you there. But men are not naturally leaders. Leadership is a skill that's crafted over time. Most people are not suited for it, and just wanting the glory of being a leader does not make you somebody that is a leader.
You're talking about you're okay. So we're getting into, look. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that every man that spawns has the ability to be freaking Julius Caesar. That's not what I'm saying.
That's not even what I'm saying, but
exactly. Oh my God, he's overstanding it. Like,
see the satire
face.
Look at see the satire.
Oh man,
he's doing this is all theatrics. That's not even what he's saying.
Right, exactly. I mean, it took them. Look how long when he goes, and when that's okay for you're going to say.
See, the thing about it is. See, the thing about it is.
Section 8 is an expert at posturing.
No, he really isn't. That's what makes it so painful, is that they believe that they are, but they really aren't good at these things.
No, they aren't.
But he's got fools following him. Don't ask me why.
Because you just said it. They're fools.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming that you're saying that men naturally have the ability to be great leaders, right?
All I'm saying is, broadly speaking, men and women have way more in common than they do separately from each other. And when people
totally agree with that.
I'm sure you do. When people try to draw these hardcore separations out of like, men are leaders, women are followers, like these broad generalizations, they end up missing like most of the story, and they send people down really mind-fucked paths that don't accurately describe the world, and then it leaves them ill-suited to succeed in the world. That's my problem.
Well, I mean, look, in a perfect world,
oh my God,
that might actually be the reality. But we don't live in a perfect world.
This guy really.
And I refuse to believe that we can circumvent hundreds of thousands of years of bio.
Here we go.
Okay.
He really believes he's philosophical. Like,
oh my God. Look, leadership is something that is cultivated. It's not something that is born. And as he mentioned, as Destiny gave so many examples of people that will rather follow than be leader, because having a skill in leadership, it's a lot that you have to know how to craft really well. You have to know how to there's certain traits that you have to possess, and there's certain responsibilities that you are willing to take in order to be successful in that. And a lot of people are not suited for it, and that is fine. But for angry to just overstand this thing and do all this theatrics and say, we're not talking about Julius Caesar. Well, it doesn't have to be about Julius.
Right. I mean, they go to extremes to explain their point, and it ends up destroying what they're trying to say. Like, why would you go to the extreme of Julius Caesar?
Exactly.
Because he just wanted to sound intelligent.
Right.
And
it's who he uses.
Right.
Look who he uses as who he thinks are leaders. None of them are black men. Did you notice that? He'll use someone else too.
They always use other people that are not there. Everyone they use is not black. They go to Zuckerberg. They go to Gates. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I think really, quite honestly, it just hit me a little bit. But I think black men are I think we are afraid of the modern world, period. Not just modern women, but the modern
That's what I
world.
said. They have
Absolutely.
no propensity to look forward because they can't hold on to the victimhood of the past.
But
Right.
why?
Because
As a
they
man,
cannot hold
because
they
Because
can't
I just
hold
want to
on
know why though.
that because they want to maintain that victimhood mentality, and that victimhood mentality is tied to the past. So if you yank them out of the past, they have no choice but to propel themselves in the future, and they can't see that. They can't conceptualize that. They have no vision. Men
You
who
know
have
what it? Oh, sorry, Jim, and I keep
no,
going.
go ahead, go ahead.
No, because you know what it makes me what I'm thinking is this is just going to take some time. Like we're at a cusp right now, and there has to be a breakdown. And the bottom line is, and I'd hate to say it, but a lot of us are just going to have to like realize that it's not going to happen, not in our lifetime. There has to be a breakdown, and it's going to take some time because it's just been they have too many people to look back on that were able to lay down and go to sleep. You know what I mean? Their grandfathers, their uncles, they've seen too many people laying down going to sleep. So it's just going to have to be a whole new cycle going on. That's why I said we're at the breakdown phase. And that's why so many Black women I know are scared, because a lot of them are going to have to understand that they'll never be able to get the kind of relationship that they supposedly wanted to have. But this is what happens. Like we are, this is what happens when we are at war of sorts. You know what I mean?
And we are, and to follow up what you said, women should be afraid, and we are at that point, and that's why they're rebelling, so to speak, and murdering so many of us, because they do
Right.
see what's going on. They
Mhm.
see that Black women are leaving them behind. They see these women, and that's why I was like, the business owner thing. A lot of these Black women are successful. They see this, and they want to yank us back down with them. They want to hold and oppress us back down with
Pretty
them.
much that's exactly that. It's like this, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, what I mean is there's nothing you can do. You cannot hold yourself back, because if you do, you won't survive. In one way or the other, you won't survive. So that needs to be, I need to make that clear, that you can't, there's I've had some friends I've had to leave behind. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Sometimes there's just people you have to leave behind. Either they catch on or they don't. You see what I'm saying?
Dragons
So
don't even survive in fairy tales. And when I say dragons, I mean
Right.
drag-ons. They don't survive in fairy tales. They're slaves. I don't believe in allowing anybody to hold on to me and drag on. And so
right,
we as women have to let it go, because we try to drag them right along with us. And what they end up doing is stunting our progress.
right.
And
I
you
mean,
see how they won't even go to the local college. Like every local college has a speech 101, 102, 103 course. They're sitting here on podcasts and won't even go take a simple class that teaches you how to speak to your audience properly. It's
it's
just
true.
like they won't even come on, you don't even have to get a degree for that.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is this, is that this is why Cynthia G's channels is so important. She's not necessarily saying that you should, well, she might be, because I don't want to put words in her mouth, but let me tell you my hybrid theory, because it follows kind of the Cynthia G theory as well. You have to, she's telling you to leave that behavior behind. I forgot what she called it. Psychology, something pathic, something pathic. But you have to leave that behavior behind. Now, if you happen to find a Black man who doesn't have those,
Pathology.
there you go. One more time.
Pathology.
Pathology.
Yeah.
That's the freaking word I've been trying to grab all night.
Yeah.
You have to run from that pathology, because the first thing that's going to happen is this: you're going to feel guilty and want to save somebody. It might be unconscious. You might know you're doing it, but that's why she's saying that's the quickest way of getting yourself a toe tag.
Mm-hmm.
It's because if you don't need to reach back. You're moving forward. You don't need to reach back. My daughter tried to reach back, and thank God she got out. You see what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, if you watched like even if you looked at the peso, because you and I caught that later, but even when you looked at the peso man and when things were going on there were people trying to say, oh, don't be so hard on him. Should we really do this? Should we really go this far? You always have this group of mammies that and I won't say mammies. You always have these sympathizers. I'll put it that way. You always have sympathizers who will question you and try to make you question yourself. And that's why it's important. And my mom used to tell me all the time, she was harsh. She was like, you don't have friends. And I didn't understand that. I really didn't understand what she was trying to say. And what she was trying to say is your circle of friends is going to be minimal, especially as you get older, because everybody doesn't have the same goals. They don't have the same ambitions. They won't even have the same beliefs. And the people that they congregate with won't be able to come into your circle and congregate with you. Your mind, everything changes. Everything, as you develop, changes, including the people that you'll be around. And that's okay. And I think a lot of times it's hard for us, especially as women, that we don't feel that it's okay to let go of people. But I'm in the business of letting people go that can't take the journey. Like, this is my saying, everyone won't make the journey, and not everybody is equipped for the journey. And so you have to let them go and be with people that are like-minded, people who are consistently moving forward, ever evolving, that stimulate you.
Process of elimination.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the last thing anyone wants to end up is rest in peace, Shanquella. Right?
Yeah, you want to hear something? I was in about 20 years ago. I was in a halfway. I was not in a POOKIE mode, but I was in like a non-wanting to be married mode. I mean, I wasn't fighting it, but I wasn't really looking for it, right? And there was this young lady I met. Well, she wasn't young. I mean, she was like 5 years younger than me, and she was dead set on getting married. And we went out a couple times, but that was it. But we still followed each other on Facebook and stuff, right? Later on, I mean, it must have been maybe at most a couple years after that, she was married happily. So she kept moving. You see what I'm saying? She didn't let even. It's not only how we are, but how our mood as well. If we're not in a marriage mood, don't try to convince a person to be in a marriage mood. I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yes, exactly. Don't waste your time, your energy, or your resources. And that's what I say. They are time. Some men are chronic time wasters, and they're strategic about wasting your time. A lot of them, because they'll see you pulling away, and then and that's why I said earlier, no, we're not giving them answers to the test, because they'll see you pulling away, and they'll go back to those answers that you gave them and use those answers against you to rope you back in. If they know you want marriage, some of them will even propose and give you a ring and don't have any intentions on marrying you, but they don't want you back out there on the market.
A shut up ring. A shut up ring. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shut up ring. Yeah. These 5, 6, 10-year, 15-year engagements.
And if you really want to know if they're serious, ladies, tell them, oh, okay, we can go I have this day off. What's your next day off? And not do it within that moment, but just like during another conversation, like, when do you have another day off? And then when they tell you that day off and you're off that day, say, let's go to get our marriage registration, and see how they respond to you. Even if you don't want to, but go ahead and do it, and you'll see who's wasting your time.
Yeah, that's why. And you want to know something? That's why women have to play games, because dudes play it. You see what I'm saying? I have to admit, that's what we do. And it's funny because dudes say, I don't want a woman who plays games. Not knowing himself, he's done that. He's played games. So it's kind of the same ignorance we see with Section 8 here. So let me keep this going for a little bit.
Evolution with what less than 100 years of a certain ideology? Like, really? So the entire civilization has gotten it wrong up until 50 years ago.
See, we had that thing yesterday about feminism versus modernization. I don't know why I can't say that damn word. Anyway,
modernization.
there you go. Thank you. How dare you say that better than me? No, anyway. But this is a perfect example right here. He thinks modernization is feminism. I guarantee you not. I guarantee you, Nate, he thinks because progress and the world changing for the better, he thinks that, I guarantee you, he thinks that's feminism. Because it makes it, even though it's really built to make it easier for everybody, he thinks it's just making it easier for women. You see what I'm saying? Why are we going back to the Roman times? I'm sorry, you can't beat women over the head and drag them by their hair, into a hut. You just can't do that.
That's why they're so laser focused on the 1950s, the 1950s wives. That way they can shut up, they can abuse them, and they can get away with doing these treacherous things.
Exactly.
Being that there weren't any laws that were there to defend us, and we just had to bite the bullet and we had to bear the brunt for their behavior. There's not much that we can do about it. Now that we have these equal rights and we can do for ourselves, and we don't have to put up with that type of behavior, they're mad.
Right, exactly.
Now all of a sudden, the new age way of thinking is the way we're supposed to do things.
I don't know when you say like gotten it wrong. I mean, like if you want to talk about do you believe like in the nuclear family?
Yes.
Like that's a really new concept. Hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution is us living like together as like groups of people like hunting for berries and like chasing animals down. Like that's what hundreds of thousands of years of bioevolution have gotten us.
But that's what built up to it.
Okay, well then fine. Then I could just use your same argument and say, well, that's building up to this then.
That's a good point. But the problem with that is you can't really come from that position because the way we are starting to do things now is totally the freaking opposite. And are we getting the results that we got with the previous things?
Well,
are we getting good results now?
Because with respect to what?
As far as the interaction between men and women, the way I see it when I look around at the interaction between men and women, there's something terribly wrong going on right now.
Well, and
for one, they've done studies.
I need to stop. This is a very good question, Henry Mars. What happens if you're a 40+ year old black male and you realize you haven't always made the best decisions? You have no savings, few assets, no good jobs, no college degree, etc. Wow, that is quite a grind right there. There's nothing wrong with getting education at that age. I think a trade education would probably be the best way to go. Probably try to sneak into technology somehow, get an A+, because the money is number one. If this is with this given situation right here, that's what I'm looking at. You don't have forever, so you can't really start your education over. But a 2-year education system, I would focus. If you're good with numbers and with electronics, I would go full steam ahead into technology.
Mm-hmm.
This gentleman right here. And it's gonna be a grind. You're gonna start off probably with a service desk job, then you get into a desktop job, and then after that you never know. And by the age of 55, you're gonna have a little something. That's what I would do. I mean, it's late to the game, but it's not too late. That's Henry. That's how I'd answer that question. I hope that helps.
That have proven not only women, but people in general, are the most unhappy that they've ever been in the history of the world. Specifically women. They've done numerous studies on this. So if this new age way of us doing things, this new progressive way, you know, because I'm a if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of guy. If this new age way of doing things is so freaking awesome, then why is everybody so miserable? Why do the men have such a high depression rate, a high deletion rate? Why are the women going to bed with a glass of wine? Why is everybody so unhappy? When we have more, we have the most, we live better today than we've ever lived in the history of the world, as far as, you know, our homes, as far as our the food that we can get.
Notice how long he has to take to make a point.
I know.
Always long-winded with foolishness.
Always long-winded.
I mean, it's like almost like fingernails on a chalkboard.
Yeah.
And everything else. Our quality of life is way better than it was in the 1920s or the 1950s, but we're the most unhappy. What's the reason for that?
Okay. I think these are all really good questions, but I just want you to think of like what you're saying. People are unhappy. We live better than we've ever lived before, but we're still miserable. Why is everybody so miserable? Our quality of life is better, but we're still miserable. Why are we so unhappy? We are the most unhappy we've ever been, okay? The framing on all of this is that it seems like all of us have problems right now. It's not just a man versus woman thing. It's not just something happening on the male side or the female side. It seems like there is something that is pushing people in a miserable direction. Now, I have my thoughts and ideas on that. I think a lot of it has to do with the internet and especially cell phones. I think the way that we engage with all of that stuff is destroying our minds. We're putting screens in front of people at like 3 years old and like ADHDing the out of them before they've even stepped foot inside of a classroom. I think that we are like watching more content, like scrolling our phones constantly. That's like destroying our brain's ability to get like happiness and enjoyment out of like normal things in life. I think that we have a really hard time seeing people in real life because we're replacing all of our real life connections with online Discord group chats and everything. I think that these are all like really good things to talk about and understand. But when all of this gets shoehorned into like, well, the reason why we're so miserable is because we've stepped away from like traditional like boy-girl relationships or whatever. I feel like now instead of talking about all of that other stuff that I think is having a negative impact on all of us, we get hyper fixated on some really silly man versus woman gender dynamic when there are issues that are facing every single person in society today that's making all of us fucking miserable. That's my issue, I guess.
Well, I don't disagree with any of that. But
yeah, here's a funny thing. This just popped out at me. We have a young man, well, not young to everybody, but he's a young man in the chat named Big Cap right here. He's a way better role model than Angry Man ever could be. He should have a channel, not him. Young man, married, happy kids. I think he's putting too much money in his sound system, but other than that, he's a sensible person. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
There's so many better role models that's out there. It's crazy. It's, you know, I'm not trying to give them props or anything, but that's how bad we are choosing our leaders as Black men right now. It's like this man should be cleaning Big Cap's car. Okay.
And they're nauseating with the constant time travel. If you notice that, like, we should all be seasick because we're just constantly time traveling with these guys and we don't know where we're landing.
Right. Exactly.
I'll add one caveat. It's not that it's just about the gender roles, but that is part of it. That's part of it. We can look. I can sit here all day and we can talk about the negative impact of social media, the negative impact of putting a freaking screen in a 2-year-old's face, the negative impact of every new age thing that we have that has given us information overload. We can talk.
Big Cap, Southern Bill is correct about that, because undisciplined, they might start a business, but it won't last long, because discipline is like If you need to be disciplined for a job, oh my God, a business, oh man. Sometimes you think you're your own boss until really your boss is time. When you think about it, your boss is time. You have to be somewhere at a certain time, or your customers are your boss.
Exactly.
And DJ Torch, notice how he's constantly talking about modernization when his whole world, his platform, everything he's doing is modern. He wouldn't have had this in the 1950s. This whole background, this room he's sitting in, this podcast, like, come on. What are you saying?
The time machine is taking them back to where they would have been even more oppressed. That the time machine is, and he's saying women are unhappy. Y'all, you know that the study that the male psychologist did, it spoke just the opposite. So even Angry Man sat there and he knows it. He's lying on. It's like he's just lying with impunity. The women aren't the most unhappy, and I mean they're even trying to. I was looking at a show where they wanted to lower the standards and even start men to school. I want to say 2 years before or after women, because they feel like women mature faster, girls mature faster. They're even thinking that. So this is what he's talking about is just a lie. And I think Destiny was trying to go easy on him a little bit, because I've heard Destiny on other shows say that he's felt that black men can get away with saying things to him that he would be called a racist if he said to them. You know, he was like, they talk about his, his question, his sexuality. Yeah, he was like, man, there's so much stuff I could say, but I can't say that, because, so yeah, again, I think that he's a really good hostess and good debater. And luckily he did do it this way because he was able to get more and more out of Angry Man. So sometimes I guess patience is a virtue.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he could go back to the 60s, but what happened to his outfit? Why he didn't go back in the 60s with his outfit?
Listen, that's what I'm saying.
But in his
they all over the place.
In his mind, he deserves everything that he has, and he deserves more. And he feels like even then, back then, they deserve more. So he doesn't see what he has now as.
He thinks the printing press and the cotton gin were the last great inventions, girl. So yeah, that'll
he
come
looked
up.
like a drug dealer in New York City. That's what he looked like. He belonged on the corner.
That's exactly what he looked like.
I'm with Camo. He does look like he's in witness protection.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the ultimate goal, and I think I heard this from Cynthia G, but he doesn't care about other black men, to be honest with you. He really doesn't. But what he's doing is using this as a veil to say that black women, slow down. You're doing too much. You're too successful for us. We don't want to work harder, but we don't want you to get a job because we want to corner you. We want to put you in prison.
He doesn't want to help black men. And the thing about it is, I don't think that they recognize what help looks like. They believe that these type of men are helping them. And men like Peso, you, and some others that I've seen on YouTube, they feel like are harming them. They can't even recognize help when they see it.
Right. Exactly.
Talk about that all day. But we can't ignore the fact that when you start playing with the gender roles in any society, and this has been studied over and over. This is not the first.
See, he hasn't pulled out. He hasn't said, when he said this, I know I hate to slow this tape down, but I have to. He could have said, this study from blah, 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 it shows that, and then you say your facts, right? Or what? They're not really facts. They're a position, right? He didn't say any of that. He just said
there was no study.
He's pulling it out of his behind.
Yeah, there was no study.
Queenas in the house.
Oh, DJ, referring to you stopping it. Oh, I'm sorry, someone's talking.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm just gonna be quick. This man on another show said, you know what? It's when intelligent people take 2 hours to watch a 1 hour, like show, because you have to keep breaking down what this dude is saying, because he's so disingenuous. He's a liar. So that's why it takes a lot. Everything he's saying it's so ridiculous. So it makes you have to stop to address it. So I understand.
Yeah, it's painful, but it's good.
It is painful.
And a lot of them, I'm going to say this real quick. A lot of them use other people's talking points, but they're only getting the highlights of what they're saying. So even if the person that they listen to did any research, they don't even know where the research came from. They don't know where the data came from. They don't know how
Right.
to read the statistics. They don't know
Yes.
what variables, what sample size. They don't know any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So they just pull what those key words out, the highlight points, and they try to go to someone like Destiny and debate them, and they have no basis for their arguments because they don't know anything. They don't even know what the person they heard got it from. They have no clue and no idea, and so they end up going on here with this man and end up looking like jackals.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, this is embarrassing for me.
Society or civilization where we began to play with the gender roles, and it wreaked havoc. It caused problems with us because that is something that is part of us regardless. In fact, you even did it yesterday. When we were having that discussion, that was heightened discussion, but towards the end of that discussion, you said, well, who's going to watch the kid if he's out working? And you said a woman. Now, why would you say a woman unless you still have gender roles burned into your brain?
Okay, I'm not here to say that all gender roles should be abolished, right? So in the beginning part of this conversation, I made the argument that there are differences between men and women that leave them suited towards other things, right? That's why I said that women seem to be excelling in classroom environments. I think yesterday you asked me the question: if every man were to disappear from the planet, things would fall apart. If every woman were to disappear from the planet, things would carry on as normal, which isn't true. But like,
well, no, I didn't.
Or maybe not carry on as normal, but society would still function or something, right?
Let me correct that. No,
Okay,
what I said, and look, this is what I said. I said, if women took a day off, not if they disappeared. I don't want to live in a world with no women. So let's just go ahead and get that clear. If they took a day off from their jobs, and the reason why I say that is because women tend to stay away from a lot of the heavy lifting jobs. A lot of the jobs that are, I mean, sure, you'll find a woman that's an airline pilot. You'll find a woman that wants to do construction, but that is few and far between. If the men
right now, but it's goes trending up.
But he's proving
one
Destiny's
day to
point.
just take a day off.
Exactly.
He initially said women are suited for certain roles and men are suited for certain roles. So in essence, you're proving his point.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't know it though. That Section 8.
Work at nuclear power plants, the guys that fly planes, the guys that pick up our trash, the guys that do all of the things that make our world run, it would cause a serious problem. That's what I see.
Sure. So what we're saying is like men do backbone of society jobs and women do complementary work, basically, right?
Yeah. More or less.
Yeah. But I think the important thing to recognize about that is the backbone jobs don't work without that complementary work. That's kind of what I'm saying, right? Like, let's say that a man, and this is why I used the family example yesterday, but it doesn't have to be a family example, it could be anything. But if men are off doing this backbone work, then you need somebody to take care of families. The only way that a man can go and do that work is if somebody can empower him to do it by staying home and taking care of, say, children, right? That's why I use that example, that even if men are doing the backbone work, they can only do it because of the complementary job that exists where women are allowing it to happen, essentially. It's like having a supervisor for a restaurant. The supervisor isn't cooking and bussing tables in the front, but like the employees wouldn't be able to manage themselves without somebody kind of like working things in the back. I don't mean to say that like women lead men. I'm just saying that the roles complement each other.
Well, here's the thing about that, which I didn't get to say yesterday. Number one, my position is not that men can be totally independent of women. That's not my position. Human beings are interdependent. We're all dependent upon each other. However, when you start looking at the dynamic of men and how men operate, it is extremely plausible that a man can go out here in the world, be successful without the support of a woman. Now, if you look at it as a whole, then yeah, you might be able to make a few points where it's like, oh, well, women do this job or that job, and that job might be beneficial or whatever to what the men are doing. But the job, a lot of those complementary jobs that women are doing, men could do. Okay, women
just
recently. You said something about the nuclear family recently, right? Just recently, a new thing, which it is a new thing, right? I would argue that it probably. Well, I'm not going to go into that. That being a new thing, another new thing is women being in the workforce. That's fairly new.
What the hell?
Yeah. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Okay, women being in the workforce.
Women started being in the workforce during the First World War, was it not, or was it the second one? Can't remember. My brain is fried.
Maybe their version of new is different.
For Black women, we been working.
Right,
really.
Whether it was for free or whether it was paid. Ain't nobody got time for him. He need to go sit down. No.
It's one of the ways that I think when I talk about women evolving, I think that's one of the things that's happened.
Okay, so guess what? Up to that point, we still had a functioning society. Up to that point, with the world still spun. Up to that point, we were still able to constantly improve. We were still able to get awesome inventions that have improved the human condition.
But post women entering the workforce, our world is better now in a lot of ways than it was 80 years ago. Yeah.
Right.
Our world is better now because it's naturally progressing. But how many impactful inventions have we had since we moved into this age of let's promote women? How many inventions have we had that have been as impactful as the cotton gin, the printing press, the steam engine?
Hold on. Did somebody mention the cotton gin earlier?
Yes, Belinda did, because she knew he was going to say it on here. This is the most insane stuff. And it's like, you know, the real crazy thing about it is these guys were born after 1970. So it's just like, what is all this that you're talking about? The cotton gin, I mean, you're talking about 100 years ago. Like, come on.
I guess he wants to. I'm okay. So is he pre-civil rights? Like, I mean, is he going back to pre-civil rights?
He got us going everywhere. We are time traveling. We need to call Doc and gas up the DeLorean so we can figure out where we're going next.
Right.
Like,
you know.
Man, I couldn't believe.
I mean, like the microprocessor and the cell phone and the internet are probably two of the biggest inventions in human history, I would say.
You just got through saying that the cell phone is what's causing the biggest problems. It's making us unhappy.
Sure, things can be used in bad ways. I mean, gunpowder was an amazing invention too, but it's mainly used to kill people. Are you asking me what the amazing inventions are? Or are you asking me the ones that make everybody feel better? Right? Cell phones and computer architecture and the internet are like the biggest things that have accelerated everything in the world, like probably more than any other invention in human history, more than
nobody's disagreeing with that.
Well, sure, but you asked me, like, were there any big inventions since the cotton gin or whatever, now that we've had women in the workplace? And
What I said was, what are the inventions that we've had now that have been as impactful?
Sure, and I would argue that like cell phones and the internet have been some of the most
the internet that you're using right now
ever in all of human history.
They've made an impact, but I wouldn't say the most impactful. There's no way that is as impactful, because if you look at the reason why I say
where are you from? Where do you live?
Where do I live?
Yeah,
I live in North Carolina.
Okay, I'm in Miami. I'm talking to you in real time. Both of us can see each other's videos, and there's like 10 or 20,000 people. And there's gonna be hundreds of thousands of more that watch on a YouTube channel later on. That type of reach,
awesome.
but type of reach and communication, dude. The printing press, would never.
I'm not discounting that. That's awesome. But look, here's the thing: when you have the printing press, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got the printing press. Cool. Now we can have books that are printed identically. We don't have to worry about people tampering with books.
Yeah, I want to roast it.
Wait. So Destiny kind of you could tell he kind of lost it. Like it was like his patience was real short. Like, dude, are you kidding me? What are you talking about? And he goes, and then this guy goes back into the printing press. Like he didn't. Like, what do you? Oh my God!
I just want to know what year we in now. Like we was just in 1950. Now we in 1892. I mean, I got to let me know where we going before we get there. Good.
Melinda said we're back in 1436.
The cotton gin, like, come on.
Oh man. Oh,
I guess we're in horse and buggy time. Like,
yeah, let me go gather up Ma and Pa in the game.
See that, yeah, but see, that's he's willing to trade off Jim Crow for control over women.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
exactly.
sick in of itself, because he would be getting called a boy and he couldn't even look a white man in the face. It's just like, wow, their whole perception is just, it's thwarted.
Man, he'd probably be dead by now if he was born back in that. I mean, was living back in that time.
Yeah.
You know, with all the, either that or he'd probably be dead. He'd probably
You know
be dead.
what? It's funny. People say, "Oh, I wouldn't have been a good slave." I was like, "Forget y'all. I would have been the best slave there was." Like, you don't know what you would have been back in those times. Like, I hate to hear people say that, and I just counter it with that. Like, because you don't know. Those were different times and different circumstances. You can't say what you would have been. But I'm gonna tell you now, I can say that I would have been a good slave. Granted, I probably would have been a porch in, but I would have been a good slave. I'm sorry, whatever.
Don't have the red pill guys hear you say that. They'll be lining up for you.
No, I said during slavery, like that. I mean, then, because you don't know what your mindset would have been. You don't know what circumstances would have been then. I'm saying then, not now. You can't do anything with me now.
But, I hear that.
Then.
But they're still gonna line up for you. She said slave.
They can line up, and I have 2 pieces of steel ready for them, so they can line up.
Tampering with their information, right? However, the same way that somebody could use the printing press negatively, right? I would argue that yes, the way we can communicate is awesome. We can reach a lot of people, but guess what? Any idiot can get up here and fire up a freaking live stream.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
He's talking by himself right there.
See, it ain't so.
Subject matter.
Right into that one. He just put, I gotta play that over again. I gotta play that over. Here we go.
Tampering with books, tampering with their information, right? However, the same way that somebody could use the printing press negatively, right? I would argue that yes, the way we can communicate is awesome. We can reach a lot of people, but guess what? Any idiot can get up here and fire up a freaking live stream and just give the whole world a bunch of misinformation.
And he just
right around.
You know what? I just
if dry snitching was a person.
In my facial expression, I'm so proud of Destiny because my facial expressions would have been off. You could have read my whole face.
Yeah, I couldn't even have cammed up to listen to him.
Right.
Absolutely not. My face would have had to been blurred out with a whole emoji over it.
Why they bringing their dusty logic to everybody on YouTube?
I mean,
tampering with books, tampering with their information, right? However, the same way that somebody could use the printing press negatively, right? I would argue that yes, the way we can communicate is awesome. We can reach a lot of people, but guess what? Any idiot can get up here and fire up a freaking live stream and just give the whole world a bunch of misinformation.
And he said, and he cleans it, and he goes all the way through and feeds the whole world a bunch of misinformation.
You know how people cut the
this need to be clipped.
Yes.
You know something, we got to use it. I'll tell you what. I'll make a short of this part. I'll make a short of it because this is really this is the highlight of this portion anyway.
This is right here at this mark. This is.
Let's see, 33 minutes in, 35 seconds.
And then people will sit there and watch it because, like you said earlier, you got 2-year-olds that's got a screen in front of their face, right? But a 2-year-old, if you wrote a book that was an extremely negative book, like I'm not gonna say that guy's name, but if you wrote a book that was extremely negative, you don't have to worry about. You could put it in front of a 2-year-old. He's not gonna be able to read it like that or even comprehend it. But if somebody's sitting up there on YouTube saying something crazy, and your kid, parents are not paying attention and the kid is watching it, that's an extremely negative impact. So the reason why, when I'm saying impactful, I mean impactful in a way that is more beneficial to human society than negative. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so he's talking about we're going back to the printing press time and before television, right? When in radio, right? When he's saying about the influence on the 3-year-old, right?
Right.
Because he's acting as if we're not watching some of the same things that we watch on television on the internet.
Yeah, he's not realizing that the current printer press is YouTube, is this.
Right.
Is the voice being heard. So this is the whole modernization. So he's talking against his own talking points because yes, if that, you're right, that 2-year-old child can now hear you spewing this rhetoric and start picking up on it. So that makes it more dangerous.
Exactly.
Or cell phones have been more negative than positive?
It's part of the reason we're having so many difficulties right now.
Sure. I mean, it might be part of it, but I mean, like the more impactful and powerful the invention, the more good and the more bad it can do, right? Like nuclear, like nuclear research, gives us amazing reactors that can produce a lot of energy relatively cleanly. And it also gives us atomic weapons that could maybe end the entire world, right? And I feel like cell phones and the internet are similar. I'm 34. You seem like an older guy, maybe, or like around my age, or maybe a little older. But like, I remember growing up, like if you asked somebody a question about anything, you had to pull out the fucking Encyclopedia Britannica to like look up an answer. And now you have like the world's information is at your fingertips. That's an unbelievably crazy advance in technology, right? Like that's the.
But don't you think that I actually like reading my Encyclopedia Britannicas?
Don't you think that's did he just say that?
Organic? Don't you think that it's more valuable when you actually have to search for the knowledge as opposed to someone just Googling it and not knowing for sure if it's accurate?
Maybe it could be, or there might be a lot of people that just don't do the search at all because they either don't have the books, because if you had one of those sets of Encyclopedia Britannicas, you're paying like a lot of money for a good set of them. And then a lot of people just end up not knowing. I'll
give you that.
Not to like go too deep into this, but just circling back, like, because you asked me what are like really impactful things. There have been really impactful things. We landed on the moon. We've got nuclear weapons. We've got the internet. I agree that these things can be good or bad. I'm just saying that they're impactful. It's like when Time chooses the person of the year. Like sometimes it's a really bad person. Sometimes it's a good person. It's people that are impactful. When I look at like the big differences that women have right now compared to like 30 years ago, or maybe 60, 70 years ago, the two big things that have changed for women are like college and work, and then reproduction. I think those are like the two huge, those are like 95% of what has changed women. And then like 5% can be like Instagram, social media, Kim Kardashian, whatever. But I think those two things have been huge because it's allowed women to put off having children by using birth control or whatever. And it's allowed women to live independently from men. They don't have to marry somebody to find a job. And when I look at these two things, I don't think these things are going away. We're not getting rid of birth control, and we're not removing women from work or from school. So given that, and at Red Pill, I say this all the time, right? We can't think of an idealized world. We've got to look at the world we live in. If that's the world we live in, then I don't think it's enough to tell men that you should just be a top 1%er and then you're going to get a woman, right? You have to find a way to adapt at the world we're in, where women have changed significantly in the past 30 or 40 years. So that's why I talk from that frame of reference. Women are educated. Women do have birth control. So if you want to get a woman, you've got to work harder for it now. Whereas in the past, all you had to do was like just actually work a job and you'd be basically guaranteed a wife.
Right.
Well, no, it's not. To me, and this is just my opinion. This is not.
Shit. Are you gonna do it to me, bro?
You know he has to
with everybody, but in my opinion, it's not about the men being top 1%ers. It's not even about taking away what women already have. Like, you can't put the cat back in the bag. That's not going to happen. My thing is, it's about carrying on a tradition of what works. I feel like in this day and age,
does he not understand that's not putting the cat back in the bag?
Right. That? He's just trying to say stuff. See, this is what I be saying about how they just, they only have a limited vocabulary and they keep it in rotation. So they just blurt out words, the very few little words that they know. Because you're not making any sense. We already have debunked that. None of that stuff worked in the past either. That's why we're coming to terms with our mental health and well-being and how relationships have affected us, how our childhoods have affected us. So he sounds stupid saying all of this.
I guess that's why he talks so slow. It's like he has to drag a word out of the
No. He talks so slow because he doesn't know what he's saying, and he's just trying to pull anything and everything out and slam it up against the wall and see what sticks. And even if it's a wall made of glue, nothing is sticking.
Nothing.
That's so true.
We're just on this mission to dismantle everything that came before us, even if it worked.
I mean, so I don't necessarily disagree with you. So progressives or people really far on the left have a habit of wanting to dismantle everything without asking why it was the way that it was, right? So you'll have people on the left saying things like, oh, like gender roles are all fake. But it's like, okay, well, we've had like 10,000 years of them. Like, are they really that fake? So I agree with you that there are some traditions that even if we don't carry them on, we at least need to understand like where they came from. But the world is changing. Even the way that our traditions show themselves in society changes. And I think that if you don't want to get left behind by the world, like you have to change along with it. Like some things are probably here to stay, like some type of gendered dynamic in society. Like men and women are different. We're never going to be the exact same. That's never going to happen. But some things will change pretty dramatically, like maybe the way some of those gender roles play out or how dating plays out, and you either adapt or die. And that is the only thing you can do, because like you said before, it's not going back in the box of women not having reproductive rights and of women not working jobs. Like that's not going to change. So you have to figure out a way moving forward as a man, I think.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. While we're in this country,
oh my God,
and the men in this country, the men in the West are practicing this sort of new age of enlightenment.
See, I'm sorry. Damn. Get it out. Man. So and then can I order a cheeseburger?
And then he stopped by practice, and nobody's practicing. People are actually living.
With some fries and back in a shake. It's like, man.
What type of shake, sir?
Well, back in history, when the birds used to fly in the air. There was a time that we got the ice nice and cold. And Santa Claus used to bring the ice cream down. Yeah, I mean,
they're all pseudo pimps and preachers the way that they
know what, Siobhan?
Yeah.
I was just
and the Lord said, and put out.
I was like, DJ sounds like an old pimp reading to some elementary school kids.
And I remember back when the cotton gin
was released, Lord.
They're driving it.
Would you say that men of other countries are doing the same, or would you say that they're pretty much sticking to the traditional construct of what a man is?
I think the West got here first, but I think other countries are slowly starting to go through the same processes that we did. Like we're just the trailblazers, but they're definitely following suit. So like if you go to like the Middle East, the men are going to be quite a bit more traditional, but like even in Saudi Arabia, as of a few years ago, women can drive. If you go to really older countries or places where the roles are a lot older, you're gonna find pretty traditional men, but you'll find that like their birth rates are dropping off. They're not having a ton of children because they're not all dying, to dysentery or some random shit. You will find that like the rest of the world is slowly following in our footsteps, and that seems to be a trend that's not going to change anywhere. Like I don't know any place that's like we are super successful and we have stuck with our traditional roles and nothing has changed. Like all the most successful countries have been moving in this direction. And I can't think of any like counter examples to that.
Well, the thing about it is there are countries that, I'm pretty sure you pay attention to politics. There are countries that have made it a point to make for certain that They
Remember,
don't have
it's been 30 seconds and he hasn't said shit yet.
Nothing.
certain things on their television shows, and they don't have certain literature and things of that nature.
He has not named any reference whatsoever. None. No reference.
Throughout this entire time.
Yeah, nothing.
What I see, in my personal opinion, I see China, I see Russia, I see India making it a point to make sure that they continue to raise traditional men. And when I say traditional men, I mean the more, for lack of a better phrase, the John Wayne, no nonsense type of guy.
John Wayne, who was a racist.
What the hell?
John Wayne was a whole racist. Like, can we stop?
Another white man.
Right. And another white man. Right. Right. And what is the tradition? What is the sorry, DJ?
No,
I just want to know. I want to pose the question to these men of what is the tradition for a bunch of men who were born after a certain period of time? Where, you know, the 1970s started off the single mother generation, and that was the unmarried single mother, which we already know prior to that women were married single mothers in the community because they were being abandoned by their husbands, but they just never filed for divorce on paper. So all of this traditional man stuff that they're talking about makes absolutely no sense when this man admittedly throughout this interview is going to discuss his private business and explain to you how he has children with a woman that he's not married to.
Right. That he didn't. Yeah, he's a mess. I mean, the thing is that when you're a leader, you're supposed to be a representative of the good part of who's supposed to be the good part of the community. He's not that.
They can actually build stronger militaries. So I'll pose the question to you that I asked the guy last night that came onto my show. Do you think that the 18-year-olds of our country would be able to storm the beaches of Normandy today?
Oh my fucking God.
Normandy.
What kind of question is that?
He reminds me of some of those old people who just they talk to young people and nothing they say makes sense. I don't think Melinda's up here. When you work in with people with dementia, like you could put two people with dementia and they will appear to be talking to one another, but having two totally separate conversations. That's what it looks like right here. It's like they're having two separate conversations.
They are.
I mean, I can't believe he said that. I you know something? I thought I heard, you know what I must have been doing the first time is ignoring his ass. Because some of this stuff, it's like, I don't remember hearing it.
You probably did. I zone out. Like I zone out when certain people are saying things. It's just like it will not pass the blood-brain barrier for me. I just can't. I did it. I was doing it yesterday. It's like when certain people talking is not making sense, my brain just automatically
shuts down. Yeah. That's why I can't jump on these panels and talk to these guys because I just can't tolerate. Like I feel like a part of me is leaving myself and I have to find myself again. Like
I promise it is. That's why I can't jump. And that's another reason why we have to be careful about the relationships that we form. Like, put him out like now.
Yeah, he's gone. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I gave him a chance.
Yeah,
I give him a chance, right?
That's the second time he's done that, so he doesn't need to come back.
Yeah,
it's word salad.
Exactly.
It's like he's it reminds me of Oswald Bates. Remember in Living Co, where he's just throwing any word, making words up, and they don't go together.
Yeah,
like the drunk guy, like the one that was with the jar. He had the jar, shaking the jar around.
Yeah.
DJ, you might I add something? You know, like the guy was talking about all those young men storming the beaches of Normandy. That was a
Yeah.
time where a lot of those young men were forced to do it because of
Yes.
draft.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
They didn't bring that up.
And they didn't have the artillery, they didn't have the weapons,
Right.
they didn't have the training, they didn't have the
Yes.
education. There were so many things that were different then, that yes, the 18-year-olds of now could storm the beaches of Normandy and probably do it
If they
much
wanted to.
better, because they would be operating drones. They wouldn't be
Right.
forced to have their own
Exactly.
troops.
Right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Not only that too, but even if there were young people that did do it back then because they wanted to, they had the willpower. But for them to use as a general term is invalid because those young men did it against their own will. I
I
just
mean,
want to
I
throw that
believe
in
some
there.
of them did it for patronage sake. I won't take that
Yeah.
from them. Some of
Yeah.
them did
Oh,
do
I
it
won't either.
for that reason. But what we're saying is it would be completely different today. And yes, they could storm the beaches of Normandy. They wouldn't have to, quite frankly, because we have better equipment and we're able to again send drones out, and they wouldn't have to have their lives um disseminated from
Mhm.
being ground troops.
He couldn't even
Mm-hmm.
rephrase it because that's how we
Nope.
phrase that term
Yes.
all these years of storming the beaches of Normandy. It's like
Yes.
he couldn't even rephrase it.
Hey,
Nothing is original with this guy.
No, he's
none.
just using some old white man's speak talking points,
But he's
basically.
not even
The
doing that.
Trump.
It just seems like he's pulling things from left and right, from places that I don't
Like
even know where
Breitbart.
he's pulling them from. Like, where are you getting these things from that don't even go together? Like, he went from the cotton gin to the printing press, and
From
now we're on the
Facebook.
beaches of Normandy.
I mean, I probably got him by about 20 years, and he sound older than me. He's oh yeah, I'm talking about I'm back in the Normandy days. He makes me sound like I mean, he's embarrassing. He is embarrassing.
Oh
I
yeah.
promise you, it's
If
probably some meth in that cigar he's smoking.
No
they
doubt
had
about
to,
it.
I think you can. I think that I feel like the circumstances create the people to some extent. I think that when you think of like an average 18-year-old today, you think of a guy with blue hair that's like crying on a college campus because he got triggered by something or some shit, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like a lot of people think that, but I think that like if our country were under legitimate threat, or if we had to go and like fight somewhere, like we could do it, right? I mean, like compare, for instance, like Russia's invasion into Ukraine, which has been a disaster for Russia. Compare that to our invasion into Iraq. Now, whether you agree or disagree with that invasion, okay, I'm pretty sure Saddam was gone in like 2 weeks. So like we can say like, yeah, like, okay, well,
no comment.
okay, sure. But we can say that like, okay, well, our people are weak. But like when our military has to do shit, like shit gets done like very quickly. And a lot of that is on the backs of like technological improvement and the sophistication of our military today. Like we don't need, I mean, like in a way, that's a good example you bring up because like we don't need people to storm a beach and run in and just get mowed down by machine guns anymore. Like the world has evolved. I don't know if you watch like that combat footage subreddit, but Jesus Christ, people are flying around drones today, just like dropping grenades onto people and killing them. Like it's insane how much
Oh my
technology has changed for all
God.
of that. I think that when you look at places like China and India, I had a guy talk to me about this recently because he got really mad because somebody brought up a similar point that like, oh no, China is very traditional. I think that when you are stuck in like a very developing area and all you can do is like eat, sleep, work, and that's all you've got, then yeah, you're not going to have many like people aren't going to be talking about like transgender people when they're just trying to survive, right? You're not going to see marches for LGBT rights in in places where the people are struggling just to get enough food on the table. I agree with you there. But as places in India and China have gotten more successful, as their median incomes have grown, there is a lot of social dissatisfaction in some of these places, whether it's pushing for more gay people to be represented in areas, or whether it's pushing for, right now, it's usually representation of government. But there's like this hierarchy of stuff that you push for, or like if you're developing, you're fighting for like, I need fucking food and water. Then it's like, I need good job opportunities. Then it's like, I need representation of my government. I don't want to live in an authoritarian regime. And then once you've got that shit out of the way, then it's like, okay, I think that women should have more rights. I want to talk about LGBT issues. But like when you're still working on that like foundational shit, yeah, you're not going to see much in the terms of like what we fight about for social issues in the West, right? But I mean, to some extent, that I think that's a marker of our progress. Like in some ways, it's really annoying when somebody goes on Twitter and they're like, I encountered a lot of sexism today because like somebody called me a bitch. But in other ways, it's actually really cool because it's like, okay, cool. Well, you in your mind, really bad sexism is somebody calling you a bitch. That's a mark of progress, in my opinion, because it means there's a whole bunch more sexism that you're not experiencing that people in the past did.
Well, I'm not. I'm a traditional guy, so I'm
He
not
just got
really
lost.
into the progressive stuff and all of that because I feel like when
Oh no, he's gonna do it to me again, folks. He's
And
gonna
he
do
was
it to me
lost.
again.
He was completely lost in what Destiny just
Yes.
said. And I hollered because I didn't know Destiny was going to say what I said about the drone strikes and all of that other stuff. I mean, it's common freaking sense. I mean, you
to the point where we allow like human beings having a imagination is awesome, but I feel like sometimes we've become so successful. It's kind of like what Bane said in The Dark Knight. Success has defeated us.
Uh-oh, here
Like,
they
I
go.
feel like
Quoting comic book characters. It's
Here we
always
go.
a comic book character with them. It's always some type of, it's always some fantasy stuff going on. It's always a disconnect with them.
And still hasn't mentioned a reference to a fact. Not
once. And Henry, as Henry said, all of these traditional men creating kids out of wedlock.
Right.
Right.
Well said. Well said, Henry.
We start going into when you start looking at intersectionalism, which I don't want to get into a huge debate about that, because I don't want to get
because I don't have the range.
But when you look at intersectionalism, the reason why there's so much conflict there, the reason why there's so much conflict in this country when you have these discussions and these debates and stuff is because we're starting to get off into the weeds with certain ideas and certain ideologies.
What did he mean?
He doesn't know what he's talking. See, notice how the white man he's always current or futuristic because he's constantly thinking about the future, but they always stay far in the past, and that's why he keeps trying to pull him back. Destiny is trying to stay in 2023. Angry Man is kidnapping him and with chloroform over him and taking him back to 1950. It's like he refuses to live for today.
It's crazy.
And it would be one thing if people lived their lives and didn't try to force their lifestyle or force their ideology onto everyone. But that's exactly what we live in nowadays. In fact, we live in a society now where if you're a traditional person, if you believe in certain things, like let's say for argument's sake that you're a religious person, let's say that you're a Christian, let's say that you believe in the nuclear family, let's say that you
but he obviously doesn't believe in it. He has a chance right now to go back to that woman, right?
And the thing about it is he keeps talking about forcing ideas. Does he not really understand that equal rights, the civil rights, was forcing an idea on white people?
Right.
Exactly.
Right.
Even just being a regular guy with a regular wife and children, you're under attack today by all of the people that are like, oh, you're old fashioned and that's not progressive. And we have to be understanding of this group and that group. You're literally under attack. Like most men that are traditional men are constantly getting a finger wagged in their face. That's the reason why the whole red pill concept and, the manosphere, whether it's the white one or the black one, that's the entire reason it exists, because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society.
Hey, lady,
that isn't true. Go ahead, DJ. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. No problem. A lady says, the only thing that makes me feel better is that there are equally ignorant white men as well. Not for long. Not for long.
And you see, he tries to group himself in by saying whether it's the white red pill or the black red pill.
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
even still, you're still not on equal footing
Right.
in society. Regardless as to what station of life they're in, you're still not on equal footing.
And treated like they're just innately toxic, and that's wrong.
So
wait.
There are not believing in
because men feel that they're being marginalized, ostracized from society, and treated like they're just innately toxic, and that's wrong.
I can prove that statement wrong just by showing some shit that, some red pillars sent to me.
So
I'll show you some toxic.
There are a lot of things that you're agreeing with, or that you're saying that I agree with. I just don't think that they're that gendered. When you talk about like getting off into the weeds with certain ideologies and attacking people for not believing in the right things, I think we do have a big problem with that today in society. I think a lot of it comes from the left kind of having their thumbs on a lot of the levers of cultural power. But I just don't think it's like a gendered thing. That's like a political, ideologically driven thing. Now, when you talk about like men are traditional men and they're getting fingers wagged in their faces, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's happening. I feel like people mix up a lot of the toxic aspects of red pill shit with like traditional things. If you're a good guy, you're working a good job, you go to church and you're looking for like a traditional partner, you've got your shit handled, I don't think anybody's wagging their finger at you. In fact, because I've talked to a lot of conservative women, I think conservative women are dying to find men like that. But oftentimes, one of the biggest complaints that I hear, and I know men have the loudest voices online, so you hear about like all the whores and sluts and blah blah blah.
I don't think they even have to be conservative women. A woman would just like a hardworking man. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I know he's trying to make an argument for conservatism in reply to my bad. I'm sorry. In reply to Section 8, but I think hardworking men that are not toxic are very, very hot items, I would think.
When I talk to traditional women or conservative women, their complaints are always like, I have no fucking idea where you can ever find a good conservative man. They don't exist. It's a bunch of schizoid young men that sit in their basements, play computer games all day, and fantasize about like having a harem of 50 women they fuck, like the guys on Fresh and Fit tell them to do, right? Like,
Exactly.
I don't feel like...
Exactly, and that's an important point. Because I call them the run-through gang. But they want to be picky about women and say you have to be feminine and all this other stuff. But they're just going to run through you anyway.
They're not even picky. They're not even. They say they're picky, but trust and believe if they are who we think they are, they're not picky. They just want the attention of some woman. They just want to run through at least one woman. Most of these guys aren't getting the attention from one woman because as soon as they open their mouth, women are like, "Oh my God, no," and they're going the opposite direction.
And this is why they compete against women with, well, you can get all you have to do is get on a Tinder app and you get all of the swipes. And it's like, well, don't you realize that the difference between men and women is that if a guy is at the club and all the women want him, that's one thing. But if I go to a club and 100 guys want me, it's going to be hard for me to get to the parking lot and leave.
That's true.
Safely. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Places in the manosphere are producing these factories of like good, positive, solid young men that are like good conservative men because their engagement with religion is really bad. Look at fucking I don't want to go down that whole Andrew Tate road if you don't want to, but like Andrew Tate coming out as Islamic after fucking running a casino and a cam business is like the two biggest, most haram things you can do in Islam, right? Or like a lot of these guys saying we need to embrace more like Christian values while telling you to have one-ended open relationships where you're fucking younger and younger women every year. Like, I don't think that these are the centers of society that are going to be creating the like the traditional conservative man of tomorrow. It's just like the new marketing ploy that's being sold. And then all these guys that are falling into this shit, I call it OnlyFans for men, because it's just like it's rotting and destroying their minds, thinking that or leading them into thinking they're going to be something that they're never going to be. And it's not preparing them for the future in a way that I think a conservative person would be.
Well, I can't really speak for the whole space, but I do know that the vast majority of the guys that watch my show on a regular basis are those traditional type guys. Now,
that was
lie.
He's lying.
My God. I mean, he's not a traditional dude.
Right. He's not even married to his child's mother.
And this is why they have the perception that they have. These men honestly believe that they are traditional because he's defined tradition for them.
Right, to traditional pookies. I'll agree with that.
Granted, a lot of them are already married. A lot of them are already in relationships.
No, they're
Lies.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Because how many followers does he have? Angry Man.
Let me look it up.
Section 8. And while you're looking it up, if the majority of them were married, that would mean that more black men would be married.
Right.
Just by looking at his audience space. And by looking at his audience space and what they comment and how they troll women's spaces, these are not married men.
No, they're not.
No, because married men, they're too busy to even be on YouTube.
Exactly.
Especially, I mean, think about it. You're married with kids. That's a lot of, by the time you get home from work and you do what you need to do, you want to spend quality time with your wife and your kids, that's it. You're done for the day. You see what I'm saying?
And even if you had time, it wouldn't be as much as this guy is online. And we've seen them troll BWE content creators. We've seen them under comments that we've put in they're incessantly trolling. Like if you were a happily married man, you wouldn't have time to do as much trolling as you do, and you wouldn't troll in the manner that you troll. If you were the traditional man, we wouldn't hear some of the things that are coming out of their mouths.
Right.
Exactly.
Nate, here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down for you. What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where
no, pause it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
So what he just said, they're having trouble finding these kind of women. I thought you just said
you just said they were married. Right.
Oh my God, that's a good point. We got to. Oh my God, you nailed that. That's a big deal. That's a big deal because he just lied straight up.
Guys, now, granted, a lot of them are already married. A lot of them are already in relationships. But what they find is here's the issue that they find. Let me break it down.
Okay.
What's happening is when they go out into the world and attempt to live a traditional life, they're constantly being told, these guys are constantly, meeting barriers, trying to live a traditional life. Now, when they go out here, I don't know where these conservative, traditional women that you're talking about are. I don't know where they congregate, but these are the complaints that guys give to me, that they have so much difficulty finding these type of women, especially in Black culture. In Black culture, we have an issue where there's this culture of promiscuity. There's this culture of
here's this bullshit. This is important.
Here you go. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Because it's the men who are promiscuous. Without the men being promiscuous, there wouldn't be so many children in fatherless homes. So it's the men that are being just as promiscuous as the women. This is not happening in a vacuum. We don't have both parts to impregnate ourselves.
This is the ignorance at the maximum level right here. The thing is even me as a man, I know that dudes, we get down more than women. We just do. Okay. So for him to bring it up like this is embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. I mean, I know even men are laughing at this because it's like, wait a minute. Last I checked, we were the ones, bragging about, going, dating multiple women. So
they're the ones that are on YouTube showing all these women that they're sleeping with when they go over to other countries. It's not Black women.
Right. What I need to do is cut in that part where Austin Holloman's telling everybody, yeah, I just banged, 50 women in 30 days and blah, 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 and see what his reply would be then.
And that is absolutely disgusting in more ways than one for him to even said that.
Yeah.
And all of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're going to be, a little more free sexually. And that's a nice way of putting it.
He sounds like a
So I guess we come
bigot.
to the 1970s with the flower child movement. At least we've advanced to the 70s, I think, with the flower child sexual revolution.
Yeah, let me pick my fro out before we leave and go somewhere else.
Well, I don't think he would be even have a fro. I think he would be a white guy, when old white conservative. That's what he would be. You wouldn't be, he doesn't, I can't. What happened to this dude? I mean, the funny thing is this: he's saying all this with 3 kids and a baby mama.
I think more than one. I think he has more than one.
More than one baby mama? Oh my God. Let's look that up real quick. Let me look that up real quick. How many kids does
it's like I can't even get into my 1970s vernacular because I know we may leave at any moment. So you fat turkey sucker.
No. Okay, I don't see YouTube. I bet he won't. He's not famous enough to be. He's got 350 subs, so that's up there, but
350,000.
Yeah. That's what I should say. 350K subs. Yeah.
Wow. All those people lost. All those lost souls.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of men. I mean, the thing is this. That's what's so sad about.
No, you said it right. It's scary.
Yeah, it is.
That's scary.
I mean, and he's just one of them. You see what I'm saying?
Right. One of the channel holders that spews this type of rhetoric. Yes.
Exactly. Man.
But the thing about it is they run around looking for daddies. Like they run around from channel to channel looking for daddies.
Yeah, they are.
These guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women. They're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment.
So he's admitting that that's a problem.
The guys are,
he's admitting
on a
he
regular
just admitted
basis,
it.
where the women they want to do the same. There's this culture of promiscuity, There's this culture of, the slut walk and all of those different type of things, where every single woman they encounter is part of the sexual revolution. So they're gonna
he's clearly trying to put promiscuity on women.
But the thing about it is, and this is what I used to when I was being gentle, is to change the demographic that you're going in. If this is what you're running into, it's because of the demographic that you're choosing to date in. If you were capable of dating outside that demographic, you would. If you were looking for women outside of that demographic, you would go to the places where conservative women are. You would go to the places where business women are. You would go to church. You would go to specific places to meet specific types of women. The problem is they're not capable of competing in those arenas.
No.
And so you want to put those things on all Black women, but they're not on all Black women. They're just in a demographic that you're hunting in. And if you keep swimming low, that's all. If you keep swimming in the shallow end, you're going to stay shallow.
I think he's holding up a mirror to himself.
Yes,
and
he is.
And you know what they're doing that's really disgusting, because he's doing it right now as we're watching. they're pleading to the white man to put us back in our place.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
yeah,
I do.
You know, because they've been trying to do it with us. And remember that these were the same guys when Brian called Cynthia G and they talked down on her, and that was a call-in show when that white guy called in and spoke his piece about black men, and it wasn't even disrespectful. And now here they are having pseudo debates with the white guy. So they're contradicting their own statements. And then they got Pearly running around and they're worshiping a bottom shelf Becky. It's just like, you know, it's the hypocrisy is all up and down these streets with these dudes.
Truth.
Be, you know, a little more free sexually. And that's a nice way of putting it. You know, so when these guys are out here actually looking for marriageable women, they're coming up short. They can't find any, because part of the new age way of thinking is that women should be able to do the things that men have traditionally done. And the sad part is whenever you hear that, it's always women taking the most negative things of men and then touting that as empowerment.
Look at that. Look at that. That needs to be clipped too. That need to be clipped too. He's literally shutting down their entire talking point just in that.
50-57. That's crazy.
This is insane.
Encountering on a regular basis, where the women they want to do the same things, they want to have the same equality as men, which is fine, but they don't want the same accountability, the same responsibility. It doesn't make any sense.
Accountability, responsibility, but yeah, you have.
And when are they held? When are they? And this is another thing that angers me. And I know I keep saying this, but when they say single mothers need to take accountability, what are they saying? Because I'm sorry, if single mothers are caring for their children and most of them alone, what more accountability can she take?
Right.
Well, yeah, the accountability is in the responsibility.
Exactly.
But the problem is this ain't even about single mothers. This is about the fact that if you're talking about accountability, then what you would be talking about is that if black men want to be porn stars, then they need to be talking about getting tested every week, because I want to know how fast Austin Holliman went to the clinic after he has sex within those 50 women.
And he right. Mouth kissing and wanting them, getting rid of them if they didn't mouth kiss, if they didn't tongue him, he said get rid of them. Like,
wow, see,
that's nasty. My thing is, if you're gonna go sleep around, you know, and do it a whole bunch of women, why not be a porn star? Why not do that?
Because they don't even want to. But that's what I'm just saying. You're saying the same thing I'm saying. They want to be porn stars, but nobody wants to be regulated and get tested. You know, that's a whole lifestyle. You know what I mean? And it comes with responsibility, even with that.
Well, it's clear how you see how careless he is right now, just with his life. So we can't conclude that he's being careful with all these 50 women. You know, he's not. I guarantee you not that. I guarantee you not with that number. He's probably made 2 pregnant.
And what's sad is Brazil. I can't remember what year it was, but they had the highest HIV rate.
That was all up and through the 90s. Yeah, that was when that documentary, because they actually did a documentary about it. But yeah, that was like the 90s where their United Nations reached out to the United States for assistance. They asked for $1 million so that they could get some help with their high HIV and AIDS rates. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if you're willing to be in the right, have you heard of this? I know you've heard the saying. Have you heard of the saying, dress for the job that you want?
Yeah.
Yeah. The idea is like, you should carry yourself through life like you're where you want to be, because that's how you're going to find that place essentially. Right. I'll hear people say this, like, I don't know where to find conservative women. And then you like ask them, well, where are you looking? And they're like, well, I've tried Tinder. I've gone on Bumble. I've gone on Hinge. And it's like, okay, do you go to a church? Like, do you have a community of like conservative friends? Have you been involved in any political or community organizing? Because like, especially in the Black community, right? Like women are like the backbones of all of these things. And if you're looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. but I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the #1 place to start, right? Because these are where, off of churches, are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. But people aren't willing to go out and look for it.
Can you pause it?
Yeah, but I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking.
So this white man is telling every black man how to find a conservative black woman that they say that they cannot find.
Right.
Like, if he knows, and he's apparently not looking for one, but if he knows how to find this group of women, then why is it that all of your people can't find this group of women? Because he knows that they're out there. And I know he triggered, and I haven't seen this. I haven't seen any of this except for what you're. No, and I know he keeps repeating the same things I'm saying. I have not seen this. It's just common sense. To me, it's just common sense. But he's triggered him. I know he triggered him.
Just wait till you hear what he's about to say, though. Just wait until you hear how he's about to respond.
Okay, I know for a fact he got triggered by that black women backbone. I just know it by the sheer virtue of who he is. I know he got triggered by that. Go ahead, DJ. I'm gonna be quiet.
Okay.
Looking for conservative people and you're in those areas, you'll find them there. But I feel like people aren't setting themselves up in a conservative lifestyle. Like, if you tell me you're looking for a conservative woman and you're not part of your local church, like, Jesus, that's like the #1 place to start, right? Because these are where, off of churches, are where all of your community building activities are going to stem from. Every church has a bulletin board where people are doing things. A lot of churches are involved in like community outreach. You can volunteer. You meet a ton of people this way. But people aren't willing to go out and look for it. Yeah, but I feel like in terms of that type of advice, I never hear red pillars talking about that. It's always like the sexual marketplace and high value men are these things you have to do to exploit the dynamics of the evolutionary psychology of women so that you can fuck as many women as possible. And that's going to be 1%. And like, that's the message I hear over and over and over and over and over again, rather than like, look up your local archdiocese.
He nailed that.
Right. He's nailing him.
Start going to your church every Sunday. And when church ends, everybody's chatting with each other because that's what they do. Sometimes the priest or whatever will come out and talk to people, and you just like talk to people and you meet friends that way. Like, that's how you organically grow out a group of friends. But I don't hear that advice ever in the manosphere. I never hear that.
I hate the reason why you never hear that in the manosphere is because the biggest hoes usually go to church. They're usually the most promiscuous.
Man.
They're usually the most trifling. Like, guys,
and you see how he's encapsulating every black woman and throwing them in a pot, and he's making it impossible for a black man to find any good black woman.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
And everything every time he's opposed anything he said, his only reply is excuses.
That's all they come with. That's all that they come with. He's going to continue to do it. I mean, he has no solutions. He's not looking for any.
They could just go to church and find a good, wholesome girl at church. They can't. That's usually where the worst ones are at.
On average, do you think
Torch, can you put it on pause?
Are going to be more promiscuous, or like,
even in regards to the church topic, because we're going to leave that. But let's be honest and even discuss the fact that when black women were heavy in the church, the men weren't in the church, and they were forced to go on holidays and things of that nature. And even sometimes grandpa or your uncle would come to church. He ended up being drunk from the night before. He'd been, hanging and all of that. So they weren't even equally in the church with the women. And that's also why a lot of those marriages within the church didn't work, because the whole idea of worshiping and praising is to do it together.
And the thing about it is they aren't there in mass. Black men aren't in church in mass. I think that the church that I attend now, I'm the only single person. I'm the only person that's not married. Everybody else in my church is married. So if you can find a church where they're not what he said, and not every woman in church is living that lifestyle of being promiscuous. That's a whole
No.
lot. And like
No,
I said,
that's a lie.
he's only saying that in order to encapsulate every Black woman into the same boat, into the same sphere. And it's so salacious that it doesn't even make sense. Like, nobody believes you. Like, I mean, why make up this? He could have easily said there's not a lot of viable women because there's a lot of single mothers, or he could have said anything but what he just said.
He basically just wants to sully. That's all he's in here for.
That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all.
Because they're not even in the church. They weren't then, and they weren't in large numbers in the last 20, 30 years. I mean, come on, let's be honest.
Like women that are like at a bar or a club.
Bro, they do the same thing.
So every woman everywhere, there are no more conservative women.
They're twerking. They're twerking.
Oh my God, the
in
twerking
church.
comment. Holy shit!
When you look at the Black community, the vast majority of the men don't even go to church anymore.
I mean, he's literally using what hardcore, I wouldn't even call it, hate group would use. They would say, "Oh yeah, they twerking all the time. They don't do any work." But
and the thing about it, when is the last time he burst into a church? Like, he's saying this as if he's bursted himself. Like, he's been
right. He's caught them in twerking in a church. Man, yeah, he would make a good KKK member. He would. They probably they'll probably take him. I'm not really Black anyway,
They've checked out, and the reason why they checked out is because of the ridiculousness that's going on in the church. You got the Baptist preacher actually having sex with women in the congregation.
Oh,
and that's not the pastor's fault as a leader. Once again, the leader,
that part.
I mean, come on. Once again, he keeps telling on himself.
Okay, keep talking. I gotta grab something real quick.
Yeah, this is just very sad and unfortunate that we live in this kind of time. And somewhere in the future, since, we're doing all this time traveling, they're not thinking about in the future how 100 years from now, people are going to look back and we're going to get roasted. Because people are going to be sitting back like, wow, they were dumb. Look how they had access and didn't utilize it to get their shit together.
No, because it won't be the Black women. It'll be the Black men. And
absolutely.
What will be said is, I don't know how Black women dealt with them. That's what will be said.
Yeah.
Because they're going to phase themselves out.
See, well, you saw the studies that by 2030, what humans are supposed to look like, and basically it was a photo of a blue-eyed, kinky hair biracial. So they're already showing you that they're going to, they're going to end up taking them. Yeah, they're going to become extinct.
The wonderful thing about Black DNA is that it will manifest itself, and it will manifest itself.
We just need a new cycle,
right? But it'll manifest itself surprisingly. So it could be two blue-eyed, blonde-haired, kinky-haired people together that will have a dark-skinned baby out of nowhere. So
right, absolutely, because that's actually genetically happened even in certain white families where the child will come out. Yeah, so I don't think it's going anywhere, but like I was saying earlier, we just need like a whole new reset. Yeah, we need a cleanse, and see, but it comes sacrifices within the cleanse, and that's why a lot of Black women who don't want to realize that they're going to have to get on board with the fact that no, you won't necessarily get that fairy tale happy ending, but at least you could possibly get an ending to your life by not getting yourself involved with these men, because they're unhinged, they're uneducated. And so you have to ask yourself, if these guys are like 40, 50, 60, if you haven't picked up a book to read since you were in elementary school, junior high, I mean, my goodness.
And do we believe this guy has this Encyclopedia Britannica? Like, please miss me with that. And he Destiny kind of shaded him by saying how expensive they were. And he didn't even catch that because he didn't shade him. He was like, those
they were actually very expensive.
right?
That.
Because
people
were getting Yeah, people were getting 1 and 2 volumes. They weren't like getting the entire set of the Encyclopedia Britannicas. Like, miss me with that. So I know he's lying. I mean, dude, you're talking about things that you can actually research in those books, since you like to go back to the cotton gin and the printing press. and
I mean, it's all online now.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if he actually had those books, he would be able to have a better conversation.
Absolutely, yeah.
So hey, everyone. Now I was born in the '60s. I don't know who else was born in the '60s, but how many of you all remember there was always that book shelf that was right there in the living room, and it had all of them red books from A to Z across the board. And when you had homework, if it was something you didn't understand, go look that up in that book. You'll find it. And then they had them big ones. Remember them big ones? What was it? The A to K, L to Z? Them 2 big ones. Not only did you have the world books that were, it was, I think it was 24. Wait a minute, not 24, because I think the X, Y, and Z were all encompassed in one book.
Yeah, the XYZ was always together.
Always in one book. Okay, I'm old, so I'm trying to think back to my youth.
Okay. No, I don't
I'm
have
trying to
nothing
think back to my youth right now. But that was in the house. Now, you have some people that they come at me like I had a Huxtable lifestyle. I'm like, no, I could throw a rock hard enough and bust out Larry Hoover window. Everybody from Chicago know who Larry Hoover is, or if they know anything about that gang. So no, I didn't grow up in no Huxtable lifestyle, but everybody had that group of books and they fit perfectly. It's sort of like they measured the book cabinets, whereas all of those books would fit in a row. And then they had one, you all got to help me out now, because the world books were the red books, but it was also a set and they were beige.
Yeah, they went from, it was
the
a red
yearbooks. The yearbooks. There we go. I had to think about it. The yearbooks, whereas they talked about what happened that calendar year, and every year they would release a yearbook for what went on in that year.
You talking about those atlases?
See, I love y'all, because I forget this stuff. All that stuff is still probably in the basement of the house I grew up in.
They still have the World Atlas. It's just obviously it's more so online. So that's just the whole thing of why these guys' talking points can be debunked, because everything is still now online. They actually released the Atlas book for this year, have predicted a lot of the cold weather that we're experiencing. So that was already pre-planned. So nothing has changed. And that's why, what he's saying doesn't make any sense at all, because we have the access right then and there. Just like he had the access while he was on this panel talking, he could have been actually typing and researching and looking things up along the way so that he could carry on with the conversation properly.
Exactly.
But he's so stuck on his own talking points. We hear these guys, whether they come on panels or whether they're in comment sections, they're literally repeating. It's a master handbook that these guys have passed around with all of this.
No, not a handbook, just a pamphlet.
Yeah, little baby, little coffee table magazine, full of words that they've all recited. And that's why they all quote the same talking points. They quote the same fake stats that have no link, no backup, no research study. They are convinced, and you can't remove them from the container that they've put themselves in. And if you look at it, see, these guys are used to being in their own spaces where they can monopolize. And this is how you separate the real and the fake, because once you put these people together and collaborate like how they're doing, then you get to see, who's really talking about what. And these guys are so used to being in their echo chamber that they can't step outside of that and have a conversation with anyone. That's why they're not even willing to really have a real debate, because this isn't a debate. This is just a conversation.
That exactly. With a blue haired white guy. That's hilarious in itself.
And the thing about it is they will go through the comment sections and do the same things. And they think just because they put facts after what they said that makes it so, or they'll say, I won this one. Like, are you kidding? Like, you haven't even said anything. And they can't conceptualize that what they've been sold is not the truth because they can't formulate their own thoughts. Like, they're not capable of doing the research on their own, and they just ingest this. They keep ingesting it and keep ingesting it, and it's indoctrination, and they can't even see it. And so they take that out and they act it out because it doesn't fit into society. It doesn't even fit into the real world.
And you see how they don't even care, because he said it himself in his opening argument, as if education meant nothing. So then why are you having these conversations saying that it was this study done, that study done? If studies don't mean anything, if stats don't mean anything, then your philosophical point of view means nothing.
Right.
Well, when it comes to philosophers, everybody that goes to prison has got to do 5 years or more. They come out a philosopher. I'm just saying.
Yeah. But at least I can say, at least with people that come out of prison who are, some of them do actually come out learned because they have nothing but time. They have resources and nothing but time to do so. I would listen to someone who came out of who did 15 years in prison and actually studied in prison before I would listen to him.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So I just be like, that dude, he's a laugh riot. I go on shows like that just because, that's like a great free comedy show. I don't have to buy no ticket. It's going to be original and it's going to make me laugh.
Yeah, but it's just like these guys, they keep going around and round and around the mulberry bush. And I don't know how they think that these talking points are going to take them anywhere, because we already see that none of this is going to go mainstream. And especially within our community, it isn't. I mean, they would just take these talking points and polish them up and then give them to a white guy, if anything. But no one is going to sponsor this type of rhetoric. And with the advancement of women, especially Black women, no one is going to hold them back, even including the powers that be, because guess what? The dollars are rolling in.
Yeah.
And that's what makes the economy move forward.
I mean, that's like that gray girl, just pearly things. I mean, just her appearance alone reminds me of a little boy from a impoverished country on Christmas. If he wasn't a boy, he wouldn't have nothing to play with.
Okay, Linda, I think I remember you from Dee Dee. You're a regular at Dee Dee's.
Yeah. We were talking about conservatism and this and that, and as soon as I mentioned D Twizzle, that's where everything went left. And I'm like, if everything that I've said so far made sense and haven't used any profanity or anything on that level, but when I said that, I will vote for a Republican before I ever vote for a Democrat, now you all are upset? How? I mean, make that make sense to me. Like I said, it would be different if I wasn't somebody that was born and raised in the ghetto and did what I had to do legally.
I don't know what you were
to
talking
get out.
about then. When was this?
This was wait, Dee Dee, that's the light-skinned girl that's married, right?
That's what she meant, yeah.
Okay, I was only on a show one time.
Yeah, the Kevin Samuels fan.
That did it too. When I got to talking about him, and I used the name other than I used the nickname that they use as a him, and she started feeling some type of way. Not really feeling some type of way. They just didn't like. It was her and a couple other gentlemen that were on there, and I was saying, look, I live in the Metro Atlanta area. There's a lot of funk faking that's going on in the Metro Atlanta area. People are renting lives and portraying it on the internet like they actually have those lives. Okay, you earn a lifestyle. You don't buy one. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You buy what you can afford within your price range. But a lot of people have issues They want to get things to make them look like they're making what they're not. See, and I'm not one of them type of people. If I have it, you can best believe that I had, the qualifying credit to buy it, and it's not gonna doggone cut into my income to the point that I'm sitting here eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, but I look good. I like T-bone steaks. I like shrimp etouffee.
Okay, let me get back and do the video.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Women actually twerking in church. You've got the single mothers sitting on the front pew of the church. Like, the church, especially in the Black community, I can't speak for the white community, but in the Black community, the church is lost, bro. It's done.
Where are all of these single moms coming from?
Where are they coming from?
Yeah.
From outer space.
Oh, when he's talking about the women twerking in church, he is talking about a video that he saw. It was a church in Africa. They were doing their traditional dance in church, not a church in the United States.
Well, we already know that they're not doing that in real life.
Right,
that goes without saying. Let's
yeah,
right, but I'm just putting a light on where he got his.
Because if the church is fucked because it's all like single moms and people, like, it seems like it takes two to tango, right? Like, it can't just be all on Black women.
Well,
right?
Actually, no, it does. Actually, no, it doesn't take two to tango. And the reason why is because what's going on in the Black community is you have a large group of women that are actually having sex with multiple men, having children with multiple men. You actually have twice as many women in the Black community have children as the men. Twice as many.
Yeah, but why is that? There are some cities where there's like 3 Black women for every 1 man that's not in jail, right? Like, I mean, like, depending on the city that you live in, the availability for some of these Black women to even find a guy, the competition is fierce.
There's a number of factors. The competition is very fierce, and there's a number of reasons for that. Number one, we have a small percentage of the population. Black women, last time I checked, outnumbered the men by about 3 or 4 million, something crazy like that. Part of the reason is because of
that's not true. That's not true.
Community, they actually.
That's not true. Black women outnumber Black men by 2 million bodies. And those are the birth.
Think it's 2 million.
Those are the birth. You can look it up. Those are the birth statistics. You have 19 million Black men versus 21 million Black women. And that's the statistical data that's been around for the last 30 years, 30, 40 years.
Well,
actually go to Planned Parenthood to the tune of 367,000 per year. That's 1,000 every day. So that already right there, you have a lower population of just Black people in general due to that.
But wouldn't that still help Black men's cause though? If they're, let's take his 3 million. That means that really makes y'all dumb that you can't find an upstanding wife.
Right.
Thank you. I mean, hell, that's like you got 7 oranges on one table and you go pick an apple up. I mean, come on, stop playing.
You have to look for a wife to find a wife.
Right.
They ain't looking.
In addition to that, there has been an issue with mass incarceration thanks to good old Joe Biden with the 94 crime bill. So you have a lot of brothers that are locked up. So that diminishes the amount of Black men as well. In addition to that, you have
whose fault is that?
Exactly. So you're not going to take responsibility for committing the crimes.
Exactly. I've said that so many times. They put guns and drugs in the neighborhood so we'll kill ourselves. Okay, like you don't have enough common sense to not fire a doggone weapon at someone within your neighborhood and not learn. See, learn, mind you, keyword learn. Learn how to package narcotics for sale. Somebody could drop a kilo of whatever at my house and I'd be like, call the police. Hey, look, somebody did look like drugs to me. I don't know how much got to go in something in order to sell it for whatever it sell for, $10, $20, $40, $50. I don't know how to do that. And I'm not researching it. I just don't
Also
know.
a
That's not
problem
my
with black
thing.
women not being very easy to get along with and not being easy to cohabitate with. So you have black men who seek relationships outside of the black race, you know, outside of the country, you know, with the passport bros, with SYSBM, all of those different things. So then you end up with an even lower amount. And what happens is you have sisters, you have black women out here that are more prone to deal with what people call the Pookies and the Ray Rays, and they'll go out here and they'll have kids.
He's a Pookie and a Ray Ray.
Exactly. It's socialism. People, they socialize with people within their particular group.
Wait. We're trying to keep the politics down to a minimum.
No. That's what they do though. It's like people that are in the military. They normally bond with them people that are in the military. So you have people that are in the hood, and they're gonna doggone have common likes and all this other stuff, life experiences, all the same within people within that select group of people. So that's who they're gonna better bond with. It's socialization.
They'll have children with 1, 2, maybe even 3 different men. And the reason why that is because it's been incentivized by our government, unfortunately. A lot of these women are doing that in order to supplement their lifestyle. Welfare,
you know, well, how many kids is it gonna take for the government to give me $1 million and 10 million? How many I gotta have?
Exactly. And he's saying supplement as if they're getting, when you're on those benefits, you can't make, you have to be below the poverty line to even qualify for those benefits. And as I said the other day, the middle class is classified from 43K to 130K, I think. So if you're making 43K, you don't even qualify for those benefits. So what supplement is he talking about? Like, the only supplement that you may be able to get if you're making that income is food stamps. So
but this shows you their ceiling though. Oh, sorry, go ahead, keep going. But this is their ceiling. This goes to show you that this is their ceiling, because if we're talking about welfare benefits, which is chump change, you know, then you have women that are in that position that still want to go back to school and become something, because it's nothing. That's not enough to take care of children, to send them in extracurricular activities, and to put them through college. So the way that they're sitting here acting like all a woman has to do is get pregnant and the government gives her a mansion. Exactly. I mean, come on.
Exactly. And again, like I said before, black men account for 46% of the recipient of welfare in the so-called black community. So let's not pretend that they make up half of those recipients. So what accounts for that? So, or is it a supplement to their lifestyle?
And it would be more. It would probably be more than that 46%, because you're talking about the 46% that is getting the checks. But what about the other percent of men who are living off of women who are getting the check, like Angry Man, who's going to admit that in a little while within this video?
And not to mention the ones that are incarcerated that we're paying for. So, So again, even if and it's 1.7, we outnumber them by 1.7 million. So even if we outnumber them by 1.7 million, we would have to look at the prison incarceration population. Then we would have to also subtract the gay men who are not bisexual, just straight gay men. So again, the numbers dwindle significantly when you put those things into account. And then you also have to subtract the men that are already married. So you cannot say that you do not have a viable number of women today.
Yeah, now this is something, and you could research this. You could have a single mother, and this is not like a black woman point out thing. This is across the board. Welfare is across the board. You could have a single mother with 2 children, and they'll get like $418 a month. But if you have a woman that's a single mother that served in the military and she's getting veterans benefits, she only gets $70 per child.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a scale system. It's just like the bottom line is that we already know if we're in a country where it's this 1% number, then we already know that a lot of us are struggling. And that's why these guys look stupid when they come into these spaces trying to act like they're all rich and they're all successful when the community is in shambles.
Exactly. And then they're going to people who also, this is the thing that they fail to understand. A lot of white people are in the same position as a lot of black people. It's just as many people per capita on welfare in the white community as there is in the black community.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
There's more white people on welfare than the entitled population of Black America. If you go to the Department of Food and Subsistence and you look at the percentages, they'll say 30% of whites are on welfare, right? Now, what you do is you get the doggone number. How many white people are there in the United States for that demographic? And you take 30% of that.
We understand that. I mean, it goes without saying. We understand.
Yeah,
Right, what I'm saying is you come up with 69 million people.
Well, yeah, you know, also let's not forget as well. See, this is where these guys aren't doing research. There was actually a report, there was a raid that was done. This was almost maybe within the last 15, 20 years, where they had in fact cracked down on some doctors' wives who were getting welfare checks. So what a lot of these guys don't know is that a lot of these wealthy men, their wives are getting checks. These were Armenian doctors who were living in rich neighborhoods, and the wives were receiving food stamps and welfare, and the husband is a whole doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I like to let me kick out of some shout outs. Phyllis, thanks for coming through. Tomas, thanks for coming through. Psycho Candy, thanks for coming through. Tiff, thanks for coming through. Cassandra Brown, it's good to see you here. Who else? I think there was one more person. Quita's here, and Melinda is in the chat too. Of course, a lady. Okay, I think I got everybody. Oh, I can't forget about Henry. Henry's in the house too.
We're ready.
Stamps, child support, all of those different things. There's a bunch of different factors that weigh into that.
Okay, for whatever we want to blame black women for this, black men are just as culpable, right? We can complain about the mass incarceration from the 93 crime bill all we want, but Joe Biden doesn't make somebody sell weed. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody carry an unregistered firearm. Joe Biden doesn't make somebody a gangbanger. Like, these are choices that are still being made, that are being made by black men that fuck over black women in the community. And I think that the cultural problems stem from a lot of the kind of like dysfunction that goes back and forth there. I don't think it's fair to blame black women on everything. Like, we can talk about like food stamps and welfare and all that too, but that exists for black people and white people and every other type of person in the United States. But it seems like the black community has like a special problem with it, right?
Well, hold on. No, when we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay, one book written by what is her name? Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American.
A professor who went to college.
Yale or
what?
And a woman.
And a woman?
About that. When we're talking about that, there are things that are very specific. Okay. One book written by what is her name? Elizabeth Hinton, who I think went to Yale. I think she's a professor in African American studies at either Yale or I think Yale, if I'm not mistaken. She wrote From the War on Poverty to the War on Crime. And she pointed out through her research, right after you get the 65 Voters' Rights Act, you actually have a overhauling of the criminal justice system where they started policing urban areas more heavily. This is right after the Industrial Revolution, where you have black people migrating into the urban centers. You have them policing them more heavily. Okay, you actually have what is
it's called racism. What else?
The equivalent of today, billions of dollars funneled into that criminal program. I forgot the name of it, but the purpose was to create probation officers, all of these different things to create a revolving door in the criminal justice system, which has affected the Black community significantly. So
that's a lie,
yeah,
Choice. Put it on pause. You guys remember, what was the attorney's name, the Black attorney that did the OJ case? Wasn't his name Darren? What was Darden?
Darden.
Yeah. I think it was him that quoted that when they talked about Black men in the system. And one thing that he said as a criminal defense attorney is that the reason why a lot of Black men end up falling into the system anyway is because they don't have proper representation. So why is an angry man encouraging Black men to become attorneys? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so that they can work on the system, because when you don't have any representation that looks like you can't expect another man in another community to fight for you the same way when he himself isn't going through that plight. So why aren't they encouraging each other to go to join the police force, join the political arenas? They're not doing that. They're so busy trying to figure out how to get a passport to go out of the country, thinking that that's going to save them when it's not.
They won't even vote. They don't even vote.
Thank you. And then he said the Civil Rights Act of 1965, no, it's 1964. The Industrial Revolution was 30 years prior. So how's that right after the Great Migration North? Right after that. That's not right after. You had decades in between. But what do you think you get from a person that has not educated themselves on facts, and they're spreading it to others that haven't educated themselves, and all of them got daddy issues because they didn't have a daddy?
Yeah.
It's wrong for any Black man to go out here and commit crimes and do things that he doesn't have any business. But it has been historically proven over and over again that Black men have been disproportionately targeted by the criminal justice system.
What does that have to do with Black women?
Nothing.
Not a damn thing.
Especially with particular crimes. When you have certain narcotics that Black men get a harsher sentence for.
And why is he bringing that up? Put it on pause. Notice how he's bringing up actual crimes. See, the problem is, yes, do they get more time on average? Yes, that's a separate issue. But you're sitting here acting like you're advocating to sell dope.
Right.
Slap on the wrist, or even worse, when it comes to unaliving somebody, more often than not, when a white guy goes to jail for unaliving somebody, they end up getting a manslaughter charge as opposed to.
Look at that. Look at that. This is sick. He wants to commit crime and get away with it, and get and get a slap on the hand. Like, what is that? We don't need that. We don't need this kind of rhetoric in our community.
But see, he's exposing himself. He's exposing the deeply of their minds and why they need to be incarcerated at the rate they're being incarcerated.
Exactly. He's giving everybody the "I told you so." You know, he needs to stop.
It's as though, okay, just because you guys we should get away with crime. Not saying that crime is wrong. Like he's saying, it's as though he's suggesting that crime isn't wrong.
Right.
Right. I mean, really, the thing is that what he's talking about, he's trying to make it sound like that the system is unfair to Black men, which is true, but it has nothing to do with their debate. But it has nothing to do with Black women whatsoever.
At this point, the system. Unfair, sorry, go ahead.
Even if it is unfair, wouldn't that stand to reason that it should keep you out of trouble? Because
that's the thing. That's the thing. You would think that they would figure out now, well, we can't get away with this, so let's stop doing it. And that's why I was getting ready to counter that by saying that it isn't at this point where we're at now in 2023. It isn't the problem that it used to be of the past, because the problem now would have to be them, because they're not doing anything about the obvious problem.
Right. And I'm sorry if you're getting stopped 20 times. Stop being suspicious 20 times. Like
that you got on now. I would be stopping him too.
Exactly. And the rapper that got stopped is up in arms because he was sitting there with no license plate. Like, nobody cares about that. And I wish Black women would stay the heck off the pavement advocating for this criminality. Like, stop.
Right.
Because then you're going to want to call those same police that you're sitting out there marching and saying that they're being unfair. You're going to call them when that same person goes upside your head the next time. And then what?
Absolutely.
To second degree or whatever degree or whatever. Now, I'm not trying to play the victim Olympics. I'm just stating the facts. Like, any of this can be looked up. The research is out there.
Yeah,
so it's not just that black men are just like, oh, we're going to go to prison or whatever. Like, right around the time that they overhauled the welfare program in 96, not 96, in 65 and 66, you see a rise in single parent households. You see a rise in single parent households. You had a number of things that occurred that affect that. You had the emergence of the prison industrial complex. You're just coming out of the Vietnam War, which a lot of black men lost their lives to that. And now you have this welfare program where if you have a man in the house, one of the stipulations is you don't qualify for those particular things.
Pause it. Put it on pause. Okay, so he just destroyed his own argument. First of all, you said Vietnam and the prison industrial complex. That means that those men were either out fighting or they were incarcerated. So there was a need for the women who were left alone with the children to have some type of way to feed those children. It's not the other way around. It wasn't black women sought welfare and then the men left to go to Vietnam and then the men started to go to prison. That's not how it happened. And the thing about it is, if a man could be replaced by a welfare check, he wasn't doing what he was supposed to do in the first place. If that man owned that home, he wasn't getting kicked out of his own home for a welfare check. Let's not pretend like the women weren't getting welfare and the men was leaving when they came in to do the checks. Those men were there in that home and they were leaving when they knew the people were coming to check those homes. So,
and let me tell you how that's even debunked anyway. This is why we shouldn't even be having this talking point. This is like a whole episode of the Twilight Zone, because no one has yet to produce the articles that show what day did the police or the National Guard line up and knock on every door in the black community and remove black men. Okay. I would like to see the newspaper clipping. I would like to see the news reels. I would like to see the receipts that show that they lined up, because that's in order for that to happen. Because for you to get for you to go and fill out an application, you could say that the guy wasn't living there, okay, but they're saying that they were put out of the home. So I want to see the newspaper clippings and I want to see the news footage that shows en masse that black men were literally removed from their homes.
And where did they go?
And where'd they go? That's the next question, right? Where did they go and what did they do? Because see, what it shows you is that it looks like you had a lot of time on your hands, seeing as though you got removed to get something going. So why didn't you come back with something in hand?
Well, I just remember a jam from way back in the day. One was called Papa Was a Rolling Stone.
Oh, absolutely, right.
So,
and there was a lot of that going on with those. My grandfather was one of those when he got the neighbor from next door pregnant. While my grandmother was gone visiting her sick mother.
Man, yeah.
So,
which is unfortunate because during that time you had a really serious problem with poverty. So there's a number of factors that play into all of that.
So to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the Poverty One or whatever, right? But regardless of that,
he probably knows more about the book than dude does. That's sad, ain't it?
You said might be true, but none of that is black women's fault. I just don't think it's fair to blame black women. Like you can't blame black women.
We just went over that. Is the bottom line is that leave black women out of it. That's all black women have been asking for. That's it. And this white guy gets it.
It negates them as leaders. I keep saying it negates you as a leader. And it boggles my mind that they cannot rationalize and conceptualize that this makes you look weak. Do you not understand that by deferring all fault to women, that you're saying how weak and emasculated you are as men and that you're not capable of leadership?
Exactly.
That's essentially what they're saying, because notice that he's never, throughout this entire conversation, where are we at now, Torch, for reference? We're at what, an hour and a half in this video?
We're an hour, an hour and 1 minute.
So we're an hour in, and notice he has yet to say anything about Black man's positioning as a leader. No facts given. He's just constantly talking about how Black men were somehow put in some subjugated position in regards to war and things of that nature. When, let's not forget that even when they came back from the Vietnam War, a lot of them were strung out on heroin, and they were taking their checks, hanging in front of liquor stores, getting drunk off them Social Security checks, and creating more children and abandoning them.
Exactly. And I feel for their pain, because I know, I've heard a lot about the war. I had some relatives who served, but dang, it's, you can't come back and destroy the community like that. That's just the whole.
And I did a whole my research and development was done on this subject, particularly the Vietnam War. And a lot of them were self-medicating, and a lot of them also received medication from the VA that got them hooked on that type of
and opiates and stuff.
Yes. So I mean, that's a whole thing, but regardless, that's no excuse for what we're talking about. None.
Right.
Women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, Black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime. The Black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame Black women.
Here we go. I got to play that part again.
Factors that play into all of that.
So to preface this, I just will comment as a small jab. I think it's funny that you're citing a woman who is a historian who went to Yale. So historians are important, right?
That is funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, sure. That book, America on Fire, I think, or the Poverty One or whatever, right? But regardless of that, everything you said might be true, but none of that is Black women's fault. I just don't think it's fair to blame Black women. Like, you can't blame Black women for men being incarcerated. When police are policing these areas, Black men are the ones that are engaging in the crime. The Black women aren't. And I guess it just feels a little shitty to blame Black women when at the end of the day, they're the ones that get saddled with all of the community responsibility. They've got to be the backbone of like all these families, of all these churches, of all these things that are like the only way these communities function are on the backs of these like single Black women moms. And then say, well, let me finish. And then for Black men to turn around and say, well, we got policed really heavily. And so, we got caught selling drugs, and that's why you guys are all single moms, and that's why your lives are fucked up. But it's Black women's fault for everything that happens in the Black community. I think there's a lot of fault that could be evenly doled out to both sides, is what I'd say. I wouldn't blame Black women for it.
Okay, here's the thing with this, all right? There is so much nuance in all of this.
I should make a point that the red pill Black men were calling him a racist for roasting this dude.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's funny.
Wow.
One, you have a lot of guys that were caught selling drugs.
And we've heard what these red pill dudes can say, right?
So any white man that takes up for a Black woman is now a racist.
Pretty much.
Absolutely. Yeah, at this point.
Yep.
Selling drugs. Okay. You have a lot of guys that had issues where they got pulled over and, oh, surprise, there's drugs in the car. Where did that come from? Okay. So that's one thing. There's nuance like that. Doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. All right. Then on top of that, when you're talking about it's not the Black women's fault, Black women are willing participants in a system that they actually know for a fact is disproportionately prejudiced to their group of men. Okay, they know this. This is not.
What are we supposed to be doing about that?
What the hell?
What?
He just put all the work on Black women, didn't he?
Wait, is he going to land with this, Siobhan?
No, unfortunately, no.
Okay, because I'm trying to see what direction that's going.
No, we won't be getting a bath after this. Yeah, this is just straight mud and dirt. So just
my mind ain't even. It's just not right now.
Man.
Cause see, here's the thing.
I can't make sense of senseless.
Yeah, it is. But see, here's the thing that they don't understand, and herein lies the problem. And we can take race out of it. You have to ask yourself, let's say that you were a Zuckerberg or a Gates and you had access to this money and power, and you had two candidates in front of you, and it has nothing to do with their race. Would you invest in a man you know, $2, $3, $4 million, and a man who has 10 children scattered all around the place, you can't find him, versus one guy who has 10 children with one wife. He's been at the same address for 20 years. You know that if you're looking for your money, you're going to find him. See, they don't realize that their entire foundation is unreliable and it's not stable. And that's why all race aside, you can't do business with this type of mentality, period. You just can't.
These offices knowing that they can actually take advantage of this system by, oh, I'm in a relationship with a Black man who ain't hitting on nothing and don't want to work and blah, 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 all of those different things. So we can't ignore that. We can't ignore that. Now, to sit here and say, oh, it's all Black women's fault. I never said it was all Black women's fault, but there is a large percentage of Black women who have been incentivized to have children out of wedlock. They've been incentivized to utilize a system that.
You know, I heard that condoms work really good.
I'm living proof of that.
And I'm confused by what incentive. Because again, we've already established that welfare is not replacing any. Welfare does not move you. Now it does. There is a study that talks about how it does advance the middle class of white people, but it doesn't do the same for Black people. Right. And there's a study that also shows that when Black women marry Black men, they don't rise economically. They pretty much almost stay the same.
So no, we end up losing, because I've known plenty of Black women who have walked away from marriages with Black men with less than what they came in with. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It's not that they raise us up exponentially. In fact, we raise them up. A lot of these men love to brag about being middle class. If it's a married Black man that brags about being middle class, I don't want to hear it, because your wife is making you middle class. It's not a whole lot of Black stay-at-home mothers. So, you know.
No.
Now that is true. It's not a lot, you know. It's not a lot. That is true. My last marriage, it was a stay-at-home woman. I made all the money. Everything was beautiful, at least from my from my point of view. I'm like, how do you mess this up? You know what I mean?
And like Phyllis B said, she's saying that first, there's a contradiction. First, she said we were having Pookie and Ray Ray babies. So what are you worried about the women that are having Pookie and Ray Ray babies? Why aren't you worried about the men that aren't the Pookies and the Ray Rays?
Right. Here's my argument. Condoms work really good. They do their job. And Black men are leaders, right? So Black men, remember when Kevin Samuels was saying, you know, Black men are logical and women are emotional?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Where was that shit in the bedroom? But
if we were getting all of this money, then the community wouldn't be in shambles then.
Exactly.
Right. And now say it was a benefit. If it was such a benefit getting pregnant, right? Why aren't all these women that are in the United States military just pushing out babies left, right, and center? I mean, where's the benefit? Explain that part.
Right.
They know benefits them. And they do this on a regular basis.
Okay, just as a quick,
on a regular basis.
Do you really believe that there's like people out there that are like, I want to have a kid so I get welfare?
Yes.
We would have a whole nother boomer type generation then if that were the case.
I don't believe it.
We'd all be having 10, 15, 20. I mean, bring them on. I mean, how many can I pop out? I mean, come on. This is insane.
Yeah, and this this really, quite honestly, here's the white dude. This guy, he's not white anymore because this guy out-whited him here. I know it sounds weird, but that's how it works. He has made Section 8 has made more bigoted talking points than the white guy has, who I haven't heard anything yet that would move the needle. You see what I'm saying?
And
of course, people.
And
It's-
could have said if it was such a benefit, why is the birth rate decreasing?
That's what I'm saying. We should be popping out. I need to be pregnant right now so I can get this check. What you mean? They're pregnant again in another 9 months. Just boom, 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 bang, popping them out.
That's right.
And if it was such a benefit, there wouldn't be so many evictions. There wouldn't be so many Black women having the struggles that they're having if it was such a benefit. The thing about it is they don't qualify. They do not qualify. So what he's saying is just not even anywhere near the truth.
Yeah, it's not real.
Why do
know my culture?
Why do Black women do this, but not white women or Indian women or Asian women or other people?
Right.
Well, I don't know if white women do this or not. A lot of white women on welfare too. I can't speak for white women because I'm not part of that. I'm not part of that culture, but I know what I grew up around. I've heard the conversations.
Yeah, we know about your 3 kids in the baby
Anecdotal. Everything is anecdotal. And he's saying I heard the conversation. He's not referencing any research. And that's what makes this so ignorant. Like you're not when it comes down to it, he calls you on something, you always reference something anecdotal. You never come with anything factual.
Yeah, he's trying to use his ghetto pass as a ghetto badge.
Exactly.
Basically, women, I've heard the things that they've said. One of the issues that I point out in my show, which is a real issue during the time where Gen Xers were younger and you had the boomer parents, you had this switch like you talked about earlier where the women started going into the workforce more and going to get their education more. Well, one of the things that happened is a lot of the boomer women would use their daughters to help them with the housework. So when mom goes off to work or whatever, her daughter is helping raise the siblings. And what I've had a lot of women tell me, a lot of Black women tell me, and I know it's anecdotal, but I've had a lot of women tell me one of their escapes was to have sex, have a child with a guy, because then she can get Section 8 or she can get public housing, and now she can move out and get the hell away from the mom.
Oh my God, yo! I'm sorry for laughing. I just can't.
Okay, boomer mothers were stay-at-home wives. He's got all of his dates. Boomer mothers, baby boomer mothers.
But Black baby boomer,
not black women. That's what I'm saying.
Hold. Let me finish. The boomer mom era. Okay, now when you're talking about Black women, okay, after you had the Great Migration North and the Industrial Age, and
bring it forward. Come on,
I'm laying it out. You had all of the car companies, U.S. Steel, the steel mills, all of that. Black men were making enough money, whereas their wives did not have to work. They could be homemakers.
Yeah, it wasn't going on in my family.
Okay, what community?
Well, that's what was going. That's what was going on in my family. I mean,
okay, that's your family. That's not widespread. That doesn't mean that it was widespread for everyone. Okay.
Look. Bottom line up front, I had to think now, whose mother had a job on my block? Miss Downer, she had a job. I'm thinking now, really thinking.
Okay, why you think we're gonna play the video? Go ahead, DJ.
Okay, because I'm thinking I can only name one right now.
Her mother's forcing her to cook, clean, and do all of the housework, and they feel like slaves.
I hate to be like a nerd and be like, we should look up the stats, but like people don't. This like there might be some people that do this, but like single moms don't live glorious lives. Like it sucks. Being a single mom sucks. You can get all the fucking welfare in the world, but nobody's living like a queen on Section 8 housing. But right? But I'm just saying, I don't think people are choosing like, oh, like I'm gonna finally move out of my mom's house by having a kid and getting welfare. I don't think people are making choices like that. I think it might happen, and then people collect welfare afterwards.
No, they actually are, because you don't. Here's the thing:
you have to get on a waiting list to get housing. Like, come on, this stuff is just not.
You're right. It's not.
This stuff is not magically granted to you.
Yeah, he's trying to make it sound like you apply for Section 8 and boom, they move you in someplace. It don't work that quick.
And listen, just like what referring back to earlier in the beginning, when Destiny made the comment that people are followers. That proves the point. people are followers, because guess what? If life was that easy, people would be hopping on the bandwagon and everybody would be up in housing and nobody would be this ambitious and this industrious. I mean, come on, let's be clear.
He's just judging everything on his, like I said, he's trying to use his ghetto pass as a ghetto badge.
I'm going to have an awesome life. You're already dealing with a group of people who are already at the bottom of the socioeconomic ladder.
If this was true, why do Black women do abortions more than any other group of people? Shouldn't they be having the most children then to take advantage of all the welfare?
Because there's numerous reasons for that too. For one, you have some women that genuinely don't really want to have kids. They like the party lifestyle. But the ones that do, they want to have those kids by a specific guy. Okay?
What?
Because some guys.
So they're strategically
right.
having. Wait. So now it's this conspiracy that we're doing all this work so that we can form out our wombs to specific types of men.
And if we're going to be that strategic, we're choosing Pookie and Ray Ray. So we all get together, put our minds together, and then all we can do is come up with Pookie and Ray Ray. You would think we'll be able to level up more than that if we're being so
if that were the case, because we know Black women are the most educated group, we would have put our minds together and found the most highest earning Black men and went and had children by them, so we could guarantee our children a future.
Right. Man,
to bring more benefits than others. Okay, when it comes to child support, there are chicks out here in the Black community, they'll get pregnant by a guy. If a chick gets pregnant by a guy that just enlisted in the military, she's not deleting that baby.
Okay, push pause.
Oh, that dude.
So earlier we were getting pregnant by Pookies and Ray Rays.
Right.
Now fast forward, we're being strategic and getting pregnant by military men.
Right.
Okay.
Right. That's not going on at all. And I am a doggone Iraq, Afghanistan war vet. And I was a non-commissioned officer. That was few and far between. There was only one soldier that I had to doggone do paperwork on to pay child support to some chick he got loose with. Now, that doesn't mean he was the only one doing it. But if you have a female and she gets pregnant by a service member, she already knows that's automatic check. All she have to do is just come and request a DNA test. Now, guys that are in the military, the first thing they lead with is, oh, I'm Colonel Sanders and I'm in Aviation 343 Delta Company 12. You know, they give them all information soon as they meet them, right? I don't know why, but that's just the way it goes. So she knows exactly where to find this guy. Okay. And women that are around them.
Okay, but it sounds like, you know, that military stuff, what he's sounding like once again is, this sounds like, you know, this would make sense if he was talking about a whole nother type of time. But in the era we're living in, Black women ain't getting together looking for servicemen. If we were going to strategically get together right now as Black women and say we wanted the highest earner, then we'll all just go raid Zuckerberg's house. And then we'll just, you know what I mean? That way we can all be in the kitchen cooking collard greens and mac and cheese in the mansion together and just sister wife it out.
And you see what I'm saying? But it's proven that if they were doing it intentionally, like these women that go around, they call whatever groupies or whatever, they follow these NBA players and NFL players around and just get pregnant, and Future has how many baby mamas, and Nick Cannon. I mean, like, Black women would be strategically going after men so they could get a bag, not these Pookies and Ray Rays or lower enlisted military men who are only making $700 a month. Like, miss me with that.
Ain't gonna happen, because she knows that's definite child support. And look, this is not something
how is that?
He's speaking like child support is like $1 million a month or something.
Right.
I mean, people get paid child support and they're still fucking poor. So, I mean, not poor, fucking poor.
Right.
So what's the point?
See?
Everybody talks about in polite society, but it's something that goes on a regular basis. I know this for a fact. I've had these experiences. Numerous men that I know have had these experiences. When I talked about this the other night on my show,
wait a minute.
There was a guy.
Angry Man has never been in the military, has he?
No.
So how has he had these experiences?
He hasn't. He couldn't make the height and weight criteria if he doggone started smoking crack and got on that crack diet.
That was telling me that, well, that's not true. I don't believe that. And then I literally had a black woman come onto my show and say, yes, her family has even told her to do that because she doesn't. She's in her 20s.
Now he's making shit up.
No, yeah, he is. You know what they did? They told her what he's lying about is they told her that after she was already pregnant.
Right.
She doesn't have any children, and at one point she needed a place to stay or whatever. And she said that the women in her family was basically scolding her. You need to go out here and find a guy that you don't really like that, get pregnant by him so that you can get all of the benefits that we get.
Look at that. There is no way. She was already pregnant, didn't have nowhere to stay. See, he's lying. He's lying.
Because why would they tell a 20-year-old who doesn't have any children?
Right.
If that's the life they're living, when that 20-year-old could stay with them and keep their kids.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. I mean, a 20-year-old male or female is very useful around a home, at least until they get a job. Then they got a job. You see what I'm saying? So no. He's
and then to find a man they don't even like.
Like who's saying that?
You just go tap a man on the shoulder. That? Hey, how you doing? Knock me up. What?
Man, this dude is I can't believe it. I'm really saddened for our young black men that follow this dude. I am just,
not to mention that how many women have been killed in the last year over child support because the men didn't want these children.
And stimulus checks. They were over there killing the mama.
Yes,
wasn't even taking care of the child and what happened to stimulus just because they donated sperm for 2 minutes. Like, come on.
Actually, I need to change something. I lied. I misspoke. I don't care what happens to these fools who follow this man. They need to go get a job.
Or something.
Or a life.
Or something.
Do this. I know it sounds crazy, but they do this. This is one of the things that the men in my culture have been constantly complaining about, and it's being treated like we're delusional.
Well, I don't know. I mean, to complain about it as a guy, just use birth control, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the smart guys out here. Look, if you look at black guys, children, and at one point she needed a place to stay or whatever, and she said that the women in her family, black guys out here, the smart guys, they're not. My culture have been constantly complaining about, and it's being treated like we're delusional.
But wait a minute, how is that? Hang on, I'm sorry, because the thought just occurred to me. How is the immediate solution to go get pregnant when she still would have to have found the man, then get pregnant and go through a whole 9-month cycle? So that wasn't even an instant solution to the problem.
Right. And like you said before, she still has to apply for housing. She still has to apply for those welfare benefits.
Right.
And you're still put on a waiting list. That's
on a waiting list.
And the Section 8 waiting list could take 2 to 8 years, something crazy like
longer
that.
Than that, depending on what state that you're in. It could take even up to 15 years in certain
counties. Speaking of, I remember a news story I seen out of Florida where they just stopped accepting applications because they were at their limit as of how soon they could get people into Section 8 housing. And right here in the Metro Atlanta area, 20% of those that are, renting apartments and homes, 20% of those people dropped out the Section 8 program. So now it's a whole complex in College Park. They gave all of those women in there eviction notices. They got to be gone by February 1st.
It's a lot, and it's a lot more because they also just did it in Detroit, and I saw it on the news, and they cut a bunch of people off, and some of the people were actually able to take their voucher, and one lady ended up having to move to Hawaii from Detroit in order to keep it.
Wow.
Yeah, it's that when you're not paying your money for what you want, you at the behest of the payer.
I'm sorry, but that's not a bad move if she got to move to Hawaii.
I know
It
Hawaii.
is.
Oh no! You know how much a gallon of milk costs in Hawaii?
If she has a voucher, if she's on it, it will be subsidized by that.
Okay. I know people that were in the military that tried their best to get out of going to Hawaii because they heard too many horror stories that there was just not enough subsidies to doggone, make it work over there. Hawaii is a hard hustle because everything is imported, everything, which means you're going to pay way more. Now, the part I can't figure out about Hawaii is the car theft. It's like you're on an island. Where you going to take them? That's insane. But I know they float them off or something.
The smart
Like
guys out here, look,
crazy.
Black guys out here, the smart guys, they're not out here getting a bunch of women pregnant. They're not.
Well,
Wait a minute.
They're not.
A bunch of women are getting pregnant, but they're not getting a bunch of women pregnant.
And see, the truth is too. The truth is, DJ, and you guys know this as a man. A man could never 100% tell you how many children he has, especially if he's lived a life running the streets.
Right. Exactly. It's a lot.
There's literally 3 guys in Tennessee right now that have a total of 86 children.
You know how he has to bring up a rare event. Now, I mean, we do have. I mean, the thing is this. I find that the most average that a man has, I believe, is three kids. 3 kids on average. Okay. No. This if he's trying to make it sound like there's just a few guys having hundreds of kids.
Mm-hmm. That would all essentially be cousins. Because let's debunk that point. If 20% of men were the only ones having these children, then we would all be cousins.
Exactly. That's all it would take.
And very close cousins at that.
Exactly.
From women. There are guys out here that have 10 children by 5 different women. There are guys out here, like when you look at.
Remember now, he hasn't reached for not even his phone to check. He could look this up.
Absolutely.
Get the CDC stats. When it comes to the deadbeat dads, that actually represents a small percentage of the Black male population. It's about 8%.
I want to find that out right now. Excuse me, people. You guys can talk. I'm going to look and see.
Yeah, that's a whole lie. Yeah, that's a lie. And see, look, even the fact that we're having this go to show you how low the bar is in our community. The fact that we can play patty cake and tic-tac-toe with these type of stats when we should be having a 0% deadbeat daddy. Like we're supposed to be striving for the best, the quintessential best. And we really sit here, well, it's only 8%. Like, no, but look at the community. That means that 8% is horrible. That's a horrible number for the way it's looking.
And it's higher than 8%. And they're going to go back to that little self-reported study that they like to tout about Black men being the most involved fathers. Like, please stop. I mean,
that study, they've been lying about that because of the way that study was conducted.
Exactly.
And also, people lie on these
self-reported studies.
Exactly. Self-reported studies.
They're not reliable.
Yeah. And they also did what they did? They did a study. There was a study saying how men are more likely to lie on self-reported studies. Right? So it's just crazy.
It does translate to online because we know they lie online.
Yeah, they lie. They lie about all of this. And see, this is where they're disingenuous at as well, because even how they say that we're the least desired, they actually did. And I can't quote, so I'm getting ready to sound like angry man. I can't remember where the study came from, but there was a dating app survey that they did do. And on every last one, Black men were not only the least desired, but sometimes not even desired, and especially by Asian women.
Yeah.
They didn't even choose them. And also, furthermore, they also did a survey, and they asked white men, would they date black women? Only 18% of white men said that they would. But then here's the caveat. They turned around and asked those same men again if they would date black women if they didn't have to go through political or personal issues. And do you know the number went from 18 to 86%?
Holy shit.
Let that sink in.
That needs to be said again. Say it again.
They polled a group of white men from dating apps and asked them were they interested in black women, and only 18% of white men said that they were interested in black women. But when they asked them the question again, and they reframed it and said, would you date a black woman if it didn't cause political or personal problems in your life? And then the number went to 86%.
Thank you, because they love to leave that part out. They just have the 18% part.
Right. No, that's what they would quote, and say. But to follow up.
So what they're saying is that if they can date a woman without being judged, that's about as simple as you can put it.
Right.
It's all good.
But
and
both politically and socially.
But you think about it, here's the crazy part. And I can't believe as a black man I'm saying this. 18% that's quite a high number. But remember now, that's 18% of white men. You still got 18% of probably Latin men would date black women. Then you got 18% of just men of different, who may not be black, but of different. You see what I'm saying? So now you got 100% more men. You see what I'm saying? If you see what I'm saying.
Yes.
Because you're getting 18% of 5 or more other groups. Man, I should shut up. I'm going to get myself. These red pillars are going to kill me for this. Shoot. But you see my point. That's why I'm saying is that my theory, what I was saying before, when it's like, it's not about just thinking about, you can't just think about one race. You think about it as an odds game of the best man wins overall. You see what I'm saying? And because I'm saying this because a lot of women, they might die. Let's say you divest, but you divest desperately. Then you're going to just end up with the same POOKIE white person that you would if you were dating the POOKIE black person. You see what I'm saying? But if you divest with when you're venting or with strength, then you're getting better quality men to choose from. So you get what you don't get 100% of Caucasian men. 18%, that's still a lot of white men. Because
they try to make, it's so crazy to me because they try to make it seem as though white men don't like black women. I can't tell you how many times white men, other groups of men have just hit on me, and it's not for a lack of them trying. And they think, I guess because the way that I'm a covert flirt. Like I flirt covertly, and I think white men do too, because they're saying how the difference between. So I don't see it the same way that some people say that they can't tell. I can tell because I guess I flirt the same way. So I don't have those problems. Like they love to present us as masculine. They love to present us as unapproachable. And I'm telling you, I am that person that if you saw me, you would think I was angry because I'm always in my head thinking, and I still don't have a problem. So they can miss every one of us. And I wish that black women would stop limiting themselves. If you're out there and you open yourself up, just be open. Just be, if they speak to you, if they, speak back. Don't think that they're not attracted to you.
Well, you know what? There's a guy on YouTube. I don't know if you guys are familiar. He posted in his community tab. His name is Hezekiah. He does a lot of historical content, but in his community tab, he just posted in the last 2 days an article from October, I think it was around October of 1933. So keep that in mind. And because we're in 2023. And do you know the article said what the article said? The article was entitled "Why Women Are Being More Masculine." So they were accusing us of being masculine in 1933.
Wow.
Yeah. And he posted, and I said, this is so interesting that someone wrote an article saying that. And mind you, and these are the same guys that want a 1950s woman when in fact they were considered masculine. And if you look at it at the time, I think that was the First World War or something we were going through, and that was when women began to start to assimilate themselves in the role of more leadership roles at that time. So yes, they were calling us masculine in 1933. Yep.
And the thing about
the women had to go into the workforce for manufacturing munitions because the men were all off at war. So the women were the workforce.
That's true.
Right.
That's actual history.
That's true. The thing about it is, what they love to say that other groups of women are more feminine and more docile. And one thing that used to irritate me, it doesn't anymore, but they negate the history of these, especially of white women. You negate the history. They can be this soft. They can be as docile as they can be because they don't have the history that we do. So. And the same thing, and their men are protectors of them, and so they come from an environment where they can stay feminine. We don't come from an environment where we're able to just be feminine.
They don't even know what feminism is in that regard, in my opinion, because if you look at it, why do you think that 92% of their marriages to these women aren't working? It's because it's a fantasy, and what they're doing is they actually end up going into these relationships being, in the words of Cynthia G, the same black man. And I'm saying that to say that once they get comfortable with these women, notice, even I'll use Kanye as an example. Kanye walked in and married that girl, and he put on the role like they do. And then what happens? He began to go right back into being a crybaby black man. And you're expecting a woman who is not raised in your culture to sympathize. That's why she got tired, if you pay attention. Kim got tired of that because she can't relate to that. She's not a black woman. So she's not going to sit there and babysit those little nuances of him feeling like he's being disparaged within those various industries.
And I think it was it you, Leonard, or was it DJ? Somebody was saying about him, you can't get me to feel sorry for him because of the billions of dollars that he's made, but you want to cry victim. I think that
the thing with Kanye's always been like that since this chick he was with in Chicago named Quita. He's always trying to turn something into what it's not.
But I think he had a better, he was more grounded and had a compass when his mother was alive. He wasn't as out.
He did. The loss of your mother it happened to me. It was sent to a tailspin. Tailspin.
The black woman centering again. The black
that's
woman
just really what it is. Yeah, it's not having.
Before Kanye was Kanye, he was getting them. We used to call them. I ain't gonna say the exact term. We used to call them doorknobs. I'll just leave it like that. Doorknobs off the block. That's what he used to get with, and I'm like, okay, everybody had a turn.
Well, yeah, that's typical hood politics, but even Kanye put the politics of his personal life. These men in general, black men in general, do not last with these women because they're not going to sit here and babysit long-term the rhetoric of being black because they don't live it. Their mom didn't live it. Their dad didn't live it. So they get bored after a while. And it just seems like a lot of crybaby complaining because it's those little nuances and those little intricate details that only we understand as a culture. And look at it. If we're tired as black women, if we lived it, then they certainly can't expect another woman to hold on that much longer. Come on now.
Yeah, because I do none of that. Well, because I'm a firm believer in, I'm from the James Brown era. I don't want nobody to give me nothing. Open the door, I'll get it myself. That's an actual song. It should be more popular.
We're ready, DJ.
Right? So what's happening is you have a number of women that are basically having children with multiple guys, but it's a very small percentage of the male population. It's not all of us. So what's happening is you end up with these guys.
What I call this, why I call this, if nigga please.
Your mic, DJ.
Oh, he walked away from the mic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now you see why I called this rendition "If Nigga Please Was a Person."
Right.
Yeah, because he is exactly the guy he's talking about.
He is.
He
through
is.
and through.
He's the exact dude he's talking about women having these babies with these men. You are these men. If these men,
he said women are having a lot of babies with a large group of men, but it's a small group of. I mean, I'm just so confused. I'm just baffled. I can't even keep up with him going back and forth.
Only reply you got is "nigga please." You know?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if I type in these men, not these with a T, these men, if his picture will pop up in the images on Google, if I type in these men.
Guys out here, and I can't name how many times I've heard this, and it's crazy. I didn't even know it was a reality. But I myself only have 3 children by one woman, right? So
that you left.
These guys out here that'll be like, yeah, my dad.
And I only had. There's nothing about 3 children that is only.
Really, I don't even understand that.
Yeah, that's no only. How's that? Well, I only got. That's like I'm only HIV positive. I don't have full blown AIDS. Come on now, make sense. Look, it took me 6 years to get out of high school, so I ain't smart. Book wise, but I could pass the common sense test.
Women are choosing. If Black women are choosing to get pregnant for the welfare and all that shit and child support, none of these women are getting child support then. If there's one guy knocking up like 30 fucking women, right? So why would they even do that? Why would they make these choices?
I like the way he said that.
Because the way that system is structured, right? Even if you can't extract child support out of the guy, right? There are still numerous programs that you can get. I know a woman that had I think she has like 10 children.
He had to think about it.
Habitat for Humanity gave her a house.
Yeah, but do you think that's the norm? But that's not the norm, right?
I know a female with one house in with one child in Springfield, Missouri, and Habitat for Humanity built her a house.
No, I don't think so.
That's not the norm. Okay. Look.
Well, here I'm curious. How many? If we, and I'm not trying to I need 52.8%.
Do you know how many wombs would be for sale? Like we could sell babies on the black market if we were sitting here doing this.
Just to disassemble the point he tried to make, because you see he started trying to. I know this woman with if you know, okay. Right. He tried to think of a number. I know a woman. Her name is Dawn. Okay. She came to the United States from jolly old England. Love her accent. Get the jumper. Tea and crumpets. She had one child, and she had a house built for her by Habitat for Humanity. That's only one child. So what is he talking about? 10. They don't build houses that large with the Habitat for Humanity program to house 10 children. Facts that are researchable.
The Black community that get pregnant, how many of them, roughly, what percentage of them are just looking for a welfare check? Just so I can get an idea of where you think the scale is.
I could tell you how many are pregnant out of wedlock, which I think is a little above 70-some%. But so far as their motive, that would be a little harder to pin down. Because I'm not saying that all of them. What I'm saying is that is a cultural trend. And the reason why it's a trend is because you have women that will school their daughters to do that.
Yeah, I guess because I'm sure it's happened. I'm not going to tell you it's never happened, but I'm just curious, where you think, do you think this is 2% of the community, which would be pretty fucked up? Or do you think it's 50% of the community that's super fucked up? I'm I'm just curious what you think like the number is, and then I'll do research on it later. I'll try to look it up, I guess.
I've literally never thought about, because where would you get a census for that?
He literally never thought
like,
about it, but he's literally thought about all the rest of this stuff that he's throwing out there, just throwing at the wall, like waiting for it to stick. But he's literally never thought about this because it literally doesn't happen, and you literally probably can't even research it because it's literally not 77% of the women having children just to be having them out of wedlock.
Right, now,
again, all of the women that have children out of wedlock are not on welfare.
Right.
All right. Now, all of the people that are on this panel that we're on, this great panel, all of us that know a woman that convinced her daughter to get pregnant to get welfare benefits in Section 8, say ah. The silence is the truth.
You're content
Women
to
aren't doing that.
It feels like it. Maybe I'm gonna bad rating you, correct me, but it feels like you're content to blame the majority of the Black community's problems on Black women. But then you're relying on a lot of like, I know a woman that told me this. I've got a friend that's done that.
Thank you.
And it's like, okay, but how do you know that this is representative of the Black community as a whole? Or how do you know that like in different towns or cities, like this is how it works everywhere? Like it seems like numbers or census data on that would be pretty important.
The reason why I know it is because every single time there's an issue with Section 8. Right now, recently they just had an issue with Section 8 where a lot of the landlords in Atlanta have stopped taking Section 8.
He's Section 8.
So guess what? Black women are all across social media crying about it.
That's because their housing authority is late on payments. Their housing authority has been late on those payments, and we already know that due to the economical, situation of COVID that has occurred, that everything has been in disarray within the economic, within our economical, status within this country.
Right. And let me add in something that I always say when I'm online. Whenever the words welfare is used with crisis, all of the cameras from the media, they go straight to Compton, Chicago, New York, Atlanta. They don't go out to doggone Smallville, Iowa, Wampum, Pennsylvania. You know what I'm saying? Right. Jerkwater, USA. They don't go out there. They don't go to the trailer parks that looks just like Cabrini Green housing projects, except they're trailers. They don't go there. They go to your major urban cities where you have high populations of Blacks. And that leads people to believe what's not true. Now, if they look at the facts, the actual data, go to the Department of Food and the FNS, Food and Substance website, do the numbers yourself.
So of course you're going to cry about it, right?
But no, it's not. It's some that genuinely need the assistance, but it's a lot that continue to live on it. These are people that live on the system the majority of their life. They're not using it in the sense that they're supposed to use it for, where, oh, I'm down bad, I have some issues, let me use this so that I can get on my feet. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're looking and finding loopholes to continue to be on that system perpetually. That's the problem.
If you have a kid, you're going to be on the system. If you're a single mom, of course you will be, right? You're not going to try to get out of Section 8 housing or assistance for your child if you're a single mom and your kid turns 3 years old, right?
I
don't know. I don't see that I don't see single moms looking for assistance from the government as a negative thing.
Here's the thing. Hold on 1 second. I got my guy Patriarchy here. I'm gonna bring him up. I didn't just want to bring him up and have you feel
these clowns. I'm ready to go in on them.
I know he wanted to get a piece of the conversation. Patriarchy, what's going on,
man? Let me ask you a question, right? Destiny, you said you can't blame I guess, the failures on the Black community on Black women. Is that what you said? Can you refresh that for me?
Yeah, I don't think you can't like blame all the failures of the Black community on Black women. I don't think that's fair.
What about blaming the majority?
I don't think that's fair either, especially when it comes to child making, because it takes two to tango. It's men and women.
Correct, right? But the thing is, if you're telling me that in certain parts of the world, as you said, they outnumber men 3-1,
but I'm telling you, it's not two to tango. It's not that even because remember, these men want to be leaders, and leaders don't make women pregnant. That's my argument. They don't make women pregnant, and so they have to take more of the responsibility, in my opinion.
Then at least, I'm not saying blaming is going to do anything, but why would you not say that there's some responsibility for what it is that they're doing? Also,
because the question, wait, let me just answer that. Because the question is, why do they outnumber men 3-1? It's because a lot of the guys are getting locked up.
Okay, and I think that that is the man's fault as well, right?
Sure.
But in general, even outside of the men that are being locked up, there's 1 million more Black women than there are Black men, right?
What does that have to do with
your
anything?
earlier statements, you said that they were the backbone of the community. If you have a backbone of a community and the community is failing, then I think you have some ability to place responsibility on what you said that backbone was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, they're not the backbone because women want to be
there. They go. Blame the Black woman.
Well, wait a minute. Okay, it's 24 hours out of the day, so we're supposed to cook, clean, maintain a home, raise all of these children that they laying down making, and then still somehow have some type of time to also be a backbone for a man who's supposed to be a leader.
Right, while he's playing Fortnite while she at work.
Right. And remember, if he was a true leader, he wouldn't have made her pregnant in the first place.
Thank you. Men get women pregnant. Women don't get pregnant on men.
Right.
Okay. If I'm going to go into a house, I have to put the key in the door and turn it. Okay.
But why do they keep saying things like it's more of us than them, as if we're supposed to, then if that's the case, what they're saying is they want us to be the leaders. Okay, then have a seat and start taking notes then.
As a matter of fact, no. I don't want you to have a seat and start taking notes. I want you to get your behind in the kitchen and make me a sandwich.
Exactly.
No.
A hot sandwich at that, not one of them cold sandwiches.
Yeah, not a plain one. Yeah, grilled cheese. I need it. Put on the grill, toasted. Yeah,
and make sure you do it with just an apron on.
Right.
Right. It better be that rotisserie shit going on.
And make sure they don't have any hair on the booty.
Oh my God.
I'm a fool. Y'all gotta excuse me sometimes because my mind goes way off on Third Earth with the Thundercats.
And with that, we're gonna start the video.
Right.
Leaders of the Black community, but that's essentially what's happened in a lot of these communities.
Tell that to the squad that women don't want to be the leaders of the Black community. It looks, as you said before, they're doing better in school. They're certainly making all the steps to become those.
They
leaders.
do because they have to, because Black men have failed them.
Oh.
Okay.
Because Black men are looking back to.
I need to point.
This is a man telling them this. This is another man telling them this.
Look, if you don't have room for your shoes, all your shoes you're buying, you don't need to have those shoes. This man bought 10. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
This man right here, he obviously doesn't have a closet or something to put the shoes in. So,
but see now let me jump in on that. Shoes are women shit. Men generally have 3 pair of shoes. You got one you wear with suits when you go to weddings, funerals, graduations, or such and such an occasion. You have your work shoes. And then you got your little athletic, whatever shoes you wear. You'll wear your work boots if you got to do some yard work. That's it. Men and a bunch of shoes, that is feminine as hell. Okay. You know how many people have got
Leonard, no, we're gonna start the video.
Legislation from 30 years ago saying Biden put drugs in my car. I had to carry a gun. Like all of these communities that are being policed have just as well. Like we said earlier, there's more Black women than Black men in these communities. Black women aren't selling drugs. Black women aren't killing each other on the streets. Black women aren't, getting fucked with drugs like Biden made them to do it. So to say that like Black women are the fault because they're the backbones of these communities that are really rough to manage because Black men have like fallen on themselves so much. I just think it's fair to say that like, well, the problem is Black women because they have to step up to try to manage these communities.
But it's, as you said before, it takes two to tango. So if you're going to, why don't you share responsibility in that blame? I don't disagree with you, right? I personally think Biden's crime bill was very effective in terms of lowering crime. But what I'm saying is that if I go to a community and you make up the majority voter base, right? Also, another reason why I think
black men don't vote, you dumb motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
The thing when he said
at least somewhat at somebody's feet is because who's consuming most of that welfare spending?
Yeah, well, it would make sense if black women are. Because
now when he talked about voting, let me focus on voting. When he talked about voting, the Democrats have said the Black American woman is the backbone of the Black Democrat vote, and that is factual.
But hold on, hold on. What they're also not being honest about is that Black women get the least amount of welfare anyway. We get the least amount.
I said that earlier. Did I not?
I couldn't remember that. I'm just putting it out there.
No. When I said
money,
when I said if you do the statistics, they said 30% of white America is on welfare. 31% of Black America is on welfare. There's only like 43 million blacks in the United States. That's the reason you have almost twice the population of whites on welfare, which is at 69,500,000. Do the math yourself, because I'm not really great.
We're putting you on a timer, Leonard. Because
we have people on a timer. I can shoot facts out really quick. Remember, I'm a military man.
Okay, I get that, but we have people that want us to get back to the content,
families, right? So of course,
no,
but also real quick, when you say, I just want to be really quick. Wait, you can answer that, and I just want to be really quick. I'm not going to say black women are blameless. I'm just saying that the responsibility should be shared. It's probably a 50-50 thing, because for every black man that stepped out on a
50-50. Not in my opinion. It's not.
Black woman after getting her pregnant, there's a black woman that fucked a black dude before getting married or deciding to use birth control, right? So I think there's equal blame there, but I wouldn't say that it's I wouldn't say that it's like most of it goes on black women. I said there's like 50-50.
Well, here's the thing. No, because you said something. We gotta clear that up. Black men do not run from their families. That is a total misnomer, and that is a that is something that has been pushed for a very long time, and it is not accurate. As I stated before, when you go back to the 70s, you start to see black men leaving the households for numerous reasons. It wasn't just because they just decided, oh, you know what, I don't want to be a father. That's not true. They actually came out with a study, and the CDC numbers disproved that. So let's
wait. CDC numbers disprove
that's a lie.
The black household having single moms is not like a myth.
No, I didn't say that. What I'm talking about is nowadays black fathers are actually in their children's lives more than any other demographic, even if they're not in the household.
Oh, here you go with that talk.
Come on, that's not true.
Go look it up.
I have looked it up. I know exactly
CDC.
I know exactly the
CDC.
fucking.
So why is the community
what they do is they do.
Why is the community? 1 minute we are on a slave ship, the next minute we're outer space. Then the next minute we're all rich and famous. I don't understand where he's coming from with all of this.
He's coming from nowhere.
And again, if they were so involved in their children's lives, the community wouldn't be in shambles.
We wouldn't be having these discussions.
Exactly. And then if they were so involved in their children's lives, you wouldn't be pissing and moaning about women keeping them away from their children.
Right.
And across the board, child support generally is 20% of the net income.
I remember reading this thing, the truth about black fatherhood, and then it goes to stereotypes of black fathers. What they try to say is that, like, of the fathers that are absent in their child's lives, black fathers tend to be more involved than the other people that are uninvolved in their children's lives. But as a whole, for like whose fathers are more involved in their children's lives, the black community is the worst. Now, of the ones that are uninvolved, maybe the uninvolved, or maybe the black fathers that are out of the household are a bit better than like the white and the Asian and Indian and the Indian fathers that are out of the household. But as a whole, well, wait, hold on. You can't tell me that like it's so wait, real quick. Let me just finish real quick. You can't tell me in one breath that I look around and I see all women are having children because I've got two friends that told me this for welfare. And then in the next breath say, well, I'm going to cite this like very esoteric analysis to prove that black men are just as involved with their children as everybody else, when everybody in the United States knows that's not true.
Yes, I can.
If black fathers,
first of all, what everybody in the United
if black fathers were in the home like that, then they wouldn't have all ran under Kitty Cat Samuels.
Right.
Okay, and if they were in the home, then we could properly blame them for what is going on with the community, with these children behaving the way that they do. So we can properly blame them since they're in the children's lives, right? They can't say fatherless homes. They can't say fatherless children if they say they're the most involved. Which one is it?
Right.
And also with the sister that commented before, they didn't send the National Guard in and have them forcibly remove the men. Remember that?
Right.
Great point.
The states knows is true is a whole other story, especially considering the fact that you have an entire media system that has spent the past 70 years dogging black men, which is another reason why we're talking so much shit nowadays.
Yeah, the medium system, it wasn't black women though.
This is the whole reason that channels like mine exist, to speak truth to power and tell what's really going on, as opposed to
he's trying to pin the media on that they're somehow working with black women.
And he's posturing. He's posturing right now because he's saying speaking truth to power, but he hasn't offered one single fact.
Right.
Yeah, that's like Chris Rock said in the comedy skit that he did. When I leave tonight and go to the money machine, I'm not looking for dog on the media. I'm looking for niggas. Ted Koppel ain't done shit to me.
First and foremost, it doesn't matter how many women are on welfare. It does not mean that the fathers are not in their lives. I was in my child's life, and my kid's mother still went and got welfare. So that's not true.
And why did she, angry man?
She was on welfare
if you were working and you were an able-bodied working man. Why did she need to go get on assistance?
And she couldn't get on assistance if he was paying child support.
Exactly.
And if he was in the home, just like you said, if he was in the home, that means he wasn't doing something that he was supposed to do.
See,
these women can't get welfare for children without, if the father is listed and they know who the father is, the state will go after the father of those children for child support before handing her out welfare or doing the time. They actively seek out that father in whatever state he's in. They're actively seeking him out. So in other words, you are a deadbeat dad, even though you were in the home. That just because you're present doesn't mean you're not a deadbeat dad.
Right.
And just as we said,
he's okay even saying this once again speaks volumes for our community.
Right. And just because you're saying that they're present, we all know married women who were single mothers.
Exactly. I mean, the thing is that he was literally, it was the reverse. He was literally milking her welfare. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Because notice he didn't say while I was unemployed, because remember, they tell on themselves anyway. So if they're not going to tell you, that means that it didn't exist.
Exactly.
It's not true.
I do think that when you're talking about fathers running out, right? I do think that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because we hold on. So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait, hold on. Some, when you say some, like 40% or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic
that's
of
deep. Less than 48%, that's terrible.
Right.
And he said it so quick. That needs to be, we need to clip that and make sure we run that back.
And I can quantify that less than 48% of black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you
that you're not really taking note of the court system, and they really don't have a choice when 90% of custody is going to be awarded to the woman.
Yeah, but that's because the women are the ones taking care of the kids. Black fathers, because
they don't want custody anyway.
So let me just clearly state it. So you guys think that black fathers are being kept out of their child's lives because of the courts?
I think there are some. Right?
Okay, wait, hold on. Some, when you say some, like 40% or 1%? I need you to quantify that for me.
Well, I can quantify that 90% of custody is awarded to women.
Okay, and I can quantify that less than 48% of Black women get child support because their baby daddies don't even pay it. So I'm asking you, when we have an epidemic of single mother Black families, do you think that most of those Black men are being kept out because of custody arguments with judges?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's
delusional.
That's
delusional.
All lies.
Lies. And you know why? Guess what they don't talk about? They don't talk about the fact that if you really are fighting for custody, the guy, the father needs a home. These guys don't even have their own address. You don't even have a home to offer this child. That's why in a lot of cases, even men who attempt to do this, they'll go ahead and go hook up and run and marry another woman and try to get her to play pseudo stepmom. But on average, Black men don't even have an address, because the court is going to want to know that this child, even if it's in a shared custody type of situation, the court needs to know that this child has somewhere to be that is safe.
Yeah, it also helps us show up to court.
That's automatic.
It also helps to pay an attorney.
It's all of that, but I'm just saying, even in terms of, let's say the system was perfect, they don't even have an address to house a child. Right. So that is the whole premise of taking custody, is that you have to prove to the court that this child is being cared for and has a warm, clean home, because now you've gotten the system involved, which is going to be more strenuous than that of when we used to keep it in the chitlin circuit and we'll go drop the baby off at Big Mama house until we figure things out.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the ratio. When you literally have a system that will award a woman custody 90% of the time, you can't say every single time it was the man that didn't want to be there. The men
remember, the man didn't want to be there because he didn't show up in court, idiot.
Have a choice when you know if you go into something, you're going to lose 90% of the time.
That's a defeated spirit. See, defeatist attitude.
Custody most of the time.
He's not helping us Black men at all.
Times because women are usually the ones taking care of the kids.
It's by choice.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Of course. Wait, hold on. You're telling me. Let me hear that. You think that men and women in the Black community take care of children at home equally? That it's just as likely for the woman to work or the man to work, and both of them are just as likely to be taking care of the children.
What I'm saying is that the court system.
Let me say this. First of all, the women are not taking care of the children. Most of these children are wards of the state. They may as well be. The state.
How are they wards of the state if the mother's racist?
I told you he was a bigot. I told you he was a bigot.
Now the quick shutdown for those dudes is to ask them, what's your daddy's birthday? When they can't tell you, then you know what they come from.
Right.
That's what I hit them with all the time. I always be like, what's your father's birthday? What they got to do with anything? Everything. What's your daddy's birthday? Man, see, I don't know why I'm like, you ain't got no daddy. You don't know his birthday.
Those children. Wow. The food stamps is feeding them. Section 8 in public housing is putting a roof over their head. These women are not doing anything except presiding over these children. Not to mention the fact that there's.
So I assume
you have to pay rent.
I assume his kids are wards of the state too, right?
Right. And you have to pay rent. They're sitting here passing off housing as if, once again, you can just lay up, bills are paid, everything. This is free living. It's a discounted rent. It's subsidized. It is not for free.
Right.
You have to pay 30% of it.
Epidemic in the Black community of children being abused. And if you go look up the stat on that, the majority of the time that they're being abused is when they're in the custody of their mothers. I just recently did a story about a mother who literally deleted her child. And when the police arrested her for it, she confessed. The reason why I did it is because she loved her dad.
You know what's funny? He's missing all those hundreds of deletions done by Black men. I mean, what he's talking about is a ratio of about 100 to 1.
Yeah, he's not talking about that Alabama football player that deleted a woman. He's not talking about the Alabama football player, third year of college, that deleted this woman because she wouldn't give him the time of day.
Right.
That happened recently. What was it, about 2 weeks ago?
I can't argue with like the stories you give me. Like I can give you one story for every other story that you've got. I can't argue with that. If you think the majority of Black men aren't in their households of their children because of like judges, I don't like. You could never give that. No, there's no stat. There's no way you could ever swear. That's just an insane.
What I can do is I can look at where custody is being awarded. I can look at where the welfare money is being distributed, right? I can look at, so for example, even what you said earlier about women getting houses, I can look up something as simple as Section 8 vouchers. You're making it seem like these women are just,
look it up. Look it up. Look, you should have already had the numbers already. You should have been kicking them out right now.
They just had to do this hard job of taking care of their child. If it wasn't for Section 8, welfare, food stamps, and a court system, you don't know what would happen.
Well, yeah, because somebody.
But you still have to have DJ.
Not possible.
See, this is what they're failing to realize. You still have to be consistent because the woman has to still take the resources and utilize them by paying the bills, taking the food stamps, buying the groceries to make the meals and care for the children. So you're still having a job to do. They literally are sitting here acting like all of this is furnished, and then the Black woman is just laying down in the bed, and then the kids are growing up raising themselves. I don't get it.
And of course there's a maitre d' in the next room to serve her, that
right, the governess, and all of that. Does she come with the housing too? I mean, come on.
Right.
Wow.
You need help. You can't do that as a single parent. So when you say, where is the welfare money going? Probably going to the people that have the child, which is going to be the mothers, of course. But Section 8 and food stamps is
who's giving the mother the child?
I mean, both of them are.
Well, pretty much if the guy doesn't go to court, he's giving the child to the mother.
Right.
Even if he knew where the court was in the first place.
We just said that the court system 90% of the time gives the child to who?
Why do you think 90% of the time the mother is getting the child?
Because I think our court system has a bias towards giving children to women and ruling against
That's
men.
a lie, DJ. You know what? They're lying. They're lying because now more than ever, and notice they don't talk about joint custody because that's the first thing that you could file. Filing for sole custody, you would have to prove that the mother had the child in an unsafe environment. So you can't literally take the child, but y'all not even talking about joint custody. So this is how I know that you're full of shit.
They're not even talking about husbands that go through this process after divorce. Have you all noticed that? They just regular old ass baby daddies, not husbands, regular old ass baby daddies.
Now, I mean, and I had to bring this out, but think about the Cynthia G theory. If you had to deal with this shit or not deal with this shit, who are you going to be dating?
Right.
It's that effing simple. I mean, I don't want it to be like this. It's just like this.
Yeah, but she's in the same situation she's in due to a freaking baby daddy. That's the reason she's mad.
Who?
Synthetic G.
I don't know about her kids' history. All I know is that she'd be dropping some gems.
Yeah, that's because she went cross country now I ain't gonna get into all that. I'm not gonna,
because it's ridiculous.
Leave it alone.
You think that at least 50% of those Black men would have fought to keep their children over the mom? You think that?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
I think if those Black men,
I'm totally clueless. You guys are lying to make a point.
Hold on a second. Yeah. If those Black
Notice
men,
he hasn't said anything about he hasn't even looked at his laptop. He's got a computer in front of him. Okay. Mm-hmm. These two brothers don't have nothing in front of them. They're just saying shit off the top of their head. They see the kind of battle they're in. They're in a battle with a factualist. Or whatever name I want to make up. A factualist. He's looking for facts. He's looking for numbers. They're basically just pulling shit out of their,
And would have been armed with daddy government to get Section 8 welfare, food stamps, WIC, PPP loans, tax write-offs, or whatever, right? Look, anybody can take care of.
They didn't do anything with their PPP loans. Hold on, DJ. He just said PPP loan. Weren't the most incarcerations a bunch of black men who were getting caught up for those PPP loans because they got that money and they were running around renting Lamborghinis and all that during the pandemic instead of taking that money, starting a business? So stop it. They're acting like these programs are only for women or only for black women. When that would be discrimination. They can go get on the Section 8 waiting list as well.
Straight up. On top of that, I mean, Austin Holloman is a perfect example of that. Tanya TKO just did a show on how he was scamming, doing a PPP loan scam. He was flying all over the world with it. You know.
Yeah, see, and he took the money and ran with it, but then did a GoFundMe for $70K, asking his followers to finance his mongering.
Right. Oh, wait, you missed his $1 million GoFundMe?
He got a what? He got $1 million one?
Oh, y'all behind.
What?
I think it was an attempt, but he didn't get it though.
He didn't get it. He did a $1 million GoFundMe campaign.
No,
Yes, he so did.
$400 or something.
$430 on it. Yes.
System ruling that you're going to get the child 90% of the time, the men are automatically from the rip eliminated.
Okay, so how do you square this away? And maybe you don't agree with the Anchorman who said this, so maybe the Anchorman wants to amend a statement. Yeah. How do you square this away with the fact that like it's only like a few black men are knocking up like 50 women? Like you're telling me those men, if it's only a few men that are fucking over all of the women giving the babies, are those guys just trying to find a kid that they can eventually keep, or what's going on there? Would that guy want to keep every child, or what?
No, those are the deadbeats. That's why I cited that stat, 8%. Those are the deadbeat guys.
What are all the other men? What are all the other men doing then? If it's 20% of men who are getting all this sex, I would think that the 80% of men would go and kill those men, or unalive.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, seeing as he's a dad that baby mama was on welfare while he was living in the house with her, I mean, consider the source.
I mean, think about it like this. Situations where there's one guy having 10 kids is like, that's out of every probably 200, 2,000, 100,000, something like that.
Yeah, that's a small percentage.
So there's still all these other dudes running around doing what they do. So with that said, this is bullshit.
But look how he called real quick. Look how he called those men. He referred to the 20% of fathers as deadbeats. So he's proving that he doesn't even like children then by saying that.
Yep.
He's part of the 20%.
He's probably a deadbeat himself.
Probably. Why are you being nice?
Yeah, I know, huh?
Let me say something. The difference is, right, that those men don't get handouts from the government and sympathy from people such as yourself when they do those things.
Wait, but you could.
But when women
lie.
So you're telling me there's a massive amount those men get the type of men that do that get Section 8 as much as women?
If you have a child, isn't the Section 8 qualification only based on income? And then you also get the same tax write-off. You get the same.
Look at how it's being distributed.
No, you can't ask me how it's being distributed, because if more women are single moms than more dad are single dads, then of course more women are getting Section 8. Of course.
Who gives the child to the mom?
Doesn't it sound like to me that they have more of a problem with the government than they do with black women, but they're still blaming black women?
But
their problem is they can't get government benefits that they think black women are getting getting.
No. They actually can. This is what, like I said earlier, what he's doing is this is a plea. They're really trying to ask Brad to bring us back down to our knees.
Exactly. Yep. You hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, like I said before, 46% of black if we do the pie chart, 46% of black welfare recipients are black men in the black community. So they're getting the welfare benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a lot of benefits for somebody who doesn't take care, ain't taking care of kids. I know some
ain't
of them
taking care of. You don't have any.
That would be that would be the biggest discrimination case on record. There's no such thing as these benefits being only for women.
Right.
You know, and let alone only for Black women when we become that VIP.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what they called it in Chicago, whereas men could get on welfare. I just can't remember the name of the program.
And the thing about it is, again, it speaks to their intellect. Why aren't you getting benefits that you're entitled to?
Right.
That's you.
Because they don't want to get, see, here's the thing, and I'm glad we're bringing up Section 8 housing, because they don't even want to pay a discount rent and be responsible for their own livelihood.
Right. I mean, this is just a perfect example of this is a perfect example here of how I feel about the mentality of a lot of Black men out there, where their mentality is actually worse than let's say bigoted white men. It's worse than that. At least bigoted white men, they're focused on their own life, right? Mm-hmm. These men are solely focused on ruining Black women's lives right here. That's all they're focused on. They're mad because Black women are not bowing to them enough. And that's what's so dangerous about it. I mean, I grew up around bigoted people. At least the thing is this. At least they leave you alone if they're doing whatever they're doing. These men here, they want to go into your house and take all your stuff. That's how I feel about it. Mm-hmm. These men are nuts.
Yeah, well, they right quick, they changed the name of it. I looked it up when I was throwing something away. Prepare to laugh. It's called the RAP program.
Go figure.
It's called the RAP program. It's hilarious. I said, what? And it's the rental assistance program. They calling it RAP.
I wonder who they're marketing it to.
The jokes make themselves.
They do.
The rental assistance program RAP provides funding to Chicagoans who are at risk of becoming homeless. RAP helps Chicagoans who have housing right now. And it goes on and on.
Man.
Fix it, Jesus.
If these guys have left before the kid is even born.
How do you know that? How can you quantify that?
We can literally look up numbers.
Go ahead, quantify how many dads leave don't
see. I wouldn't have done it. I would have said, "Motherfucker, get out your laptop."
Name on the birth certificate. Versus how many men we literally can find the data for men that lose custody of their children in court. Show me the data of men that leave.
Now he's trying to put too much on it. See, right there, I'd go, nah, dude, you gotta get out. If you're so smart, get your laptop out.
Out at the hospital.
Okay, I can try to find this, but it's going to take me a little bit.
He's lying. Actually, there's nothing for him to find because you can't lose custody for a child that you already didn't have custody of.
Boom.
To find it, but why do Black men have this unique problem when all these same welfare systems exist for white people, for Indian people, for Asian people as well?
Why do Black men have this unique problem? Did you really ask that question?
Well, number one, I do think so. Hold on a second. I will yield a couple points to what Destiny's talking about in terms.
Peter says everything they do surrounds rap, but wrap up that.
True.
Crime, right? I do think that there is a culture of crime that is present, right? But I do think that when it kind of is a chicken and egg conversation. I think that when you're raised in a single mom household, that it kind of is a cycle, right? That's what I honestly think. So I do see what he's saying in terms of crime, but at the same time, it's not like the court system. It's not like if a Black father out there wants his child, that the courts, even if the mom is strung out, that the courts are going to do everything to make sure that Black father is able to have his kid.
Well, here's the reality. These are the numbers when it comes to, well, not the numbers, but this is the reality when it comes to.
Damn, I thought for a minute he was going to pull out some numbers.
Yeah, I was waiting on that.
When you have Black families, when there is a structured Black family where you have the father and the mother, the child is way more likely to succeed and not get in any trouble or things of that nature.
That's also a lie. DJ, please pause it. Please pause it. Please pause it. They actually did and Cynthia talked about it on her channel, that study that they did saying that even successful Black families where the parents are together, the children, the Black son is still not as likely to be as successful. So this goes back to socialization of these men within their own culture. It has nothing to do with two parents being in the home, because those same parents have to send those kids to school and out in the real world where they're influenced by outside influences.
Big truck.
And when they were talking about names and birth certificates, if you are married before having children, the mother's name and age is on the birth certificate, then the father's full legal name and age is on the birth certificate. How about get married?
Right. That's the whole thing.
If the father is awarded custody of the child and he's being raised by a single father, he's less likely to get into trouble. The only time
that's a whole lie. Then that would be saying again that it's their fault for why the community's in shambles, because then the easy result would be go get custody of your son.
Right.
They keep telling on themselves.
Getting into a lot of trouble is when they're single mother raised. Now, the reason why this is, in my personal opinion, because I can't really quantify it, is because the women of today are not really taking the time to actually teach those children. They're actually zoning out. They have the children in the household running buck wild.
Zoning out? How about the dudes who left out?
Like I said, he's trying to quantify. I'm going to use that word. Quantify his ghetto experience
and
paint it as a broad picture of this is Black reality. No, that's your Wakandan from Blackistan experience.
He's negating the fact that a lot of single mothers are working more than one job just to make ends meet.
Right.
He's negating. And if you're so involved, again, he keeps countering his own argument. You just said you were the most involved, even when you're not in the household.
Right.
They go outside, they run buck wild, and they're not really playing a heavy role in those children's lives. So that's what's going on.
Wait, the dude's not there at all, but the woman who's raising them is not playing a major role in their life. I can't. That doesn't make sense. That's just not logical.
Truly.
Yeah, but the question is who's. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like because I've never looked at like this particular data before, but listed someone here. Apparently, 32% of Black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now, this is just one. This is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn, that is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many Black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
Where I'm from.
Numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
Why did he keep bringing that shit up?
Custody. What is he talking about?
That's his range. He can't go outside that range.
Yeah, but the question is who's. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at this number. So here, this is like because I've never looked at like this particular data before.
This
but
dude
listed
is
someone here.
dumber than
Apparently, 32% of Black newborns have no father listed on the birth certificate. Now, this is just one. This is just Cook County, Illinois, but damn,
that's one part.
That is one part. Do you have any numbers on how many Black fathers are listed on the birth certificate?
I know that I have numbers on how many children are awarded custody to their mother.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything.
I still have 90%. You have 30%.
Yeah, but you don't know why. The fourth time he mentioned that.
Exactly. He's not. I'm like, answer the question that you are asked, and that's Cook County, Illinois. I know all about Cook County, Illinois. If you are married, both parents are on the birth certificate.
This dude.
The number is 90%. That's the whole part of that conversation.
And you don't know why that number is 30%.
What the fuck?
Well, is it because
maybe the mom told him the wrong hospital? I mean, if you're just making up.
I can't think of many.
I told you they're garbage. They're garbage.
The court. Do you know how busy the courts would be if every time a baby popped out, we had to go through a whole custody battle? We wouldn't even have a judicial system.
Right.
Because babies are born like a baby's being born right now, and right now, and right now, and right now. Like, we'll be having court 24 hours out the day.
And they're really going to be upset because the Republicans are trying to make child support retroactive to conception.
Yes. They really gonna be crying.
Well, that helps with a DNA test. Go get them.
Any reasons why somebody wouldn't be on a birth certificate. If you can't, well, maybe the father dies. I don't know if that'd be a reason to give off. I can't think of many reasons why. If you can think of something, that's fine. Plus,
I can't think of a reason. Hold on a second. I can't think of a reason why 90% of custody should be awarded to women.
Okay, I can give you a ton of reasons right now because women tend to be primary caregivers for children. Courts tend to prioritize the well-being of the child, and a lot of fathers that fuck a woman might just end up leaving completely. So there's like barely.
How do you know the last one?
How do I know that fathers are more likely to leave mothers than mothers leave?
How do you know that with something that is that radical, with 90% to 10%, right? How do you know that every single one of those was a father that just did not want to be there? Okay, so if it's 90%, how do you know if even half of those were a father that just did not want to be in the child's life?
Wait a minute, DJ.
I don't know what the exact number.
There are still children that were born in the 1960s that are still waiting for their daddy to come home with a gallon of milk.
Right. Hello.
Exactly.
And then when they were talking about, well, if the baby died, if the daddy died, okay. Well, in that case, you have a number of Black women that are not getting any Social Security benefits. Well, not the mother, the child is not getting Social Security benefits because the doggone sperm donor didn't have no damn job.
Right.
Yep.
See, that's the one thing. If someone, one minute, and I'll be brief. I'll be brief. If you are with an employed person, say he got his first job at 17, he's worked until he's, 27, he ends up being deleted in these streets. He's the doggone legal father of that child. That child automatically gets Social Security benefits until that child is 18.
Right.
These are facts. I'm not just making stuff up like Redbeard the pirate on here with the welfare baby mama in the same household.
They lose because of a gender bias, that probably happens for sure. But when you look at a number like 90-10, that's not all sexism. A lot of that is going to be people awarded to mothers because the mother is the primary caregiver in that situation. I don't even know if the 90% figure is accurate. By the way, I'm trying to find a number on that.
I think it's like last time I checked, 90%. I'm rounding up, but I think it's like 88 or 89.
If you want to know where the 90% comes from, it's very simple. There are a lot of practices that go on in the court system that are still reminiscent of the past. It's still archaic. Okay, it's no different than the freaking marriage license. It's no different than any of that. We're still operating under the presumption that women are going to be better caregivers. That's the main reason. They automatically assume that when two people separate, the woman is going to remain in the house and the man is going to leave the house. So the court system does not want to uproot the child out of the house that they're used to living in and put them in another house.
Sure.
That's the reason.
So here, like,
now, hold on. Let me say this. For the 32%, that are not on the birth certificates, there's a few things that could be. One, the main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much
Oh my God.
He really tried to go the paternity route. Okay.
Yeah.
I wish I was on that show. I would have been like, well, when you're married, you don't have that problem.
Right.
I didn't have that problem. I could go pull my son's birth certificate out right now out of my box of my important documents. And I guarantee you his mother's name, my name, and the age that we were when he was born, along with we both have the same last name. She ain't my sister, is on that birth certificate. Guarantee.
Now y'all see why I labeled this video what I did.
Nigga, please.
promiscuity, because here's the thing. when it comes to Black culture specifically, there are two things that are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture, which is for.
I actually do agree with that.
And who
guess
created
what?
that music? And
And
who
guess what he
created that
do?
music?
Right.
Thank you. Who creates it? It's, I'm like this. If it's a certain demographic of people that I don't like, and I know they're going to buy into a certain type of musical group that's going to cause them to act erratic and delete each other.
I mean, the
I'm
thing
going to
is
invest
that
money behind that
look at
because
him.
it's serving my better good. Plus, I'm making money.
He's got a little drum machine here. He's got a little screen here. He's and now. I guarantee you not. He's making that kind of music. I can just tell by his gear. Gear tells everything.
Thank you.
See, this guy has a weighted keyboard. This dude don't need a weighted keyboard. He just needs a drum machine. He can put all the samples in there. This guy can't. He actually plays music for real. Because he's got a keyboard, a weighted keyboard. You don't need a weighted keyboard if you just play beats, right? Then he's got this guitar in the back, which means that he obviously knows two instruments, right?
Mm-hmm.
I bet he don't.
Right.
See,
yeah, I would ask him when you're gonna because I play bass. It's like, what's the letter order of the strings?
Okay. Let's go.
They're not on the birth certificates. There's a few things that could be. One, the main reason is they could not know who the damn father is. That's one of the reasons. One of the reasons is you got so much promiscuity because here's the thing. When it comes to Black culture specifically,
but Black men aren't as promiscuous. Yeah, right.
Wait, but wait a minute. So how are we So we're promiscuous with these same 20% of men that we're rotating having children with?
Right.
So that's gonna feed into the incels. We can't get none because these couple of dudes getting all the women and they don't want us.
Yeah. Quita's going patriarchy has shoes. It looks like apparently Quita, that's all he has.
And they all up in his mama house because that's probably not even his place.
Right. Because otherwise you'd have your shoes in the closet.
Right.
That are being promoted in our music, which has a huge effect on our culture, which is for the guys, gang culture, crime, drug dealing is constantly.
So he makes drug hip hop. Has a baby mama of 3 kids that he left alone. Okay, how many other hypocritical things is he doing?
Promoted for the girls, promiscuity, acting like thoughts, that is constantly promoted. So when you have that going on, you have more young boys that are more prone to go out here and be part of gangs because they want to be part of something.
All over the women,
sell drugs because they may have grown
up.
With
a boy wants to join a gang. A boy wants to join a gang over women being thoughts. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to be clear.
And the other part of this is women tend to, when they're single mothers, they tend to look at their sons as a meal ticket. Oh, he's gonna grow up and go do this, or he's gonna go out and go do
this. That's that same old talking point. That's an old Tommy Sotomayor talking point. She has a bunch of kids and she's rolling the dice, hoping one of them end up being a famous rapper or a professional athlete to take care of her for the rest of her days. That talking point is almost as old as Moses.
This and help with the household because that's the little man of the house, right? So you got that going on. On the flip side of that, you got the girls growing up, going out here, getting into the party lifestyle, all of that different stuff, getting pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know who the damn father is. Why do you think you had the emergence of these goofy shows back in the 90s where you are not the father, all of that goofy stuff? There's a lot of
fake.
Stuff.
Oh my goodness. They haven't realized that Jerry Springer and Maury Povich were fake and that those were actors.
And what the thing about it is none of this is making sense because he just acted as though these young men were the ones that were in the household being responsible, taking care of everything else in the household while the girls were going out being thoughts. But earlier we talked about girls being the most educated demographic and like, oh my God, like how are we doing all this? Like we got superpowers that I need to tap into.
And really what he's saying essentially is he might as well become a divestment channel for black men, because it sounds like black women are a lost cause with all this sliding going on. I mean, it's just like, come on.
He don't realize he's talking about ghetto people, male and female. That's what he's talking about.
Right.
He's
He
talking
realizes this. He knows this.
Yeah, he's talking about ghetto people.
He knows this. He's being extremely disingenuous, and he's putting the onus on the whole population of people. We've already established that, and nobody is believing that. Not even the white man that doesn't live in the community.
Mm-hmm. I tell him
so nothing you told me can be proven, right? There's no number, there's no data. It's just like your stories. I can try to find stuff. I'm just digging around to see, but like, so here's a couple of things that I found, right? This is talking specifically about like that 90% figure. That the certain men's rights groups have made the claim, and now the fucking page. Certain men's rights groups have made this claim. It seems obvious enough, given that it's that Chicago Tribune thing that I linked. It seems this fucking dog shit.
He's focusing on Chicago and Cook County a lot. Maybe that's where he's from.
Right.
It's giving
Still don't know what an NFT is, but we got you.
It's all right. I could tell. If you need me to tell you what an NFT is, I can explain.
That's my favorite episode with him, the NFT.
Jesus. Okay. Certain men's rights groups have repeatedly made this claim, okay, that mothers have an automatic advantage in custody cases. It seems obvious enough, given that more than 90% of the children of divorced and single parents live with their mothers. But there's more to that statistic than meets the eye. Most divorcing or single fathers, roughly 90%, never ask for custody. In contested...
That's all I need to hear right there. Now patriarchy, your whole bullshit just got dumped right there.
It just got flushed down the drain.
Yeah,
sure did.
He better take. I'm sure he's going to take that smile off his face, because all that shit he was trying to talk is gone.
To divorce and parentage custody cases, however, the father wins 60% of the time. So if that's true, that completely blows up your entire narrative.
Would you like me to ask? Would you like me to answer why that is?
Yeah, let me see.
No, there's no reason to answer it. He just told you what it was. There's no answer to give.
Because I can tell you why that is, if you really want to know.
Yeah, because usually they don't go to court because they don't have the funds or whatnot. But go ahead.
No, it doesn't matter. That's not the mother's fault. It's not her problem. If they don't have the funds, why don't they have the funds? Let's think about why you would not have a simple $90 or $70 or whatever it is to go to court. Because you ain't got no money because you're broke. So she's going to get the kid anyway.
See?
You see, I mean, it's that simple. It's that simple. You know something? Patriarchy actually screwed up. He shouldn't have said that, because at least he could have. They could have pretended that, well, you know, there was upstanding black men, but they couldn't make it to the court on that date or something because they were working. No, he just told us. Patriarchy just told us they ain't got the money.
You know, here's
wait, and single moms do have the funds to go to court?
Here's the thing. No,
boom.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Here's the thing. Because I had this issue when I first got on YouTube in 2015. There was a guy that I used to deal with.
Oh, not this shit again. Do you have any facts whatsoever, dude? It's always a guy, a lady, some guys, something that came around.
Would actually help guys go to court. And the problem he kept encountering is most guys did not.
Notice how he doesn't have the guy's name.
Want to go to court.
That's just like he had to think about the 10 kids.
They believe they would automatically lose.
But 60% win. Most fathers win when they contest.
Know that.
That is another fault of black men. That's more.
Wait, it's not.
Okay, so wait a minute. If the guy was helping them, then why didn't he know that?
Right. He's exactly. I assume the guy is a lawyer or of legal skill.
Right. Otherwise, and he would know that if he was really helping them, if he knew what he was doing, he would know the probability of them winning would be high.
Right. And the guy would have told him and said, "You got a good chance."
The bottom
White
line
men
up front,
problems if
you
they
have
don't
to
know
prove
that
it's
then.
not
Wait,
unfair.
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Not saying it's not their fault that they don't understand or educate themselves on what they can do in the court system. But you have to realize, for Black men culturally, the court is a place where they believe they're always going to lose. Okay, that's
you. Hey, that's the way it goes.
So
I
okay,
take my chances in
What
court.
what
Just
what what did the
and
system
with
call
this.
it? The
he
defeatist
incessantly
attitude?
says, he incessantly asks this white man, what you have to realize, what you have to realize, what you have to realize. No, he doesn't have to realize anything that
Right.
you're not quantifying.
Exactly.
just a cultural thing. All right. We can't get around that. Now,
I mean, remember now, they're the ones who asked for percentages and numbers. They made this white man sweat on his computer looking up some numbers. Okay. They didn't want to do it themselves. They're just sitting there, just spectating. He comes up with the numbers. Now they start talking shit.
There's no way to get around that. Come on.
No, I'm saying we can't get around the fact that that is a cultural thing they believe. Now, I constantly tell guys on my channel that you can go to court and win. And there are a lot of guys in the space that we're talking about who have went to court and won custody of their children.
What's the point?
So he's saying they
But
culturally
most
can't
guys
get
do not
around.
believe that they can do it. They believe
He's saying they culturally can't get around that thought process. So you're saying they're too ignorant to figure out that they can win.
Right.
that that's going to be a hard fight. In addition to the fact that the court system plays a lot of dirty tricks. A prime example.
How are you playing dirty tricks if you're getting 60% of the result? That's really good, especially if the woman is the mother. That's really good. Those are some good numbers to go after. And this
is when a woman first goes to get child support, she goes to the court, she signs a affidavit. This affidavit states clearly that she has not received a single dollar from the named father, whoever.
Yeah, I bet he knows about that.
Exactly. So he's telling us he why his children were on welfare, because the baby's mother didn't get a single penny from him. He just keeps dry snitching on himself.
He names as the father. She's saying that she's never seen a dollar from him. He's never given any support. Now, that initial court date, if the father is able to go to that court date and prove that he's given some money, then he'll win that case because she signed the affidavit. The problem is they don't serve fathers on that initial court date. And I know this because I went through it. You don't even know.
There he goes. I knew it. There he goes. Just told on him.
He's lying.
Yeah. How can you get?
You have
how
to.
How can a woman? Hold on now. How can a woman take you to child support court when y'all live in the same damn house?
Right.
You can't if they're not married, he's not providing support in certain states. You can.
Yeah, I know you can, but it didn't happen to him.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. They were living in the same house. She's on welfare, and then she takes him to child support court.
Well, because she had to get the welfare, so they automatically the DA automatically has to go after the father in that case.
But what that does is the way welfare works, to the best of my knowledge, if someone is the biological father of said children and they are living in the household with said children and welfare mother, his finances are taken into consideration to adjust what she gets from the Department of Welfare.
His name wasn't on the lease, so he's not a legal resident of that home.
He's not even there. He doesn't necessarily live there. This is a ghetto connection. But even in terms of the man not being in the home, he's lying by saying that someone doesn't have to be served. We all know how the court system goes. You have to be served.
Exactly.
So yeah,
you can't just randomly have someone, because all of it's a lawsuit. Basically, you're gonna go to court. Say for instance, and I'll be brief. If someone is trying to divorce someone and they just can't seem to locate them, they'll have to put an advertisement in a newspaper, and they will have to have their
Yeah, you
lawyers
even have to
prove
do
that
that.
they
Yeah,
won't.
you even have to do that with child support too, Leonard. So that's what I'm
I
saying. When
know
you
this. It's the
somebody,
same
yeah, it's
thing.
the same setup. Yeah. So he's lying. That's what I'm saying. You have to serve, or you have to show the court that you took every effort into tracking this person down. So he's lying.
Or have a legal notice in a newspaper. He's
Right.
lying.
That court date. If you're lucky enough to know about that court date, you can go and fight it. But
if you're lucky enough to know about that court date,
look at that, lucky. Right, really.
Well, if they weren't couch surfing from baby mama to their mother's house, they can get served.
That's true.
Right.
That's true.
And
my process.
One of the things people don't read in the newspaper is legal notices. I know I don't.
Fathers
Who reads
don't
the
even
legal
know
notice?
they're on child support until one day they look at their check and money's missing. And they're like, what's going on? Then they contact the child support division to find out what's going on. And it's like, oh, you owe child support. Then they give them then they say, okay, well, when did this happen? Oh, well,
look at that. Look, he's lying. Look at that. What kind of judicial system would we have in this country? Why would people even come over here from other countries to even have a so-called American dream when this sounds like a nightmare that I can sit here right now, DJ Torch, and then if that's the case, you the daddy. Then let me garnish your check. Let me garnish Leonard's check. Let me garnish the whole damn chat's check by just dropping the name. Come on now.
And the crazy part is I thought these were the same 20% of men that were Pookies and Ray Rays. And so they're Pookies and Ray Rays, they don't have jobs. And that's the reason why the women are on welfare. So what checks are being garnished?
Exactly.
Completely not true because of my personal experience with legal. Hold on, wait, real quick, because I'm just looking this up. So this is saying that like when you're doing like custody battles, you are right that the court won't serve the person, but that's because it's your responsibility. If you're not going to have your wages garnished for child support when you were never served anything. There's no possible way that's true. And this is saying here that if the other parent is not served within 120 days, your complaint will be dismissed and you'll have to start all over.
You don't even know. Hold on. See, you don't know because you didn't go through it.
Yeah, you don't know. You know what? They really have created their own
world.
Yeah, they've created their own world where it's niggaometry. Like it's crazy. They're living on a complete different planet. There is no way in the world that the system can be set up like that. I mean, this goes to show you how they are unworthy of leadership because we already have to go to court for every baby that's born and deal with custody. Now, all of a sudden, we're just randomly, naming people as the father of our children and garnishing checks. This economy would be messed up under these kind of conditions.
True. So true.
I can only go by like what's true. When I can see like
Number one, wait a minute. Number one, here's the reality. You will get served.
Remember, he already kicked out the reality. They asked him to find numbers. He was kind enough to find the numbers. He gave them the numbers, and then they start into this bullshit.
Papers.
Just
you owe child support. You'll get served, but the initial court date. You rarely ever get served those papers. They will not track you down, is what I'm saying. They will not track you down for you to come to that.
Why should they track?
Yes, they will. Under that premise, now check this out. Under that premise, say if I pass away, you could have 7 women that knew me from back in the day that have children, and just them 7 children can be like, no, I get part of Leonard's inheritance because that's my daddy. So it'd be no need for probate court, right?
But but even what Quit just said in the chat, referring back to what he said earlier, that all of the children are wards of the court. So if they're already wards of the court, then we don't have to do any service because remember, we all have to stand here and figure out where the child is going. So there would be no need in serving anybody if we already had to release the child upon birth to where it was going to go. They're all over the place with this.
Court date. And the reality is this has happened to me a couple of times. Because I kept having the same issue where I'm like, okay, I'm taking care of my children, but then she goes to the court to do whatever. I don't get the initial paperwork. Then when I go to court, I have to explain.
Oh, he's telling us that he was a deadbeat. He's telling
right,
us
because
that.
he's trying to pretend as though he was taking care of his children. Women don't you can't just incessantly take someone to court if that person is actually doing what they're supposed to do. And if you were already on child support orders, the only reason she could take you back to court is if you weren't paying your child support or she wants an increase in child support. So how does it keep happening to you?
Right.
Because he was delinquent in payment.
To the judge, I did not get the
Okay, here real quick, because we don't need the whole process explained. So I just want to understand this. You're telling me that you could have two people living together, everything is chill. One person could sneak off to court, they could file for sole custody, go back home to their parent, and months and everything could pass, and that whole process can be done without service ever being given to the party whose custody is being contested against.
Yes. Yes. You can look, here's the thing.
The way he worded it, that was hilarious.
Yeah, his eyes, those eyes of Destiny's eyes is like, you so full of shit.
Right. He's like, everything can be perfectly fine. And we're living in the house together and somebody can sneak off to court.
Because that's how dramatic it actually sounds. So he's just actually reading him back his own script, because this is what this looks like. This is exactly what this looks like in the on the stage of the world as they're listening to stuff like this.
This is amazing. And see, that's the look in his eyes, in Destiny's eyes. He's saying nigga please. He can't say it.
Yeah.
He can't say it, but he's saying nigga please. Trust me.
What's so horrible is they cannot see this. This is what's so horrible. It's hard. It is heart-wrenching that they actually cannot see this. They can't hear themselves and they cannot see this.
Right.
They have what is called a TANF check, right? A woman can go and she can apply for a TANF check. And the reason why she's applying for this check.
Notice how he knows all about this welfare shit.
He got the whole thing wrapped up. Yep.
Right, because I want to know what a TANF check is, because I don't know.
He's just it's still the welfare check, which is this TANF. It's just another form of it. It's
it's different initials that TANF for needy families. It's like ADC, what it used to be in the 60s, called Aid for Dependent Children. That's what TANF. It's like
just different sectors for the same meaning. That's all.
Yeah, it's the initiative something needy family TANF. Some shit I'm not familiar
temporary
with.
assistance for needy families.
Thank you.
Oh, there we go. Boom.
That's like the rap program in Chicago.
The father of my child is, right? Or the father of my child is.
Wait a minute, go back just a little bit.
I don't know where he's at.
Got it.
Get the initial paperwork. Then when I go to court, I have to explain this to the judge. I did not get the initial
here real quick,
paperwork.
because we don't need the whole process explained. So I just want to understand this. You're telling me that you could have two people living together, everything is chill. One person could sneak off to court, they could file for sole custody, go back home to the other parent, and months and everything could pass, and that whole process can be done without service ever being given to the party whose custody is being contested against.
Yes. Yes. You can look, here's the thing. They have what is called a TANF check, right? A woman can go and she can apply for a TANF check. And the reason why she's applying for this check is she's saying, I don't know who the father of my child is, right? Or the father of my child is.
DJ, can you put it on pause?
You got it.
According to their rhetoric, there would be even rich guys who would be getting away with murder if the system were like they're describing.
Right. It's amazing.
I don't know where he's at, right? So they say, okay, we'll give you
I'm
this
trying to
check.
research this online. Everything is saying the opposite. Can anybody find like a source for this? Because I can't.
The amount of
I can't
money
find anything of this. This sounds wild to me.
is the equivalent of child support. And that money is stacked against the father in arrears. Now, once that year is up, that check literally stops and it converts into a child support case. He's never went to court. There are dudes that are in households with women that went and did this because they didn't know any better. And now the guy that is
that's a lie. He has to contest. He's lying. He has to contest. This is how you know he's lying. number one, they have to serve you because they have to prove paternity. So what these dudes aren't doing is they're ignoring and not responding. So the court takes it as, okay, you're admitting that you are the father because you didn't respond to this. And then that's where things could go left. But at the end of the day, the guy is very much notified that there's a pending child support case going on. He knows something. Whether he's ignoring it and not showing up, that's another thing.
Who's child support to the woman that's in the same household as him?
I'm just trying to find like any like external thing. I'm just curious on this.
Yo, the court system is screwed up, bro. When it comes to child support, it is screwed up and it is biased.
Can I just address one of the articles Destiny put in the chat or the private chat?
Yeah.
I think it was the Chicago Tribune. One of the he was talking about the 60% of the time, you know, the fathers, if they fight, they win. It mentions here that some of that 60% is that go for the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional.
Yeah.
And then it leads on to, after that, many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child.
Wait, either I'm lagging or he's
Of
lagging.
course,
I can't understand.
related to the fathers.
You have to Sway. You have to repeat it.
Which part? This last part?
Yeah,
you're going in and out.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it says
how you was wrong because I just read it too. Yeah, you're wrong, Destiny.
What am I wrong on?
You're wrong for citing this, right? It's saying that the 60% is accounted by that comes from people that are already married. In contested divorce custody cases, the father wins 60% of the time. We're not talking about cases where they're married.
No. The other comparison thing was uncontested. If 90% of children of divorced or single parents are living with their moms, and that's all uncontested because the dad never asked, well, then of course that has nothing to do with the court. So that just goes to show that 90% of the time the children wanted to live with the mom, and the mom wanted to have the children.
The point that you just made from this
No,
Chicago,
idiot, you're wrong, idiot. You're not keeping up. I thought this guy was smarter than this. I really did. He's pretty dumb.
Tribune thing was that women were awarded or men were awarded custody 60% of the time. Those are from divorce cases. Those are from cases where people have already been married. So you're ruling out and if we're talking about the Black community, you're ruling out a lot of those children that were born out of wedlock, which we know is the majority.
Hold on, even what you're saying is not true. If you read that sentence, it says in contested divorce and parentage custody cases. It's accounting for that's divorce and parentage cases. So those are two.
Okay. So,
but my problem with this article though is that it'll try. I didn't finish saying it says many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child, then it leads to say, of course, that often is closely related to the father's failure to pay child support. So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny?
Yes, because you're not supporting the child.
You're not supporting the child.
Oh my God.
That's how these fools think.
How insane is this? I mean, you're telling on yourself. How many ways do you have to keep telling this white man that you're not about the S word? Like, it made me want to curse. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. I digress to my title. Here we go.
He could go to jail. And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because they literally don't have the money.
So why would they have the kid then?
Right.
You can't afford the kid. If you can't pay child support, you can't afford a kid.
And the thing about it is they're only seeking child support. They can't take from you what you don't have. So if you don't have a job, they're not putting you on child support. They're only able to garnish whatever money you have from a paycheck. They can't garnish nothing.
And then they don't have the money anymore. Like a lot of these stuff happens.
And look, these are all defeated. Notice this too. These are all defeatist scenarios. These are all defeatist scenarios. So they already are telling you they walking in the door broke down, destitute, and don't have nothing for you. They're telling you.
Right. But they want women to choose. They want women to choose them.
And keep in mind, they keep saying that that Black women are having children by this same 20%. So why is it that they're fighting so hard for this same 20% that they say are the worst of the community? Like, I'm confused here.
That they themselves claim not to be a part of, despite the fact that that angry man has 3 children out of wedlock.
So it sounds like they're all a part of this 20%.
All I know is that Cynthia G's probably going to have another show at 11 o'clock, and I'm going to be right there at 10:59, folks. She's talking about these people right here.
Yeah, this is insane. This is a whole breakdown, even after the breakdown. It's just...
We could say it's just on the men. They need to step up. But if you get put on child support where you don't even know you are on it, and now you don't want to pay it, or you can't pay it.
You don't want
to? Are they admitting that they don't have any money? Is that what they're doing?
No, he just said if he don't want to pay it, roll that back. Roll that right back.
End up going to they'll try. I didn't finish saying. It says many of the other cases result from the mother's financial inability to support the child. Then it leads to say, of course, that often is closely related to the father's failure to pay child support. So even when the mother has an inability to support the child, it's still the man to blame. And did you know, Destiny, if a man doesn't pay child support, he could go to jail? And we're talking about men who can't pay child support, right? So now they can't pay child support because they literally don't have the money most of the time, and then they get sent to jail, and then they don't have the money anymore.
Condoms do work really good, sir. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Like a lot of these stuff happen, get caught up in the system that we can say is just on the men. They need to step up. But if you get put on child support where you don't even know you are on it, and now you don't want to pay it, or you can't pay it, and you end up going to jail for something like this, like that's...
You see, he just said if you don't want to pay it.
Right.
He made that an option. Because
I'm trying to figure out how you can get put on child support just because it ain't even your kid.
Right.
Right.
That's amazing.
It's a little bit of nuance that you won't ever talk about.
Hold on. First, wait. Hold on. We can't have like 3 fucking people bouncing back and forth. I can't respond to anything. Okay. So firstly, let's read this entire thing. Okay. Some of that 60% is accounted for by the fact that the fathers are most likely to seek custody when the mother is egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. This says some. So that implies less than 50%. Okay. So it's not just when the mother is fucking egregiously unfit or dysfunctional. Okay. When you talk about like going to jail for not paying child support that you didn't even know that you owed, I've been through the child support process because me and my kid's mom are separated and I wanted to do everything by the courts. My understanding from my personal experience is that both sides have to be served papers. You can't, when you go to a court to file when the father is known. Now, if the father is unknown or something, that might be a different process. But when the father is known and you are seeking a relief from that person, when you go to file those papers, service has to be given to the other member of that complaint. It'll be listed on the paper, like for the county clerk to like file the paperwork. Pretty sure both people to be involved. Now, there might be some like extra cases where that is not the case. I'm Googling like crazy to try to find it, but every single thing that I'm seeing is saying you must serve papers. You have to serve papers. That you're not just going to wake up one day and have a child support order against you and like, holy fuck, I didn't even go to court for this ever. I've never seen that ever.
It says you have to serve papers, but is that, look, there's a difference.
Oh my God, here he goes. I can feel it again.
He's getting ready to come up with some BS. Like, what do you mean it says that? Yeah, because that's the law. This is something that you can't argue or debate. This is an exact thing. Like this is a standard. This is a principle.
This is crazy.
Between service, right? One version of serving papers is delivering it. But another version is you got to sign for it. Okay. What I've noticed is that initial case.
Well, if you got to sign for it, don't you have to have it in your hands or something, like delivered in your hands to sign? You got to have something to sign.
On with the case without me signing anything. Now, after that, when I had subsequent cases, I had to sign for the service. I had to sign for the paperwork. Okay, so I don't know what jurisdiction
he said subsequent cases.
So how many times did his baby mama, singular as he says, how many times did his baby mama take him to child support court while they were living in the same house and she was getting welfare.
It sounds like a hell of a lot of times.
Right.
Man, the dust just keeps piling up.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey,
Hey, hey,
Hey,
No,
JP.
no, what's going on? Look, man, I ain't gonna be on for long because I got to get ready for work in like 30 minutes. But look, they just basically
Is it that late?
showcase how much
Holy moly.
foresight they lack when it comes to choosing partners or planning their life out. I mean, think about it. Like, why didn't you take all of this type of stuff into consideration when you was like trying to get with, a particular woman or things of that nature? I don't get it.
They was too busy watching her twerk.
Yeah.
They got distracted.
Exactly. They got caught up in the twerk.
You're in, but in different jurisdictions, they do things differently, right? Everybody knows different jurisdictions have different.
Okay, yeah, I could be.
No,
I live in Florida
there
now.
are
I know what Florida was, and I was in Nebraska.
This is where they lying too. We already know jurisdiction only means that there's a subset of laws,
exactly,
of stipulations that could be, but there's a foundation across the board, and especially in court, whether it's small claims, criminal court, people have to be served. I mean, we literally watch our wrist and high profile crimes. All it takes is a technicality and you could be walking out. They could have you on tape doing something. One technicality, you walking out free. Exactly. So there's no way in the world that this system, is that easy. No. It's the lie.
I've had people serve me papers before. Service to me has required acknowledgement. Now I could be wrong, and if somebody links me or whatever, I'll be like, okay, it's different here, because it might be. I don't know the law everywhere. I agree with that 100%. But I would be surprised. You're telling me there are states where legal service can be dropping something off in a mailbox, and that's like service? I've served you papers? Because this is why, like in movies and shows and everything, somebody will find you at work with like, hey, here you go. You've been served. Like, you have these papers.
Yeah, but if you notice, look, I don't know what's going on. Like, I have an issue with it.
Now you don't know what's going on. First, you were acting like you were the expert.
He didn't know what was going on from the get-go gate.
Right.
I feel like service means that I should be signing for something. But every single time that has happened to me, and I'm not the only guy, I've had other guys tell me the same thing.
He just told his Destiny just told his story. See, look, DJ, I'm gonna tell you what happened. What happened is he thought that he was going to psych this guy out and didn't think that he has gone through something similar like this. And this just goes to show you how we put non-Black people on certain pedestals of existence as if they themselves aren't real people either.
Right. And then he kept saying, and he's acting as though it's segregation and we have a whole different system.
Right. But remember, we're in the 1950s when we're dealing with them. So I guess, he's still holding himself to that type of standard for the Destiny.
Now, let me add this in. The only way you'll get served a notice to appear in child support court and not know about it is if it's served to an address that you're no longer at and they don't tell you.
But you still are supposed to answer back to the court because they're really trying to establish a paternity anyway. They don't even know if you are the dad, specifically if you didn't sign the birth certificate. Right. So they still have to establish paternity. So you still have to answer back to the courts. A lot of times these guys are ignoring. They're ignoring the paperwork. They're throwing things away. They're crumbling it up and they're acting like it doesn't exist.
Now that's you're right about that, because I'm thinking as of being a man that was married before having children and getting divorced, and I'm thinking like a former husband instead of a baby daddy.
Yeah, it's a different type of situation when you're separating in that regard compared to now with what he's talking about. So, but he's lying across the board, because even if one of these guys were hypothetically able to walk in with an attorney, well, then guess what? Heads can still turn because you still have to keep legalities in place. And that's why I said, this is why we even have criminals walking out. We can have the guy on tape. All it takes is a clerical error or a technical. He's walking out.
But if they're not getting attorneys, they're getting screwed. I tell people, Public defender, analyze those words. That's somebody that's going to defend the public against your criminal ass.
And guess what, too? Furthermore, before we continue, the reason why the system spanks you anyway is because you should have figured it out as adults.
Hello.
Right. Straight. I mean, from the very beginning, if you think about it, from the lack of a condom, you know,
it actually contested. They didn't get service. They didn't even know. They didn't even know until after they owed it. And it's crazy because what happens, just like Sway just said, you know, when you don't know or you actually get locked up for it, whatever, you're not really locked up for child support. You're locked up for failing to adhere to a court order, right? That's the loophole because they're not supposed to be locking you up for owing child support.
Yeah, in California, you have to do, I mean, like if something happened to you, maybe you missed it or maybe something happened, or I can't speak to your personal story, but like in every state I'm looking up, like according to the judicial branch of California, the party who chooses to begin the legal process must notify the other and must do so through the service of papers. Within the context of child custody, the parent seeking custody has to serve copies of their filed paperwork to the other parent. Like, I don't think you can just like say like, oh, I served them and now they're garnished and now they're getting locked up for child support.
I can even request the paperwork that you have on me to see it in court. So these guys are lying. They're lying.
Yeah, it's just they're telling on themselves, basically.
We're dealing with the court system. And when you're dealing with the court system, there's a whole lot of loopholes that are used for numerous purposes. And like Patriarchy said a second ago, it is biased in favor of the women.
I don't believe any of this. If you guys want to like link me something or whatever, that's fine. But
The
we can't just
court
keep
is-
saying we can't just keep
DJ,
saying
this is where they're dumb. Child support as well as custody is the state is representing the child. So it ain't even about y'all.
Right.
And those are
this is my story. But
those are two different things. Those are two different things that are handled in the court of law. Custody, child support. Now, what they haven't mentioned, have you noticed? Visitation.
Right.
Right.
There's different steps to this thing.
Because they're not involved.
They're not involved in the
Exactly.
system. And this is how you can smoke these guys out because they're not able to speak the proper lingo that lets you know that they went through the proper chains of command.
Destiny,
yeah, go for it.
Destiny,
Okay.
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
The link that you just, so I'm going to post something right now.
Mm-hmm.
What year did that article come out that you posted from the Chicago Tribune?
From 94.
1994. Okay, I have something right here that is a little bit more recent. So I will say this, right? What I'm saying right now is still 60% awarded to women. When I said 90%, I made a mistake. I was thinking about child support payments, right? Like 90% of child support payments, 90% of alimony goes to women. Sometimes I get that confused. But right here, it's still saying the overwhelming majority, and this is 2018, the overwhelming majority, and I posted too, the overwhelming majority is still going to women.
Overwhelming
and that's
is
more
not
recent than
60%.
1994.
Give some numbers.
Sure, but now the question is, are these in contested custody battles, or is this just on who's asking for custody, right? Well, I can actually, I'll just click through and I can check. Hold on.
Because I posted one, I think, before too.
Now notice that these two idiots are at least trying to look for something.
I mean, we can get into the whole, custody and child support system and all that. But I mean, if we're going to talk about single mothers and absentee fathers, is there no choice behind having a child?
Yeah, there is. There's a choice for men and women. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't just blame black women. There's an attack on both sides there, I think. Also, just real quick, so this thing doesn't talk about like in custody fights. This could just be
the census. I just posted the census one because I want to go direct to the primary source.
Yeah,
so
sure. I clicked through to this too, but just real quick, there's like 19 pages. I can scroll through and look, but like it's gonna take me a sec. But like because I control left in this, I tried to find contested, control F contested, and this doesn't look like it's talking about contested custody. This is just talking about where do the children tend to live.
But it doesn't talk about where it's awarded. Let me look through it myself. Hold on.
So I bring that up because Destiny, I don't know if you are very hip to what goes on in the Black community. I don't expect you to be, but as a common narrative, even before I was born, that I don't need a man and I can do all bad by
Notice
myself.
he said common narrative. Notice
What's funny is he doesn't look that black himself. He's about a half shade darker than Destiny is at
None
best.
of them do.
By myself, I don't need a man to raise a child.
Looks like 3 Latin dudes talking about black men and black women, basically, and 1 white guy. Because he could be Latin, he could definitely be Latin, and then his last name is Latin.
Right.
That's kind of weird. I mean, he might be mixed, black and white, but still, that ain't, defending regular black men.
There are videos from early as the 60s to
Or
the 80s.
better yet, embarrassing regular black men.
The 90s to the early 2000s that show multiple times black women saying, I don't need a man in my life to raise these kids.
Oh, please.
And the reason they said that is because you were absent.
Right.
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 Has anyone noticed no one's talking about marriage at all?
Oh,
Right.
no, yeah. No.
Right.
They're not
Right.
interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
Mixed roaches. Queen.
She's acting up
Yeah,
in
but where
the
did that
chat.
come from?
She's acting up.
Their grandmothers.
And why? Because black men were getting locked up, because black men were selling crack, because black men were killing each other in the streets, right? Yeah, so it's not surprising.
This comes before that.
Women,
No, it
black
doesn't.
women weren't saying this in
All
the 50s.
these-
Black
all
women
these
were saying this
problems-
in the 50s and 60s.
They were saying these in the 60s. This started in the 60s. This came very, very prevalent in the 60s. This started before.
No, it did
crack
not.
epidemic and everything.
No, he's lying.
The narrative behind black men. We are always the guinea pigs when anything happens in America, and breaking up the family homes.
But see, now he's talking about something else. We were
That had
guinea pigs.
absolutely nothing to do with our control. If you're
Right.
saying that we were guinea pigs, and you're saying that it's not our fault, it can't be the
Right.
woman's fault either. Like, they didn't just make black men the guinea. Like, they're acting like black men were isolated and they were the only ones that were going through anything, and that's what just blows my top off. Like, dude, you weren't the only one discriminated against. You're not the only one that faces adversities in the court system. Like, this is not just you. You're not an isolated victim. If you're going to claim victimhood, it's like the victim Olympics, and that's why they're being left behind. Like,
Yeah.
black
Right.
women are tired of hearing it. We're
Yeah.
going forward. Like, you stay there with that victim mentality.
And mind
It's not
you,
serving.
the 1960s, like, okay, we here now. You know, I'm about to go hit Soul Train up or something in a minute.
You know what I'm
But,
saying?
I mean,
Everybody
just
was
like-
kung fu fighting.
yeah, it's like, what are we doing? You know, what are we doing? Like, you're talking about a time that you didn't exist in, because these are younger men. So you weren't born, you weren't a child of the 60s, you weren't an adult of the 60s. And, you know, what does all of this mean right now for us today? You know what I mean? Like, that's just like the way Dr. Umar goes around and quotes the 60s and quotes Malcolm X, you
Yeah.
know, all the time. It's just like, you know, and it's no offense to Malcolm X. We already know the legacy in which he left behind, but that doesn't follow with today's current standards. We can take certain foundations and principles and move them forward and adjust for inflation. But in terms of what's going on right now, even with the court system, this just goes to show that they're so stuck in the past that they can't seem to see the present, let alone there is no future for them.
And then they keep deferring to, I don't know if you know what's going on. It's like
Right.
he knows more of what's going on than you do.
Exactly.
Right.
Because he keeps staying current. That's why I said this is one thing that they do. You know, and let me just share this real quick, and I won't be long-winded. I went to school around rich white children, and one thing that was different between going to the black school versus when I got to the school with the more elite children is that when I got an answer right in class, the white people wanted to know how I got the answer. Black people, though, only wanted to get the answer from me.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Let that sink in.
I see.
Drop the link, DJ.
Got it.
Yes, it's called critical thinking, something that they stopped teaching in the public school system. Critical thinking.
And one thing that it just bothers me how they act as though, and Destiny said it, they act as though white people are not facing the same adversities that black people are. And it's this dynamic that keeps us clashing. Like, they believe that we're getting some leg up, so they're angry about that. And then so many of us believe that so many of them are rich and wealthy, and it's just not the case. I mean, if you look at prior to the pandemic, I think it was 2019 when the government shut down, and almost 80 to 90%, 80, I think, I forgot what the number was. It's like 80 something percent of Americans were living paycheck to paycheck. That means that there's not this multitude of wealth that people think that there is in the white community. So I wish people would stop acting like there's so much of this money going around in their community that they're oblivious to poverty. Like, they're impoverished just as well.
That's why I said this is the problem of being stuck in these 1892, places mentally, is that you can't see it that way because they have themselves in that boy mentality, and they have their head down to where they can't lift it up and stand tall in order to take a step forward.
And think about it. This is what they're feeding the young boys. So if they're feeding these young boys this defeatist attitude, what you can't expect for them to excel. So this is what you have in your mind, and you wonder why the young men are the way that they are, because they're listening to you online with this defeatist attitude, and they can't propel themselves forward because they've been indoctrinated that everyone is against them.
Right.
That's because they don't have a daddy.
But you know what? That's a whole nother discussion, because even some of these dads would be, relative to discussion. Life is really about what you want to do with yourself. These are not children; these are grown men. And the first step, is denial. That's the first step to the 12-step program, and that's to admit you have a problem. Step one.
Shows you the outcomes in the black community. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. As much as y'all preach this strong, independent, I could do bad by myself.
I look
at the black community and see where we're at. As much as y'all think you can, the outcomes you get as to when women rebel against their men in totality and say they can do all bad by themselves, they don't need a man to raise a child. You get a bunch of.
Is that somebody talking?
Wait. Oh, I thought it was somebody in there.
Yeah, I think it was somebody on their panel.
No, it was me. Can you hear me?
Oh
yeah.
Hey, Peso.
Oh yeah.
Hi, Peso.
Peso man in the house.
Oh, Peso, what's going on, bruh?
What's up? How y'all doing today? It's maybe noon here. I'm just getting up because I was doing my live all night. Let me just say this real quick. I'm gonna be real quick and I get off because I got some people waiting downstairs for me because I have class today. You guys, let me say this. You have to put these guys down like a rabid dog. These guys, they are too far gone. They are financially incentivized. You got the people that are the cheerleaders. They're far gone, and you got the guys like these guys that are financially incentivized through YouTube to keep this madness going. Like I said once before, I tried to analogize it to the dope game, where these guys were incentivized to go into these neighborhoods and poison the people that look like them and destroy the communities, all for profit, all for a little bit of gain. And you see, at the end of the day, really didn't get into those guys anyway. They ended up dead or in jail or having all the gains that they got from the illicit drug sales end up being taken away. Now, last night I was doing a live. I was attempting to do a live on my channel, on my main channel, the Peso Man channel, and the guy, we was about to expose Big Truck, and he ran to YouTube and lied to them. They played dirty and had my live taken down so I wouldn't expose him. But I wouldn't stop. I went to another channel and continued my live, and they tried to shut it down there too. We have screenshots of them in their discourse saying, go to his page,
let's get this live shut down too. And we were exposing this guy. This guy's a teacher. He's a teacher in New York, a teacher, and
Yeah,
he's
I
and
saw
he's
it.
talking about killing. He's talking about killing police. Talking about killing police. His be calling people's faggots left and right. Excuse me, the F word. I'm sorry. Um, talking about killing people on YouTube a lot. Unaliving people. I'm sorry. My mouth is reckless sometimes. Unaliving people. So, clicking guns. I mean, all just this is somebody that's teaching your children. So how in the world are your children going to learn anything with devils, demons like this in school trying to teach somebody? We're going to get him fired. And people need to call the New York State School Board and complain about him. Take my videos where he was dragging people, saying black women deserve this. They don't deserve that. Good that we're gonna, they're gonna be on their knees, blah, blah, blah. This is a teacher, a freaking teacher, somebody that's supposed to be mentoring your children. And he's saying this type of rhetoric, and means it, and really means it, and doing it. And even if he doesn't mean it, he's doing it for profit. He's corrupting. He on In his day job, he's coddling kids, and then his night job, which is YouTube, he's corrupting the minds of the young and the old. This guy has to be stopped. Matter of fact, he needs to go to jail, because I'm most definitely going to report him, and some other people hopefully are going to report him. And we need this is. Let me say this: we have we have a moment in time right now. We have our Rosa Park moment. I'm gonna call it the Rosa Park moment. This is our Rosa Park moment to send a message to these guys that they need to stop. We need to send a message that they're not safe because they're trying to make us uncomfortable. We need to send a message that we're going to make them uncomfortable just as much as they make us uncomfortable. We're going to make them uncomfortable. This is a war. These guys don't care about nobody but themselves. And we need to put an end to this. And we need to work together. We need to work together to get to rid this cancerous um ideology off YouTube. I don't care if they get fired. I don't care if they go to jail because they're criminals. They are criminals. They're no different than the people that were selling drugs in your community. They're pushing poison. I'm done. You guys can hear me.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. That's why I said that this YouTube stuff is like, it's for the guy who didn't have the height to be a ball player and didn't have the bars to be a rapper.
Yeah,
Right.
very much so.
Yeah, that is true. Remind me of an old song from the 90s, Skilo. I wish it was a little bit taller. I wish it was a baller. I wish I
Oh
had a girl
yeah.
look good. I
Oh
was
no.
taller.
Let's play the video.
Degenerate children who are either strippers or in jail, or like you try to say, some drug addicts that don't do shit.
I mean, you can point to black women all you want, but like, what are the black
I'm not
men doing?
complaining. I'm just stating.
Well,
I'm
sure.
just stating reality.
I'm not going to sit here and say there's no responsibility on black women to be more careful about who they open their legs for, right? I agree with that 100%, right? But you can't turn a blind eye to black crime, to black drug dealing. You can't turn a blind eye to black successful people that get big in certain communities and then propagate a culture that is destructive to other black men, right? And those are black men leading those types of cultural norms as well. So I just
Pause it.
Nobody's.
Pause it.
I don't think
You see that?
What he just said, I mean, it was just perfect. It was timed
Right.
perfect from what
Right.
Peso Man just said.
And they didn't pick up on they didn't pick up on that.
No, because they're part of the problem.
Yeah.
They probably picked up on it, but were smart enough not to flinch.
I don't think
Nobody's
anybody over
blameless.
here-
But my
nobody-
question,
And breaking up the family homes was clear, shows you the outcomes in the black community. I tell my girlfriend this all the time. as much as y'all preach this strong,
His
independent, I can do
girlfriend.
bad by myself.
His girlfriend, not his wife.
See where we're at.
Right.
As
His girlfriend, not
much
his
as y'all
wife.
think you can, the outcomes you get as to when women rebel against their men in totality and say they can do all bad by themselves, they don't need a man to raise a child.
She's
you
about
get a
to
bunch
become
Wait
a
a minute.
single
Yes,
mother.
we can do bad all by ourselves. Like, why can't? What's wrong with that?
He
Like,
should
if we're
know. I
going to
mean,
do
that makes sense.
exactly, if we're going to do bad, we need to do it by ourselves. Why would we want to do bad with someone else?
With someone else, right?
Strippers or in
This
jail or like
this guy's emotional unavailable.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
are. They are.
That is definitely true.
addicts that don't do shit.
I mean, you can point to black women all you want, but like, what are the black
I'm
men
not
doing?
complaining. I'm just stating.
Well,
I'm just stating reality.
I'm not going to sit here and say there's no responsibility on black women to be more careful about who they open their legs for, right? I agree with that 100%, right? But you can't turn a blind eye to black crime, to black drug dealing. You can't turn a blind eye to black successful people that get big in certain communities and then propagate a culture that is destructive to other black men, right? And those are black men
Hey,
leading
can you
those
stop
type
it for
of
1 second,
cultural
DJ? I
norms.
just want to say one thing. You know what? I've figured out what the problem is with these guys. They just want to be right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's it. They just want to be right.
No, they're
That's all.
going.
They just want. It doesn't matter about the solution or anything. They just want to feel that what they're saying is correct. Because one thing you notice one thing they never talk about. They never talk about how to fix the problem. Now, one time they talked about how to fix the problem because they're not smart enough to fix the problem, and they
No,
don't,
they're just
and they
looking
really
for
don't even want the problem fixed.
Exactly.
No, they don't. Because they have a new excuse every step of the way. Every twist and turn is a new excuse and a backtrack.
As well. So I just
nobody's I don't think
nobody's blameless.
here,
But my question is, who's being kept alive by the state more? Who's taking more from the state?
Fuck?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the answer
Equally.
to that.
We're equally taking away from the state. I've
Mm-hmm.
already said that 100 times. 46% of them are men, and then the rest of us. And then if you think about it, we're the ones who are the primary caregivers of the children. So actually, they're still taking more from the state.
Exactly.
DJ Torch, is somebody in your back? Did you see him? Somebody came in your back chat.
Yeah, it looks like it's the African dude Jay. He has Nikes on feet, but that's the guy from Germany. Remember the dude from Germany with the
Yeah,
African
these guys are hate. What time is it in America? These guys are hate watching at this time. I know it has to be about 1 or 2 o'clock your
Well,
time.
it's 4:30 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
you
so
can
he's
just
in
adjust
Germany.
from there.
So, let's see what time it is. If he is in Germany, wait, no, did he say it was in Germany or Africa?
Wait a minute, is that guy that he's
Can you guys
in
hear me?
Germany or he's in Africa
Yeah.
or he just won't say where he's actually at?
Yeah, I know one thing. I have him. We gave him a chance and he acted up. So I don't know why he's still here in the back chat. I don't know.
This guy. I mean, this is the point I'm trying to make. These guys, they want to be. I figured this out. They want to be right. That's all it is. They want to be right. Because you would think that these guys would come in here and say, you know what, you know what, let me reevaluate this.
Right.
Let me let me get off the panel and let me think about it for a couple of days. And because I know y'all gonna talk about it again. So let me come back when I've thought more about this. Nope. They
They
want
lack
to be right.
introspection. They lack introspection. They can't do that.
No, I don't even think that's it. I think they just want to be right. You can be arguing about anything. They want to be right. They want to be right.
That's why I said they're fixated on this. They're fixated on these talking points.
Yes. It's like, you know what it's like? It's like a Bible thumper. They're like Bible thumpers.
Yeah.
It is.
You know.
That's a good point.
And you cannot persuade them. any other way. They're gonna hold to those tenements, and they're gonna live and die with those tenements. And if they find out they're incorrect, they're gonna go.
That's why it just seems like they're attached to this Borg, and it's just like we got to destroy the Borg, you
Right.
know, and annihilate the Borg so that that way they can descend.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Wait. Well, the question is, what costs more, welfare for a black child or the amount of money we pay every year to incarcerate a black man? I don't know what the answer to that is. Do you?
Well,
No,
I mean,
they
even if you
no,
want to
they
look at,
actually make money off of incarcerating black men. It's not. They're not. We're not paying. You got to realize
They make
now have
money in jails
privatized
anyway.
prisons.
It doesn't matter about black men.
So privatized
Right.
prisons actually get paid to
But
incarcerate
all
people.
prisons
No,
get
wait a
paid.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. What he's saying, okay, exactly, it's a paid industry, but they don't get paid to care for these people. The taxpayers have to pay money to care for these
Right.
people. So it
Right.
costs the taxpayer money to subsidize these people's living. So it costs more because these are grown men.
Right.
This is a facility that has to pay. Not only is it grown men that we're taking care of, we have to pay the workers to watch them. So
Right.
it's a lot that goes into the prison complex. So yes, it costs an exorbitant amount of money just for one inmate. And this is so funny. It's sad. Like you can make a commercial and say to feed one inmate is the cost of feeding 100 children. Like it's insane.
I would say that's about right. Yeah.
So much every day for every single day that you have an inmate in that prison. So it's not us that's the thing where we think, oh, we're paying for these prisons. We're not paying for these
Okay.
prisons.
Well, first of all, what you just described is we are paying for those prisons, right? The government has to pay other companies to do it because it's not profitable. It might be profitable for that company, but overall it's a drain. That's why the money has to come from the government to do it. But also private prisons are less than 10% of all the prisoners in the country. Right. Private prisons are like this huge thing that's like housing everybody. It's like 8% of people are housed in private prisons.
You said 8%?
Yeah. And we're losing money on that.
You got a stat for that? You got a source for that?
Yep, right here. I think
You
it's
have-
almost
Wait
right
a minute.
at the top.
Remember, he has not brought up one source all night,
He hasn't produced one.
and he's asking this man to produce a source. That's if I was him, I would say I would have. You know what I would have said. I can't say it right now.
26 states and federal governments incarcerated 99,754 people in private prisons in 2020, representing 8% of the total state and federal prison population.
Put that in the back chat for me.
The thing, I get what you're saying. I just think that you should blame the people for blame one group for what it is that they're doing, right? So I don't disagree with you talking
Okay, so
about
blame black men for being incarcerated.
Right.
Like if we're gonna blame a group, it's the black men that are creating all these problems. He's already said it.
Right.
For dealing drugs and committing violence. But at the same time, right, to go back to your original statement, you said black women were the backbone of the community, right?
Yeah.
You said that they outnumber black men 3-1.
In some
right?
communities, yeah.
In some communities, but in general, right, there's a lot more black women than they are black men. How is that backbone doing?
Well, considering women are approaching black men in income, I mean, that's one thing. Black women are out-graduating black men, right?
Okay.
I mean, like, it seems like they're trying, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you they're doing great because that's not a great position to be in. The broad, here's just, I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not here to shit on black men, okay? Like, for every issue that I brought up with black men, why are they selling drugs? Why are they killing each other? Why are they doing these things? It's because the lot in life they've been given goes back to, fucking slavery is fucked. There's a whole bunch of shit.
Disagree.
Okay, you can disagree if you want, but black families don't live in
nothing
certain...
to do with you dealing dope.
Okay, that's fine. You disagree with that, but I'm a liberal SJW blue hair, so this is what I believe, right? That even through fucking Jim Crow and before the Civil Rights Act, where your grandparents were allowed to live, what part of the city you could have a house in.
DJ, put it on pause. Put it on pause.
Were they dealing?
Got it.
They did the victim Olympics for over an hour about how oppressed they were, about how bad and sad it is for them. For him to say that I understand the position that you're in is because of slavery, for them to say, oh, no, that's not what we believe. But oh my God, like again, what Peso said, they just want to be right because he was that didn't even make sense for them to argue against.
Right. They're
No, but they were getting fucked by anybody that could fuck them, right?
Here's the thing. Hold on.
Wait. Let me just make my point, okay? I'm just saying that like I understand why the issues in the Black community that exist for men exist, and I'm not going to sit here and say fuck them for that, fuck them for that. But while I'm acknowledging that, I'm also going to acknowledge the issues for Black women as well, right? When Black women are like, oh, I don't need a baby daddy, I can do this shit on my own, fuck Black men, blah 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 blah. Well, that's a response to Black men. The same way that Black men not trusting cops is a response to cops fucking over Black men. Black women not trusting Black men is going to be in response to Black men fucking over Black women. I think we have to understand.
Boom. Took the words right out of my mouth.
It's like they don't even have to come. They don't even have to come to that many barbecues and family gatherings to figure this out.
Right.
You know, it's an exercise. You know what I hate to say, and I'm eventually gonna do this little event right here. I just haven't had time because I got so many other fires to put out. But this is an exercise in white men critically thinking and Black men critically thinking. And you can see that even 3 Black men put together still can't critically outthink this white boy. There's three brains. There's 3 Black male brains in the room, and they still can't come together. And not even one of these guys. I mean, they're all practicing groupthink all day, every day.
Yes.
And not one of them could say, hold on, he might be, they once again, this is also an exercise of them wanting to be right.
And
They're
I think
not
only
conceding
one
to
time did
anything that
he.
this guy's saying.
I think one
And we
time
all
he acknowledged that the guy was right, and that patriarchy guy. I think one time out of this whole time he acknowledged that Destiny was right about something, and it wasn't even a full acknowledgement. It was just like this, by the way, and then went on to something else so he could prove him wrong again. So he couldn't even sit with it for one moment.
They are monolithic thinkers.
Yeah, these are the things that we need to be pulling from this. Not that just these guys are bashing women. They lack the ability to critically think. They practice group. That's why the Black community. This is everything. This is the perfect example of what's wrong with the Black male community. These Black men, they all think the same way.
Yep.
They all the majority of them think the same way. We ain't gonna say all because there's no all in anything, but the majority of these guys think like this. And how are you gonna look at how this guy is problem solving based solution. These guys are they're in the complaining solution. Black men, let me say something. There's nothing wrong with complaining. But after you complain, you're supposed to say, well, how can I fix this? Just like you said earlier, you made a great example. You said the white people wanted to know how you got the answer. They wanted to know how you got the answer. Let me say this. I think everybody and their mama should get on a plane sometime in their life, the earlier the better, and come to an African country, and you will see how Black people think. That's how we think. We don't. If you will see it just jumps out at you, and I'm going to be pointing that out when I do some videos on the streets. You're going to see how white people think and how Black people think. That's why white people have jets. They have airplane. I mean, you can say airplanes. They have trains. They know how to build bridges. They know how to build stuff to make stuff. Black people don't know how to do that as a whole. And the ones that do know how to do it, they were under the tutelage of white people. White people taught them how to think. The reason why African Americans are as smart as they are is due to the European education system.
Right.
Black people. Let me show you how crazy black people are. How we don't think. And I'm
Now I
using
will wait a minute,
Africans.
Peso. Now we did come on now. We did come up with some inventions that were stolen. So I mean it's not
Yeah,
that we
yeah, 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 yeah. Once again go back to I said not all.
yeah.
There's I didn't say all. When I'm speaking in the majority. If there's if let me tell you something. If there's one tough guy, a real tough guy in a room, and there's eight other men. Let's say there's two tough guys, and it's 10 guys in the room, and then there's eight not so tough guys. Those eight not so tough guys can beat those two tough guys
Mm-hmm.
because it's the majority. And once again, the majority rules. Mob mentality. You need. Let me say this. I'll put it like this. You need if you have a company, if you say you have a company, I don't care what it is. If there's only one competent, and let's say it's 100 employees, and there's only two incompetent people, I mean competent people in your company is not going to survive. You need the more smarter people you have, the better. The more smarter people you have, the better.
You
You
see, they
we
don't
need more. We need
pay so
more than two or three smart people.
peso. They don't want
Yeah.
smart people outsmarting them because they feel like they're the boss. They make this decision. What that one guy said when he said he owned a business and
Yeah, yeah, hybrid.
trying to uh give him ideas on how to grow his business, but he said he rejected them. And this is how businesses fail in America because there's people want to be the boss and the only one to make the decision. And these
Mm-hmm.
guys, they're not business minded. You could tell the way they talk is, and
It's a
they don't.
clear
Go ahead.
it's a clear once again, a lot of this stuff they say I'm mean or I'm being funny or whatever else, and to a certain extent I'm being both, but at the same time I'm hitting you with truth. There's a clear IQ gap between white men and black men, and I'm gonna point that out with this. This is it. I saw it and I said I'm gonna do this, but I've always known, we have to be we have to be real with ourselves. We have to be real with ourselves. Like for example, I can analogize it to a football team. You have two football teams, so-called professional football teams. The players are supposed to be good on both sides, but the players on one team is just better than the other. And the other team might have two or three Pro Bowlers, but the rest of their players suck.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have enough players. They don't have enough people on it. That's why when it comes to football, and I'm just using football as an analogy, the coaches, the recruiters have to go out there and recruit great players, good players, or comparable players that can match the other team's players, so that they can compete and win. Because if they don't, they will continue to lose, and we don't have enough good players. We have only a few players. Yeah, yeah, we can come up with a few inventions or whatever else, but if you don't have anybody with the money to back them, the vision or any of that stuff, you're still gonna. It's like not having something. It's like being 7 feet tall and you don't know how to dribble a basketball. You don't know how to. You're not coordinated. You're not gonna. I mean, what good are you on a basketball team? You're just a tall guy. That's all you are. You're just a tall guy.
Can't swim, duck, can't shoot, don't have any skills.
Yeah, yeah. You're practically useless, and that's what I'm talking about. These guys, they unfortunately you have to put these guys like that. You got to put them down like a rabid dog. It's a cancer in the community, and sometimes you got to go in there and you got to cleanse. We're gonna say cleanse. You got to cleanse the community. of these guys. And like I said once before, Big Truck, aka Jonathan E. Norman, a teacher in the New York City area, we have to
Oh,
get that guy.
oh
We
my
have to
goodness.
get him fired.
Yeah, he's problematic. Listening to
We have
some
to
of
get
that
him.
stuff.
I thought he said
We
he
have
was a
to.
trucker. I thought he said he
Yeah,
was a trucker.
yeah. He said. Well, I don't know about him saying that, but he said he worked on Wall Street. That was a lie. He said he had businesses in overseas. That was a lie as well. You know, we need to get him fired, and we need to get his channel removed, and
I
and we need to get him arrested, and we need to get him arrested because he's talking about he's holding bullets on a post, talking about these bullets can go through police vests and all that other stuff. I mean, these guys. This is remember, guys. Remember, this was another guy was talking this rhetoric too, and he ended up going on the New York subway and shooting people. Remember that guy?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a YouTube channel as well. You know,
there I
um,
think guys are reporting our channels to YouTube, just flagging our channels so that they can take us out on the algorithm. And
say that again.
I said, okay, I said I think these dudes are reporting our channels
Oh yeah.
because
Oh, most definitely they are. Most definitely they are. They my channel gets flagged and reported and all kind of stuff. And YouTube penalizes you even if they don't um take your videos down and stuff. They take you out of the algorithm. Most
mm,
definitely they take you because they keep putting hate speech, bullying, or whatever else. So negative reviews or whatever else. So it like you said, it slowly moves you away. These guys are waging war. I told you once, I told you twice. These guys do not like you. They're not gonna play fair.
and then
They're not gonna.
we have to play fair back. We should report their channels, take them off the algorithm so they don't get any views.
But that's why
That
we're
is
here
correct.
doing this. But that's why we're here doing this roast video on these dudes here. Um, I got some things. I got some things going on. So, Peso, we got you. We got you.
Because I looked it up. It says you can't sue YouTube because there are an ISP, internet service provider. That's what they put themselves under. So that you really can't sue YouTube technically. I had to look that up. The only way you could sue them if there was like defamation against you by another YouTuber and YouTube promised to take it down and they never did, that's when you can sue them. But other than that, you can't sue them for nothing else. You can only sue the content creators that put defamation out on you, defaming your character.
Yeah, you're more apt to win a lawsuit against YouTube for them accidentally pulling your for negligence or pulling down, like let's say they accidentally pull down your channel for no reason, none, and your channel was making a lot of money. That's
Mm-hmm.
that you can sue them for that, but
Yeah. Yeah, but other than that, yeah, you can't sue them for nothing else. If the only like if we can prove that YouTube is pulling us out the algorithm on purpose, just because our channels are being flagged by butthurt guys that do not want our messages to reach out to the masses, we could probably do that. We could probably sue them on that, but that has
Let
to
me
be
say
proved.
this. Let me say this. Anybody can be sued.
Mm-hmm.
If the U.S. government can be sued, YouTube can, Google can be sued. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I haven't looked into it from a legality standpoint, but trust me, their asses can be sued. They can be.
Yeah, they
They're
can.
not God.
Right.
So
The
they
thing
can
is
get
that
hit in the pockets too because
the thing is
if they couldn't be sued, they wouldn't be coming out with all these rules.
right.
Yep.
But the thing is this is that you would have to have, because I remember a long time ago being in a situation where I was evaluating a legal situation and the retainer was 10K.
Mm-hmm.
That was a freaking retainer. That wasn't the price. That was just a retainer. I can't get deep into it, but that was just a retainer. So it's it it gets to a point where where YouTube or Google, we should say, up there in Santa Clara or whatever, they got a whole building of lawyers.
Yeah,
That
Yeah,
they
they
because
have
it's a
an
lot of
army.
because it's
They
research.
they have an army of
It
lawyers.
right.
But they can't be attacked. They can't. Any army can be attacked,
Mm-hmm.
and the goal is to make them uncomfortable and make them
Mm-hmm.
retreat. Yeah,
Yep.
you might can't defeat.
but
You
my
might can't
point is
defeat that
this.
army, but you can make them
Hazel,
retreat.
my point is this. For you to make them uncomfortable, that's 10K. That's at the minimum. They they
Yeah,
they
yeah. That might be 10K. Um, Torch. That might be 10K. But let me say this: there's there's hundreds, or not thousands, of Black women that are on YouTube that are either in law school or have a law degree.
Mm-hmm.
So you have an army of lawyers too. Y'all, Black women, y'all have an army of lawyers. Heck, Tam is a lawyer, and she's not the only Black lawyer on YouTube that has a channel.
Nope. You got Themis and Thought, and you have another one as well.
There's thousands of them. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
only ones that we immediately know. There's thousands of them. So Google doesn't have more lawyers than YouTube. Black women that are on YouTube have actual channels, monetized channels, or just have channels starting out, or just have channels where they just come on and watch their favorite content creator.
Hmm. Exactly. But we need to get these lawyers together. If it's possible, we need to get these lawyers together and get ready for a lawsuit. We just can't talk about it. Because talking about it is not going to do anything. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it would just take being on one accord. And one thing that I've seen that's been going on is that it's the idealism surrounded around money that is the problem. Because just like how the guy tried to call in and gaslight, Peso, and bringing up livelihood, livelihood, livelihood. And that's just a problem with the community in general is the greed aspect, and the money aspect. And it also draws a line into where we stand morally as a collective.
got it. Well, I guess I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to shut down for the night. I got to get up in 3 hours.
Oh, goodness. You don't
Thank
get
you,
no.
George.
Hey, I
Bye.
appreciate everyone coming up. This was great. This was a cool night.
Thank you
So,
for sharing that video.
Yeah, that was great.
yeah, that was hopefully a lot of people will learn
Yes.
a little something.
Hmm.
Thank you, everybody. Siobhan, excellent commentary tonight.
Oh, I also
Thank
have
you.
a video.
Thanks for having me.
Chef Wade. Did you guys hear the update on what happened to him?
Who?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Chef Wade, the one that's shared
Oh,
those.
Yeah, I heard he
posts.
resigned. Yeah, I heard he resigned.
Yeah, I'm doing a video on that. Actually, a live stream coming up
Banta.
this Friday.
When is it? What time?
At I think I set it for 8 p.m.
8 p.m. What
Yes,
day?
Friday. This Friday.
Got it. Friday night, 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good
Yeah.
to me. Okay, yeah, everybody, you heard it. Check out Diamond Princess. Diamond Princess, if you when you get your live set up, let me know, and then I'll share it on my page, on my community page.
Okay.
And it looks like Peso is going live in another channel tonight as well. So
Which channel are you going live on?
Peso, I'll do the same. Let me know when you get your link up, and I'll put it on my community page. All right. So everybody, thanks again for coming through.
All right, everyone, be safe.
Okay, you too.
Yeah.